Chapter 101. Simon searched the city for 2 more days and never once found the portal. So, in desperation, he retraced his steps and went back to the south again. He found 3 burned-out villages before he found the one that he'd started in weeks ago. The fires were long since out, and since most of the corpses had been picked clean, the carrion birds had largely left too, leaving him alone with the wreckage. He wasn't sure if he'd find what he was looking for here either, but if he didn't, he wasn't sure where exactly he was supposed to be looking for. He didn't find it on the first day he was there, or the second. It was only on the third day when he was getting ready to leave that he noticed that the bleak plains that surrounded him looked a little more like a full-blown desert through one of the doors than the rest of the landscape. That was when he knew he'd finally found his damn portal. In that house, he found another dead family. It was tragic, of course, but he'd seen this tragedy a dozen times in the last 24 hours, and it had lost its impact. In this case, the way that the woman hadn't been burned to a crisp or picked clean compared to everyone else made him think she'd died later than them. Is this really what I was here for? He asked in frustration. There's a whole war going on, and I thought I was supposed to stop that, but really I just needed to save this one person. Simon shook his head. That was crazy. He would definitely come here first, the next time he was here, but the thought that this woman had died because the instructions had been unclear was more than a little infuriating. Simon turned from the body and spent several minutes studying the portal to the next level. But other than the fact that it was a desert, there weren't many clues to make out. It didn't look too dangerous, and part of him thought there was something familiar about it. But he kind of suspected that he'd feel that way about all deserts after his time as a statue. He was about to go through when he changed his mind. The idea of leaving this woman and her family here just dead was simply too miserable, so he decided he'd experiment a little with his new word and build them a shallow grave. It's the least I can do since no one told me I could save them, he thought in frustration. Vosden, he said, carefully pronouncing the word for earth for the first time as he imagined the grave opening up directly below where the bodies lay. It worked flawlessly, opening up a 3-foot-deep grave beneath the knot of tangled limbs. The sudden motion scared the crow perched atop one of them enough that it flew away rather than be buried alive. Simon whispered the word a second time, and the earth smoothed over the corpses, making them vanish from sight as if they'd never been. It was only once that was done that he finally turned around and stepped through the portal. The differences were small but immediate. Where he just left the burned-out village, the rocky soil was missing its patchy yellow grass only because it had been burned away. Here, though, on the other side of the invisible line, he doubted there had ever been any vegetation at all. This was a true desert, not a temporary one, and the fine yellow sand couldn't hold in any of the water. Or maybe because there isn't any water to hold in, he thought, looking at the distant mountains. There wasn't a trace of vegetation on their blasted, rocky surfaces. Simon wondered for a moment what it was he was supposed to be doing here. But as he slowly spun 360 degrees, he found an oasis that was almost directly behind him. It wasn't much, but there were a handful of palms and a few thorn bushes crowded around brackish-looking waters. There was even what looked to be a small merchant caravan, too. As Simon walked toward it, down the slope of the dune, he saw that he'd exited through what had once been a doorframe. No, that wasn't right. It had been a stone frame of a window at some point, though there was so little of the building it was attached to sticking above the sand that he wasn't sure what it was attached to. He didn't really care, though. The reason he was here was almost certainly the oasis or the caravan. And since he didn't see any monsters, that either meant that the monster was a human, or that there might not be one at all. I suppose it could be a crazy plant monster, he thought, suddenly looking at the approaching bushes with suspicion as he got closer. But he didn't think that was likely. No monsters jumped out to meet him, though, and no men attacked him. Instead, a few of the sunken-cheeked men looked up from where they were scattered about the meager shade and looked at him with weary eyes. Still, none of them said anything or tried to bar his way. It wasn't until he got to the water's edge that he saw the problem. There were bodies, or at least parts of them, floating in the water. That was enough to explain why everyone was miserable looking. From a distance, He'd assumed they were stones. But from here, there was definitely at least a boot, a couple severed heads, and a few other less identifiable pieces bobbing up and down. "What happened here?" Simon said with a sigh. "They got you too, huh?" someone said behind him. What a waste, right? Fight through all that just to end up here at the end of nowhere with nothing to drink but poison. "Someone did this on purpose," Simon asked. "Who?" "I don't think that those bodies chopped themselves up," the swarthy man laughed. He wore long, sweat-stained robes over his ringmail armor. To Simon's eye, he didn't seem like a particularly nice man, but it would seem that the fact that he was about to die had given him a certain dark humor. Simon could completely understand that. "The Urani? Rafa's men? Who can say?" the man said with a shrug. "It is an ugly business, but that's what happens in war. It lets all the ugliness out, and it's got to pool up somewhere. Their poison won't stop me from slaying them in my next life." Another man boasted. "The desert may claim my bones, but my vengeance will be eternal." After a few minutes of conversation, Simon figured out what was going on. This wasn't a caravan. It was 3 or 4 different groups who had arrived here over the last week or so. They were either on or near a trade route, or at least this was one place you could go through normally to avoid some nearby war that was taking place. He wasn't 100% sure of the details, in the same way that he wasn't 100% sure if the water had been tainted merely with the human remains or if it had been poisoned as well. The accounts seemed to vary wildly. Both of the problems were probably solvable to Simon, but rushing into that with magic, without at least trying to understand what was happening, was only going to get him killed. So he poked around, quickly discovering that about half of the people he thought were here were dead already. The small campsite belonged to the people that came here first, but they left behind only tents and cold cook fires along with their belongings. The caravan came after them. It had 2 carts and a covered wagon filled with goods, but not enough water to make their horses go any farther without dying. Sometime after them, a few mercenaries and deserters made their way here as well, but most of them ended up face down at the water's edge or lying dead in the distance as they tried and failed to reach the next watering hole. "And for what?" Turin asked. "If they poisoned this mud puddle, then they certainly did the same to Old Well and Sweet Water. If my maker has decided it is time, I shall return to him well rested and not sweating like a pig." Simon nodded at that. And then he got up and decided to make a water filter to save some of these people before it was too late. He would have just told them to boil the water, but there wasn't much in the way of wood here, and honestly, he wasn't sure that would be enough to get all the toxins out. Either way, it didn't matter. Sunset was coming, and he had a feeling that not all of them would live to see the next sunrise without his help. So, the first thing he did was trade the merchants a glass of water from his skin in exchange for an empty barrel. After that, it was pretty straightforward. Simon wasn't exactly a survivalist, but he'd seen about 1 million hours of streaming video on every topic imaginable over the last decade, and he had a good understanding of water filters because of all the cheap sponsorships that flaunted charcoal activation and whatever else. He took his barrel, and after mounting it on a rock and poking a hole in it, he tore apart the tent of a dead man to line the bottom with a few layers of cloth while everyone watched him in confusion or amusement. He let them joke. He even laughed at some of them, but he didn't let that distract him as he picked up rocks to make the bottom layer that took the longest. After that came the charcoal, which he didn't actually have, but he figured wood ash was close enough. He seemed to remember that he was somehow involved in making soap or lye, too, but he didn't think that would matter. He wasn't going to use too much. By the time he'd gotten that far, the sun was close to setting, and it would be getting dark soon. The oasis had gotten quieter, but only because people were saving their strength. Simon wasn't too worried about that. He could probably make that water drinkable with a few words, but when he left, someone might just poison it again. Leaving behind a water filter felt like a better option. After all, it wasn't like he could take a heavy oak cask with him. By the time he was finished, the thing was probably going to weigh as much as he did, which was all the motivation in the world he needed to keep losing weight. Even in the dark, filling the thing with sand wasn't a problem. He just filled a sack in the desert not far from the oasis, and then dumped it in his barrel 24 times until it was most of the way to the top. Simon was pretty sure it was supposed to have a gravel layer, too. But he didn't have any gravel, so he would just have to make do. I mean, I might be able to use a Vosdento turned sand to gravel, he thought to himself. But using magic, to avoid using magic, would kind of defeat the purpose as far as he was concerned. When all that was done, the silhouette that was Torin asked, "Is this the part where you show us how to turn sand to water?" Everyone laughed at that. But Simon grabbed the helmet of a dead man and used it to start filling his barrel a gallon at a time. Thanks to how much he was spilling on each trip from the muddy pool, he honestly had no idea how long it would take. "We aren't going to drink poison or sand," Simon corrected them. "We are going to let the sand clean the water. That way, you can quench your thirst and the desert can keep its poison?" "That seems unlikely," the warrior said. Simon couldn't see his face, but he could hear the other man's skepticism. So he stopped what he was doing and raised his water skin to the crowd of onlookers. "I'd happily trade every drop I have for a lantern and some oil," he said. "Any takers?" "What say I just take it from you?" another man said, rising unsteadily to his feet as he pulled out a vicious scimitar. "Since you're being so generous and all." Simon shook his head in despair. "If you want me to kill you literally minutes before there's enough water for everyone, then..." Simon's words were cut off by the man's unexpected charge. He held up his flimsy water skin as a shield right in the path of the other man's sword. And when he suddenly pulled back the weapon to avoid wasting the water, Simon grabbed him by the collar and headbutted him so hard that he dropped to his knee. Stunned, Simon stepped back, coping with the sudden sharp pain. But even as he rubbed his forehead to see if he was bleeding, he said, "Can we please all just calm down for 20 minutes? There will be plenty of water for everyone, I promise." After that, the merchant loaned Simon his oil lamp, and after lighting it, Simon hung it from a tree above his filter. No water had come out yet, but he wasn't surprised. As dry as the sand was, he imagined it had to soak up quite a bit of water first. So, for the next 10 minutes, he brought load after load of brackish, dirty water until the top of the barrels was nothing but a small mud puddle. It was only several minutes after that he saw water finally starting to drip into the cup beneath the barrel. At first, it was a trickle, but slowly, it became a tiny stream, and after a couple of minutes, he had a small wooden cup filled with cool, clean water. Chapter 102. "Well, who wants to be the first to try it?" he asked, gesturing around. There were no volunteers. "How about you?" he asked the man that had tried to gut him for his water skin only a few minutes ago in an attempt to win him over. "I will not let you poison me," the man growled, pacing around the edge of the light like an angry cat. Simon was fairly sure that if he stayed the night here, that man was going to try to kill him in his sleep. That either meant he'd have to put the man down or make friends with everyone else. Fortunately, the latter was going to be pretty easy since he was the only one here with drinkable water. "Suit yourself," Simon said, raising it to his lips and downing it like a shot. It was okay. It was closer to tap water than bottled water, but he detected no taste of corpses amidst the earthy flavors of sand, and he was sure it would get clearer as it went. That's what all the videos he'd seen had shown anyway. "Who's next?" he said, replacing the cup back under the leaking barrel. Everyone looked at him skeptically, but as a few people like Torin came over and investigated the setup, they saw it was just as Simon had promised. The top of the barrel was full of watery mud, and perfectly clear water dripped down into the cup out of the hole in the bottom. That was enough for the man to at least take the chance. And as soon as he pronounced it good enough to drink, a line had formed. There were 14 people strong enough to move around on their own, and a few more who were dragged over with the help of their companions. Soon, everyone was taking turns in a way that was more or less peaceful, one glass of water at a time. It was a celebratory atmosphere, and people thanked whatever gods they believed in as they had their first taste of water in days. Simon knew that it couldn't last forever, though, and it didn't. During their second time through the line, things finally came to an end when the merchant argued his horses should get priority over everyone, who had already had a turn. "Your animals can wait until I've had my fill," said the man who'd attacked Simon earlier. "I will not wait in line behind a mere beast of burden." "You aren't the one that makes the rules," Simon remarked. not bothering to draw his weapon. "And you are!" the other man raged, lifting his scimitar high into the night. "You think this water belongs to you now, that you get to make the rules? Only the strong may dictate. And you, without warning." Torin drew his blade, beheading the other man on the spot, and sheathing his blade before the corpse even fell to its knees and began to bleed out into the sand. He smiled ruefully. "That is quite enough of that," Torin answered with a crooked smile. "Now whose turn is it? I am thirsty and grow weary of waiting." "That wasn't necessary," Simon said softly, unsure if he should draw his own sword or not. "I would have been perfectly content to knock him down a peg or two again. The people that are the thirstiest need to—" "Please don't misunderstand me," Torin said. "I don't disagree with what the Aganian was saying at all. I simply do not wish to see this small miracle destroyed before I have drunk my fill. Normally, I would claim it for myself and charge all of your obols for the privilege of drinking my water. But tonight, I am feeling generous, especially to you, my good Simon. You have saved my life, so all of us shall take turns. And if the trader wishes to give his cups to the horses, I do not mind at all." Simon looked at the man and found the humor from earlier entirely evaporated. In Turin's eyes, there was only a cold emptiness now, and Simon wondered what it was he was saving here. For a moment, everyone froze as they regarded the two of them glaring at each other from opposite sides of the circle of light cast by the lantern. Simon didn't want to kill this man, and he certainly didn't want to do it with magic that would make it very obvious to everyone else what he'd done. But he wasn't about to bow to a bully, either. Instead, he leaned very slightly against the barrel, making it tilt precipitously from where it stood on the large rock. "The horses are dying, just like men, and I say they drink next." Despite what he'd said, the merchant didn't move any closer with his bucket. He could feel the tension between Simon and Torin as clearly as anyone else. "Do you know how much horses drink?" Torin asked. "It could take all night." "What about everyone else?" "Then it takes all night. Anyone else who is dying may go first, of course," Simon said. "But don't forget it was the merchant who brought the barrel that is saving your life. He deserves consideration for that." Turin weighed his options for another minute, noting just how precariously everything was balanced. To Simon, he seemed more than confident that he could kill any challengers. But he didn't seem at all sure that he could stop Simon before he pushed his tiny miracle off the ledge it sat on, which would almost certainly smash it to ruin. "Finally," he said, "fine, I will take a short nap, and when I wake up, I will cut down anyone who tries to stop me from slaking my thirst. Do you understand?" Simon nodded, but even when the other man wandered off into the darkness, he didn't let his guard down. He was well aware that Torin could sneak up behind him. He didn't, though. Despite the sleepless night, Simon saw to it that everyone drank their fill and no one with 2 legs or 4 died on his watch. Unfortunately, that meant that by the time the sun rose, he was exhausted. He'd eventually gotten the other men to fetch more water when the barrel had started to slow down, but he was unwilling to trust his life to any of them. The merchant was a coward, Torin was a killer, and everyone else obviously had their own separate agendas, though at first, he had thought he might have found a kindred spirit in the Torin. As soon as the man had decided he wasn't going to die, he'd become someone else entirely. In the end, his only real choice was to walk away. So that's what he did. Some small petty part of him wanted to smash the barrel as he left, but with a yawn, he decided to let them fight over it. He wasn't here to be their mother. Honestly, he wasn't sure what he was here for. Maybe he'd fucked the whole thing up, and he was supposed to purify the oasis. Honestly, it probably was, he realized, but he didn't care. He wasn't particularly interested in helping these people any more than he already had, and he probably wouldn't feel any better about it next time. It wasn't until he got to the top of the dune he was very slowly scaling that he realized why, either. Not one of them had said thank you. "Thank you, Simon, for saving our lives. Thank you for keeping us from dying from dehydration," he said in a mocking tone. "Thank you for giving us more petty bullshit to fight over." He was even more annoyed when he got to the top of the dune and realized there was no portal waiting for him in this damn arch. He took a deep breath to resist yelling in frustration. He'd been so sure it would be here. both because there was nowhere else for it to be and because Helids liked putting them in unlikely places. Did she really bury it? He wondered as he scuffed the sand with his toe and saw that the building the arch was attached to did indeed go down into the sand. He could just use more earth magic to move it and see. But somehow, that didn't strike him as quite right. Sometimes, he felt like he was relying on magic too much in all this. It had its place, but given the costs, well, there had to be other ways. Simon took a long look at the oasis he'd just come from and began to worry that Portal was actually hiding in the back of the merchant's wagon, or maybe even one of the man's other empty water barrels. He resisted the urge to go down and check, though. Going back down there would mean killing Torin, and he had no wish to murder more people if he didn't have to. Much like magic, he felt like that had become his go-to answer, and he was fairly certain that when you got too comfortable killing people, you were the bad guy. So, before he walked back down the dune, he resolved to carefully check every other direction. He didn't find anything, of course. He knew he wouldn't, but when he spit around, there was a door right behind him in the arch he'd just left. "Son of a bitch," he shouted, checking both sides of the thing. On the east side toward the oasis, there was still no door, but on the west was a wooden door just like you could find in any tavern in the land. God, not another tavern, Simon said with a shiver. Anything but that. Well, maybe not anything, he thought to himself. That castle and the haunted house sucked pretty bad too. Honestly, he didn't know what he hoped for, so instead, he just opened the door, and he found something quite quaint. On the other side of the door was a little crossroads town somewhere in the north. The streets were mud, and the low fences were stacked rocks topped with gnarled hedges. There was an inn, but as he stepped out into the chilly air of the street and shut the door behind him before anyone realized he'd been standing in a desert, he realized he'd come out the door to the bakery, which had a nice homey feel about it. For just a moment, Trina came to mind. But even as the nostalgia of her perfect loaves threatened to overwhelm him, a yawn tore its way out of his body, and he decided that despite what he'd said earlier, the inn was looking like a pretty solid idea. Simon looked back and forth down the road several more times, and after he found no evidence of zombies or wars, he decided that was exactly what he was going to do. He walked across the street into the establishment, and for the price of a single silver coin, he procured himself a bed and meals for 3 nights. He was going to relax and recover for a bit if this level let him. He'd been on a tear for so long he was having trouble keeping all the details straight, and he wanted to lay out some of these details to the mirror before he found out what was on level 30, or even what it was he was going to have to do here. First, though, he decided to stop by the bar and grab a pint. The desert was thirsty business, and a beer or two would make sleep come much quicker in one of these Lumpian beds. Chapter 103. Simon slept the day away. He luxuriated in the feeling of having his armor off for the first time in days. And despite how much he hated looking at his chubby body when he was stripped down to his boxers, he wouldn't have enjoyed those scratchy linen sheets anymore if they were made of silk. It was only when the sun was close to setting that he finally decided to stop being lazy and get his act together. He made his way downstairs without his armor or his sword and inquired about where a man might be able to get a bath. He would need to do some laundry tomorrow to get the salt and the sand out of his clothes, and he would definitely need to take a whetstone to his weapons sometime after that, before he went to the next level, because the rust spotting was growing worse. Still, all of that could wait until he'd wasted a few coppers on a nice hot soak. While he was in the bathhouse, he learned he was in the town of Ismirin, and that he was somewhere to the east of Mytir. The only time he'd heard the name of that city before, he was dealing with that locust leech storm at Malen's farm. He wondered if that meant he was close or not, but decided not to ask. He was definitely in another country or region, though. People's skin was slightly darker than he was used to, and their clothes were just a little bit different from his. When one of the other men mentioned that he looked like a sailor, Simon laughed and said, "I haven't spent much time on a ship since Brest." That got him some dark looks, and though no one explained, Simon quickly found himself alone after that. He made a mental note not to mention random places he'd been without understanding why the populace might hate them. Fortunately, nothing bad came of it, and as he re-entered the inn, he found no lynch mobs waiting for him. Instead, he ordered a beer and some food, and listened more than he talked as he waited for his food to arrive. All in all, he would have called the fare in this place only decent. The meat was too stringy. The bread was too coarse. But the beer was decent enough. He didn't complain, though. At least it was new. And the part of him that feared he'd be stuck eating that same wedge of cheese and loaf of bread forever. So that was okay. It was only later, when he had joined some strangers in a friendly game of dice, that they arrived. Simon had been on a winning streak and managed to win almost a whole silver coin after 7 straight rounds of guessing whether the dice would come up even or odds. Normally, that wouldn't have been much money to him, but his coin purse was getting pretty low. He might have only been on this run for a few weeks, but he'd been to a lot of places in that time. And traveling was a lot more expensive than just hanging out in a single town and getting to know the locals for a year or two. So, he wasn't paying much attention to anything but the growing pile of coppers that were the stakes. And he didn't even notice the strangers and their white robes come in until the bar went silent. "Can I help you, gentlemen?" the proprietor asked. "We don't want no trouble." "Peace, brother," the apparent leader of the group said, raising a leather-gloved hand to show he was unarmed. "We only seek heretics. The worthy and the righteous have nothing to hide." This gave Simon pause as he looked over the 6 men and women who wore white cloaks and robes that did little to hide their armor and weapons. Only the one wearing gray from head to toe seemed unarmed. But that probably just meant that they were even more trouble. Suddenly, he felt naked without his sword, and he cursed himself for being in this common room with nothing but a dagger now that these weirdos were here. It smelled like trouble. This was almost certainly the reason he was here, which seemed strange, given that he'd been here for almost a day. Things usually happen quicker than that. Still, he didn't let that distract him, as he tried to feign disinterest while he studied these strangers and tried to determine what the threat was going to be. The leader walked slowly around the room, studying each face one at a time, and even the men who seemed most likely to bluster or pick a fight over something like this were quiet and still. They know what's going on here, even if I don't, Simon thought to himself. That, as much as the cool deliberation that was going on, was enough to keep him right where he was even as the man slowly made his way across the bar toward him. Simon was certain he'd be picked out of the crowd for whatever aura it was he had about him. He'd been told so many times, but that didn't happen. Instead, only a few people before him, the man reached out and grabbed a hooded woman sitting by the other side of the fire and pulled her to her feet. "Here you are. Carolyn," the man smiled cruelly. "Did you really think you could hide from us so?" He stopped speaking as she lashed out with a knife instead of words, but it didn't penetrate the chainmail that was hidden underneath the man's robes, and he only smirked as he twisted her arms so hard that she dropped the knife even as he started to drag her off. "No, no," she screamed. "I'm not going back. You can't make me." "No, you're not," the cult leader agreed. "That bridge has been burned." Some small part of Simon breathed a sigh of relief right then. He'd been sure this dude had some mystical power to seek out people like Simon, but in the end, this was just some wacky cult thing. These guys were here to collect some runaway. Now, things fell into place a little more. He wasn't exactly about to let that happen, though, and even as the group began to condense and move toward the door, he got up and followed them outside. One of the men he was playing dice with shook his head almost imperceptibly, urging Simon not to, while the other just smiled. He was obviously looking forward to taking Simon's money as soon as these men struck him down, but he wasn't about to let that happen. "There's no point in resisting us, Carolyn," Simon heard the leader say as soon as he stepped outside. "The auguries were quite clear. You could have been one of the chosen, but now you are hopelessly tainted by this. Can I help you?" The man's focus shifted to Simon as soon as he stepped out of the front door. The front yard of the inn was full of horses and men, and the group's size had almost doubled to 10 warriors in white. But Simon still wasn't concerned. "If the lady doesn't want to go with you, then you're not taking her anywhere," he said simply. "Oh." The leader of the group smiled as his men began to fan out. It was clear to Simon that they knew what they were doing, unlike most of the people he'd fought on other levels. "Those are big words, but unless you go right back inside, I'm afraid my men are going to have to dirty their weapons on." Petit," Simon muttered. using a word of force to knock everyone in front of him backward, except the girl as he walked forward and grabbed her by the arm. That was enough to knock most of them off their feet, including the leader. Simon's eyes weren't on him, though. One of the other men, a younger warrior to the leader's left, looked familiar to Simon somehow. He had no idea who the man was or where he might have seen him, but neither that uncertainty nor the fact that Simon had just knocked him off his feet was enough to shake the look of recognition on his face. He'd clearly done something to piss that guy off. Before Simon could figure out what that was, though, the leader of these zealots was back on his feet. Simon had expected to knock some sense into them with that, but it wasn't fear in the other man's eyes. It was hunger, allying with actual warlocks now. "Carolyn," the man growled, drawing his sword. "Now things finally make sense?" Carolyn started speaking, but Simon already knew what she was going to say. He could see it in the fear in her eyes even before she shook free of his grip. "I'm not. I would never." She backed away, and once she was a few feet from Simon, she turned and ran. But he didn't take it personally. He'd known from the moment he started using magic no one was going to be on his team. That's just the way it was. He needed to be pitted against a literal zombie apocalypse for people to think he was the good guy. And apparently, religious zealots didn't rise to that level. "I don't want to hurt you," Simon said, not yet drawing his dagger. "If you just leave now, we can." "Un petit," he barked for a second time, as the three of the soldiers broke from their ranks and began to chase down the girl. Strangely, though, nothing happened. Simon was still processing that and wondering what he did wrong when their leader yelled out, "Don't worry about her. She won't get far. We have a higher calling now. We must cleanse this warlock." Between the level of confidence in the man's eyes and the way his magic had fizzled, Simon knew he should run. He might have, too, if he had any idea where it was he was supposed to run to. If he did, though, they'd just go after that woman again, and he wasn't about to trade his life for hers. Even if they killed him, he would buy her the time she needed to get away. He could always come back here. It wasn't like he didn't know the way. He could do that a lot easier if he had his sword, though, he thought to himself as he pulled his dagger and dropped into a fighting stance. No weapon, no armor, and apparently no magic. Was really going to limit his options, though. "Gervul Marin," he said, trying one more time as the men came cautiously closer. Simon felt the words come to life as he pronounced them as always. And he felt the power flow out of him. But for some reason, instead of the torrent of fire he visualized, only a few sparks appeared. "Rage as much as you like," the other man taunted at that. "As long as we have a whisperer here, your tricks are useless." Simon had no idea what this asshole was talking about, but as soon as he and his men charged Simon, he no longer had time to think about it. Instead, he made a fighting retreat from the village square until he could use the wall of the inn to keep one of his flanks safe. It was a losing battle, though. Not only was he nearly defenseless, but he wasn't as strong or as fast as he would like to be. So without magic, he was pretty much screwed. It took only a couple of minutes to realize that the person in gray, who stayed close to them but well behind the line of combat, was to blame for that. They were the Whisperer, whatever that was, and if he wanted the power to take these weirdos down, that was the person he had to take down. He could have done it too if he had a bow. Sadly, he didn't. So, he was going to have to improvise. Chapter 104. Simon waited for his moment. He parried and feinted, and each time he pulled back as he looked for an opening. It wasn't long before one of the men he faced off against was foolish enough to charge him. Simon was still a little too round to cleanly dodge such an attack, but he guided the tip of his opponent's blade away with his dagger before he moved forward, inside the other man's guard, and shoved his dagger into the gap between the man's gorget and his helmet. Then, while his opponent was choking on his own blood, Simon stole his sword. The weapon was a little heavier than the long sword he was used to, but it was 1,000 times better than the dagger he'd had moments ago. Until now, he'd been forced to give ground constantly. But now he lashed out, taking his opponents by complete surprise. He cursed himself for growing too reliant on his magic. Even as he moved, he imagined the openings he'd make if he could use even a minor word of force to parry a blow or knock the man across from him, off balance even a little. Despite that, the The two nearest him were on their back foot. Their armor saved them from any real damage, as Simon ended each parry with a hard slash that contained enough force to stagger them. Despite that, the best he was able to do was knock a few of the men over as he tripped and pushed them, while he kept the rest back off with wild swings of his sword. Those combinations were effective, but they were exhausting. As much as he would have liked to, there was no way he could keep that tempo up forever. Steel rang out against steel for almost a minute before he managed to take another one of them down, bringing the odds down to the still impossible 8-on-1. That was worlds better than 10-on-1, of course. But he'd been fresh then, and he was exhausted now. Still, he did his best, at least until he was surrounded. That was when he made a desperate push toward the person in gray robes. If he could take them down, then he could burn everyone else alive and escape. Sadly, the warriors in white anticipated that and never let him close to their whisperer, whatever the hell that was. On his third attempt, the closest he got was when he knocked down the warrior who had looked familiar earlier. As Simon raised his sword to gut the young man, he finally figured out who it was he'd been fighting. For a brief moment, he saw the man a few years younger as a boy, rolling around on the floor as he tried to pull those biting insects off of him. It was a gut-wrenching moment, and it was enough to stay his blade. "Eric?" Simon asked. It was a mistake. In his flashback, the boy looked up at him plaintively. But now he was back to the same hard-eyed man he'd been seconds before, practically daring Simon to strike him down with his eyes. He couldn't, of course. And so, he lost the initiative rather than turning the fight into 7-on-1. He didn't last much longer after that. Soon, his already heavy sword was made of lead, and once he was hemmed in between a few men with shields, he was quickly disarmed and then knocked off his feet. Once he was on the ground, it was over. Strangely, though, no one stabbed him. That was what he'd been expecting. Instead, they proceeded to start kicking him and beating him with the flat of their blades. They want me alive. He wondered as his fear rose along with his pain. Why? He had no answers, though. His world was reduced to a cluster of bruises that slowly expanded wider with every passing second. One sharp kick to the head almost knocked him unconscious. But the leader of the zealots called his men off then, and instead they began to bind his hands. "Patience," he called out. "Giving this demon a painless death will do nothing to save his eternal soul. First, he must be cleansed." Everyone cheered at that, and even Eric took a moment from glaring at Simon with hate to pray. He didn't have to wait long to find out what that meant for him, though. Part of him hoped they'd do something simple, like burn him at the stake. But it turned out to be even simpler than that as two men started dragging him toward the well in the center of the square. "Wait, you're going to drown me?" Simon asked, coughing up blood. He was fairly sure he'd broken a rib. In the town well, that's your cleansing. "Of course," the cult leader laughed. "And Carolyn will suffer the same fate as soon as we run her to ground again." "Yeah, but people drink from there," he said, confused. "Maybe, I don't know, find a pond or something." The cleansing metaphor he could get, even though it was dumb, but why not a river or something? This was a great way to cause a cholera outbreak or worse. Not that it would affect him. Drowning was a miserable way to go, but maybe if he could convince this asshole to go somewhere further afield, he'd have a chance to escape. "Nonsense," the sneering man said, looking more and more like the caricature of a villain. "We shall cleanse you here so everyone can see how you suffer for salvation. Then we'll fish your corpse out afterward and hang it from a post so that everyone will know the price for selling their soul. Your death here will save countless others. That at least I can thank you for." Simon rolled his eyes at that, but said nothing as the man began to give a speech about how anyone who covets the powers of the gods should be struck down. He continued to struggle as the man's still living minions held him, but they never got distracted enough for him to break free. He picked off a few things about the principalities of the waters, the sins of the ancestors, and the tainting of the source. But on the whole thing was impenetrable to Simon. All he really got out of listening to the rambling 5-minute sermon was that these guys weren't completely crazy, but they were pretty crazy about purging the unclean from the world, which he took to mean warlocks and magic users, as well as the fact that this guy's title was Seeker. The only part he really stopped struggling was when Eric made a tearful speech about how Simon had sucked the life out of his family. "My sisters both died that year, and our farm never had a good season after that. Thanks to this monster, the young man declared. I offer thanks to my father and all of his ancestors that such a wretch will finally be cleansed. What are you talking about? Simon yelled. I saved your family from the black swarm. Shut up! Eric roared. Neither of them ever had the blood sickness before you stayed with us. You did that to them. Before he could interject again, Simon was rewarded for his efforts by being dragged to his feet and punched in the stomach hard enough to shut him up and leave him gasping. That didn't end the whole ritual, of course. The seeker continued, and other people came forward, accusing Simon of things he'd never done. He was accused of making sheep barren and the winter too long. He was accused of burning down houses and souring milk. He laughed at those, at least. They were pure insanity. The only one that got under his skin was Eric's testimony. That left Simon wondering if there might be some truth to the aftermath of what he'd done to that swarm. Everything about that day horrified him already, from the bugs to how badly he wanted to try the word of transfer again. Even weeks later, the idea that he could use it on someone else still lingered most nights while he lay in bed. All he wanted to know was if he'd actually hurt someone, but each time he tried to ask, he was beaten and spit upon. Eventually, the seeker ended the ceremony and turned to face Simon. Do you have any last words? The prick asked as Simon was perched on the edge of the well. Yeah, next time I'm killing you first, Simon said. As he did so, he tried to wrap his legs around the guy and drag him to hell along with him. But unfortunately, he was still exhausted, and the Zealots' men succeeded in separating the two of them before Simon could fling himself down the well. He expected to hit the cold water and sink immediately. Only that isn't what happened. As soon as he hit the water, it started falling too. He had only a second to understand why before the whole thing flushed beneath him. That was the only way he could think about it, like he'd been flushed down a toilet. Only those obviously weren't going to exist for a few more centuries. Portal. The word flashed through his mind just before he hit the cavern floor. He hit hard, and what felt like a few rotting corpses broke his fall even as the water splashed widely around him. Simon had a few seconds to look around and listen to the cries of confusion from the well above him. But after that, the light that came from the hole faded from view, leaving him in the dark. What in the fuck was that? He asked himself. Simon had just enough time to recall that they were going to dump that girl in here, which made the exit's location make a strange sort of sense. But before he could piece things together more than that, or try to figure out how to free his hands, a low growl echoed through the cave. Wherever he wasn't in here alone. For a moment, Simon didn't move. He didn't even breathe. He just listened and tried to gather clues from that. Though the place stank, it sounded like there was only one creature in there with him. At least, he thought there was as he listened to the shuffling and the snuffling. Whatever it was big though, like really big. Simon instantly ruled out orc, but struggled to think of what it might be instead. Troll? He thought with more than a little trepidation. But those could see in the dark, couldn't they? A shiver went down his spine. He had his magic back, presumably. He just wasn't sure if he should use it or not. Would light make this worse or better, he wondered. For now, at least, he let his eyes grow accustomed to the dark and listened carefully for any sign that whatever was in here with him might be getting closer. Chapter 105. Simon tried to get up from where he'd fallen as quietly as he could and whispered, Offerum, on batit, to cut the ropes on his hands free. But in the dark, every sound seemed to carry, and stealth was, ironically, impossible. As loud as whispering had seemed, though, moving was worse. As he tentatively stood, the debris he was on top of skidded and clattered down a slope of other disgusting refuse, and he stumbled as he almost lost his footing. For a moment, whatever was in here with him froze at the sound of his tumble, and then it began stomping toward him with increasing speed. Thinking fast, Simon picked up the nearest rock and threw it to the opposite side of the cavern, or wherever it was that he was at. Now, that made the monster freeze again for a moment, but when it started moving, Simon was pretty sure that its direction hadn't changed. It was coming right for him. Simon continued to ease himself down the midden heap, and he reached out for anything he might be able to use. This time, when he found a bone, he whispered, Afarum barum, as he threw the thing overhand, as hard as he could overhand away from him. The bone burst into the pale yellow flashlight beam that he'd envisioned, and it tumbled end over end through the dark thanks to the word of lesser light he'd used. That only lasted for 2 or 3 seconds before the creature it illuminated lashed out, shattering it and sending glowing fragments in every direction. Those 2 seconds were enough, though. Up until now, the biggest thing that Simon had dealt was a troll. Technically, the wyvern was bigger, but he'd been pretty far away from it when he struck it down, so that didn't really count. If the troll had been 10 or 12 feet tall, then this ogre was easily 15 feet. It was impossible to say in the eerie location that was this cavern. What he could say, though, was that the thing was a tough old bastard. Its body was covered in scars, and one of its eyes was milky and useless. None of those features distracted him from the thickly knotted muscles that covered the two. Why had creature or the tree trunk club that it had just used to such deadly effect as it turned a single ulna bone into 50 ulna fragments that twinkled like stars as they rained down across the ground? It was beautiful in a strange, savage way. But that didn't stop Simon from picking up speed. In the brief flash of light, he saw the glint of metal from a rusted blade and grabbed that too, even as he darted into a darker part of the cave. It was a good thing he'd done so too, because he'd only gotten a dozen feet when he heard the ogre's club swing down hard on the pile of bone, and filth he'd been standing on only moments ago. He felt pieces of bone and stone spray across his back, which was painful since he lacked his leather armor, but he did not cry out. Instead, he ran for another second, and as soon as the sound of debris stopped, he stopped too. The dim lights of his initial spell were already starting to fade, and the brightest details were charcoal gray against the black of the cave. From where Simon was standing now, trying very hard to control his breath, he thought he could see light leaking from the entrance to the monster's lair, but he didn't run toward it. He didn't even breathe. He just stood there, trying to ignore the stink and the feeling of blood dripping down his back as he waited to see what the creature did next. It apparently had a similar thought, because it also waited quietly. Well, almost quietly. It still shuffled and snorted, but it did not rampage or do anything else that might hide the sounds of its quarry. Instead, it stood there breathing in out of those giant lungs that sounded like wheezing bellows, and Simon reminded himself that he was well inside the range of its weapon still, and anything he did to draw attention to himself might well be it for this run. That would be intolerable, he thought to himself. This is the 30th floor, and that ugly piece of shit is the only thing that's standing between me and finding out the truth about what happened. It was frustrating, but not so frustrating that he didn't stand there and take shallow breaths as he thought things through and wondered when the bastard would lose interest. He'd already used a major word and a number of lesser words during the witch hunt, but he thought he could do just about anything he wanted within reason. The only obstacle was the darkness. Well, not the only obstacle, he corrected himself, but certainly the main one. The fact that it was huge and stronger than a bull were certainly problems as well, but the fact that he couldn't see it to precisely target it was the biggest problem of all. If he wanted to use force, he was going to need to keep it pretty focused to penetrate so much bulk. But if he wanted to make sure he hit it, the strike would have to be wide. There was no good overlap between those two strategies. Eventually, things turned in his favor, and the beast grew restless. It started groping through the pile of shattered bones, looking for a corpse to feast on. Simon took that opportunity to slink away and pick up a few more stones. Then, in rapid succession, he used the words of lesser light and started tossing them around the room near the ogre. It was enraged, of course, and bellowed so powerfully that Simon could smell its awful halitosis from here. But at last, he could see the thing, and the 5 stones scattered between here and there gave him a good sense of depth, too, which was all he needed for the spell that game next. Jervul Vostin, he yelled. Greater Earth. The new word tore its way out of his throat, much more harshly than any of the words he was more familiar with, and he tasted blood and brimstone. But he didn't let that dissuade him. He'd never tried a spell like this before, but he had no doubt it would work. More importantly, the odds of him missing in a serious way, like he might with force, were a lot more minor. The first time he tried this magic, it was to dig a small hole, but this time it was for something far more brutal. The floor around the ogre and the ceiling above it suddenly sprouted stalagmites and stalactites that started to devour it like the maw of an angry dragon. The creature bashed through several, but even as it did so, others continued to grow. tripping it up. And as it rose to its feet, the stalactites that hadn't been destroyed above it continued to grow, pinning it down. "Voston," he yelled again. He wanted to use the major power word, but he didn't trust himself to hold up under that level of abuse, and he didn't think he'd need that much extra power to finish this thing off. Flesh, even flesh as strong as the Orges, offered no real resistance to stone, and the sharp points of rock that continued to extend by the will of magic extended forward, without regard to the creature's bellows of agony, as it was speared and pinned simultaneously. Apparently, none of the things hit somewhere vital, though, because it roared in anger so loudly that the whole cavern shook. For a moment, Simon was deafened, but then he heard the worst sound of all, the sound of stone cracking. He darted forward, intent on striking this thing down, while it was still tied down like Gulliver. He was too slow for that, though, and the thing was already rising to its feet by the time he reached it. The thing was pierced over and over again by fire hydrant-thick stone. And in places, the flesh was entirely torn where the ogre's skin had torn before the pillar had shattered. It was a breathtakingly brutal sight, but not as brutal as the look of rage in the thing's one good eye. It was completely bloodshot now, and if he could kill with a look the way the basilisk could, he'd already be ground to paste. It couldn't, though, and when it raised its arm with its club, both of them found out simultaneously that it couldn't kill him that way either. Its arm was still connected at the shoulder, but halfway down the forearm, there was only a bloody stump and a bit of dangling flesh that was its 2-foot-wide hand. Simon had the brief thought that he didn't actually need to kill this thing anymore. He just needed to keep away from it while it bled out. But it seemed to sense that and began charging forward on its hand and knee, forcing him back and further from the exit. Now, he was in trouble. Behind him and to his left were rough stone walls, and to his right was the uncertain footing of the midden heap he'd landed on. There were no good options here, but every moment he delayed, he lost ground and escape routes. He could see there was going to be no easy way out of here. So Simon reached back and threw his rusted sword in a powerful overhand throw. Miraculously, it struck the creature's eye point first, embedding deep into the thing's eye socket. Unfortunately, though, the eye it embedded into was the already blinded one. Simon stumbled back as the ogre roared and lashed out at him. It wasn't trying to get him, though. It was trying and failing to grasp the slender thing with its arm-sized fingers. For a moment, Simon was too dazed at watching this ugly, bloody fumbling. But then, before it could wrench the thing free, he kicked out hard, slamming his boat into the hilt, forcing it another few inches deeper. Ah! The ogre roared in pain, batting him aside like a rag doll and sending him careening painfully against the nearest wall. He should have been grateful that the ogre was already so close to death that most of its strength was gone. If it hadn't been, he would have broken more than a few bones from that impact. Instead, he merely lay there dazed for a moment before he whispered, "Un bedet," slamming the sword deep into the creature's pea-sized brain and going halfway to the hilt. The ogre continued to move even after that, but they were the twitchy, spasmodic movements of a corpse, and nothing that prevented him from laying here a moment longer and basking in the afterglow before he finally rose to his feet to prepare for what needed to happen next. Chapter 106. "Helades!" Simon yelled, staggering toward the light. "Helades, this is level 30, and I'm here. You owe me some answers." "Well, an answer at least," she said just behind him, making him whirl around to see the goddess. "And might I say, you've made excellent progress. It only took a handful of deaths and a few years of life to get all the way down to the ogre. Good work. I didn't come here to make progress," he yelled, wiping away the blood on his forehead before it dripped into his eye and sheathing his sword lest the goddess decide he was threatening her. "I came to talk to you." "So talk," she said, her smile growing a little tighter. "What is it you want to know? Freya, was she faithful to me? Did I fail her? Did Vartan?" he asked without a moment's hesitation. But despite his need, he still couldn't bring himself to finish the awful thought. A dozen more important questions flashed through his mind in that instant, but he ignored them. That was the only one that kept him up at night, though. That was the one he needed to know the answer to more than anything. "Oh, Simon, I thought we were past this." Helade sighed. "Are you sure there aren't other?" More pressing questions on your mind? She proceeded to drone off a list of questions in his own voice, one after the other, and each one left him slightly more pissed off as she seemed to read his mind and, worse, mock him. Why am I too late to save people, but just in time to clean up the mess? How does that make any sense? Why do some levels reappear while others stay completed? What the hell is it I am supposed to do with that stupid basement anyway? Past? He asked, balling up his fists involuntarily as he ignored her list. I loved her. Helled her. Hellets I still do, but I need to know. More than I need to know why Schwarzenbruck is back or why Freya has changed. I need to know. Simon, she sighed. Your wife. She was always faithful to you. How could you doubt that? She was a good woman, and you did the best you could for her. You could have done more, but agonizing over that will take you to dark places that no one should go, especially not when they're functionally immortal. Let her rest in peace. But the things she said, he answered, holding back tears. And then, when Vartan, Helids did the most unexpected thing then and stepped forward, giving him a hug. He was about to hug her back, but instead, the world dissolved around him. Suddenly, he was reliving those awful moments, but in reverse. Killing Vartan and feeling the urge to do it over and over again, burying Freya, trying and failing to save her life, and then coming home to find her in the arms of another man and watching her slip and fall to her death. Things were moving fast, and even before he fully experienced one moment, the next was rushing up to meet him. Every part of him strained to use a word of force to catch her as she fell, or to decapitate the foul man that had done this to her. No, he thought to himself in that instant decapitation would be much too good for the man. He wanted to atomize him and turn him into a bloody mist. He wanted to watch him burn. And even as his rage started to boil over, things progressed further back, but now they were from Freya's perspective. Instead of watching himself go back out to fight off the orcs and save Krovar, he watched his wife have a conversation with Vartan just before he arrived. No, she insisted, pushing the man away. If Simon dies and all is lost, I still wouldn't want you, Vartan. Not like this. Not with you. Not ever with you. What he'd walked in on and thought was a moment of lustful passion was a moment of anger instead. That surprised him even though he knew that it shouldn't. Each moment was followed by the one before it, and they were only picking up speed as they went, which made it hard to follow the events and made the dialogue nearly impossible to grasp. He puzzled it out, though, as best he could. To him, it seemed the noble had been expecting the city to fall and had tried and failed to seduce Simon's wife. The man should have been on the wall fighting for his life, but instead, he was trying to take what wasn't his. It was infuriating. But more than that, the exchange showed that they'd never been intimate. There was no secret affair, as he'd worried about for so long. That should have been enough, but time kept moving backward, giving him dozens more insights into his wife's life. He saw, when he kissed her goodbye that morning before he left for the wall, he saw her break down in tears almost every day in the days leading up to that moment because he was a little too honest about their slim chances of victory. Beyond that, though, he mostly saw how lonely she was. He'd brought her to a town where she didn't speak the language, and every time he was away, she was almost completely isolated. The most friendly relationship she seemed to have was with the local butcher and the innkeepers they'd stayed with before their cottage was finished. As the days passed one after the other, all he noted was the way that their tiny little home slowly got dirtier and emptier as it got closer and closer to when they'd moved in. It was a quiet, simple life, and sadly, Freya spent most of it alone. That, by itself, was enough of an indictment to make Simon feel terrible about all the little ways he'd failed her. He'd never really understood the sad look in her eyes or the way she clung to him when he returned home. Then, suddenly, Vartan slammed the door and left their house. No, he was entering it, but in reverse, after cutting her arm, and now he had a knife to Freya's throat. It was a confusing mix of images, and Simon struggled to make sense of them for a moment. That was only for an instant. After that, he tried and failed to leap through whatever strange magic this was to rip the man's throat out. Still, time continued to move back irrevocably as these two argued. Then it did something else unexpected, and finally stopped somewhere near the beginning of the conversation. This moment should answer all the questions you ever had about Freya, Helides whispered as time resumed its forward course. Time started to move again after that, but it flowed forward again at normal speed, granting him insight into a moment he'd never should have been able to experience. Well, mostly. The violence he'd just seen was gone, and instead, the two sat there having tea like old friends. Freya was busy laughing at something, Vartan said, and Simon had no idea how this moment could possibly lead to the violence he'd already seen in the future. Only a couple minutes from now, Vartan, for all his faults, thanks to his tutors, he's one of the few people in all of Crovar that spoke the North tongue fluently, Helides whispered. He's actually been quite a good friend to your wife until now, though you don't need to look into his heart like I can to see that his intentions were anything but honorable. Simon would have nodded in agreement if he'd still had a head to do that. Within this strange, disembodied experience, he could see the hunger radiating off the man and watch his eyes glance at her breasts, or ass, whenever she looked away. The conversation continued politely for another moment, but then it all fell apart when he leaned forward to kiss her, and she jerked away sharply even as she slapped him hard enough to leave a red mark on his cheek. "What do you think you're doing?" she cried out. "I'm a married woman, married to a man that's never here," Vartan said, smiling coldly as he rubbed his cheek. "I could fix that, you know. I could make sure he's sent on safer missions, and that he's home more often in return for certain considerations." Freya's eyes widened as she realized that the very reason that Simon was in jeopardy so often was exactly because this man wanted to get her alone like this. She was already rising to her feet as he spoke, but that comment was enough to make her take a swing at him. "You? From the beginning, you did all this on purpose," she said as he caught her arm effortlessly and twisted it before releasing her, sending her spinning. "Come now," he said. "Don't play coy with me. We both knew what this was from the start. You're a beautiful woman, and you obviously have needs that a commoner like Simon could never hope to satisfy. I thought you were my friend," she said, but even as she turned around, he was drawing his knife, and her words failed her. Her strength didn't, though, and she immediately grabbed the broom and struck out at her tormentor, trying to swat him away enough to open the door and run. Vartan was an able duelist, and after playing with his prey for a moment, he disarmed her and pressed her into the corner. "Don't make this more difficult than it has to be," he sneered. "I'd hate to make you sew your pretty little dress back together after I cut it off you." Simon's heart went cold as he watched this terrible moment. It hurt him more than he would have thought possible that this happened, and that he'd not only been unable to protect her, but he'd never even known about it. That mystery, more than anything, made him fear what awful thing the goddess was going to show him next. Freya didn't flinch or cower, though. She definitely didn't give in. Instead, she stepped forward until the knife was inches from her throat. "Go on," she dared him. "Do it." "I don't have to kill you to have my way with you," Vartan snarled. "If you do that, I'll just kill myself, and it will amount to the same thing," Freya shot back. "When my husband finds me cold and dead on our floor, he'll know what happened, and he'll know who did it. You know what will happen then?" "How could he possibly?" Vartan asked. But Freya ignored him and continued stepping close enough to his weapon that he was forced to pull it back a little bit. "He'll rip your black heart and burn your city to the ground," she continued. "You've never seen him." "Not the way I have? Him? Simon?" Vartan laughed. "I'll have him shot from the wall before he ever reaches the gate. Even if he really is a warlock, that will be enough to put him in the ground. You place an awful lot of confidence in fairy stories." Freya grinned fairly. "Like that's the first time Simon has been shot. I know you've heard the rumors. The way he heals, the way he kills." Vartan swallowed hard. He said nothing, but the look in his eyes said he had indeed heard the rumors. "He fought through a city of zombies. He walked through worlds to save me," she bragged, acting like she didn't have a care in the world. "What are you to him? You're just a little prick with a little prick." "I'm not afraid of him or you," Vartan said, but there was no conviction there. Instead, all he could do was lick his dry lips and decide whether or not he wanted to call her bluff. In the end, he decided that he did not and moved his knife quickly down to her arm. "Your husband won't always return home," he gloated. "One day, he'll die for the glory of my barony, and when he does, I'll be coming by to console you personally." I will never be yours, Freya spat. No? I've already marked you along with everything else that belongs to me. He smiled cruelly as he looked at her now bleeding arm. When the time is right, I will be back to claim you myself. Vartan slammed the door behind him, and when he was gone, she slumped against the door and slid down it until she was sitting on the floor. All her bravado and her fearlessness drained out of her then, and she began to sob. Simon, she cried, where are you? Chapter 107. As the strange memory that wasn't his own faded, Simon found himself alone on the dark floor of the cave. He wanted to thank Hylades, but the goddess that had given him such terrible, brutal insight was gone, and he was, along with his self-loathing for not having done more to make Freya happy. The whole thing had ripped open the infected wound that was her passing, and right now, it hurt almost as much as it did in that terrible moment. That it might heal cleanly this time did nothing to stop the sobs that racked him for the next few minutes, as all the emotion and the poison poured out of him in the privacy of that foul cave, with nothing but the sightless eyes of the dead ogre to see his shame. He might have lingered there for hours, wallowing in his self-pity, but eventually, the minor wounds on his back that had been inflicted by the spray of stone and bone shrapnel began to ache, and he was forced to speak a few words of minor healing to address them. That one small act was enough to remind him of where and who he was. He had infinity to mope if he wanted to, but that wouldn't get him out of the pit. Just what? 70 levels to go, he muttered as he forced himself to his feet. I fucking wish. More like 80, I think. Maybe 90. It's hard to say. As Simon groped his way toward the light, he vowed to make a proper accounting on his next trip down through the levels, and use the mirror to make sure that he knew exactly how many levels he'd completed, even if that seemed to be occasionally subject to change. Still, he was pretty sure he'd completed at least 10% of them. That was something, right? 30% explored, 10% completed? Yeah, he could live with that. As Simon got closer to the entrance, he could see the dried gore and half-devoured corpses that decorated the place and took solace that the monster he'd killed, however crudely, would never trouble these people again. He wondered what people would make of the stone-entombed corpse when he found it, but that was a riddle for someone else. I probably should have checked for treasure or something, he mused as he approached the entrance, but he just shrugged the idea off. A careful search of that place would be disgusting, and he wanted no part of that. Fresh air was the real treasure as far as he was concerned. Not having a sword wasn't a good feeling, of course, but he could deal with that later. Even though his throat burned, he was good for at least a couple more words of power if push came to shove. Outside of the cave was a steep slope and a pine forest, with only a single winding road climbing up the side of the mountain to indicate that civilization had ever reached this far. There were no threats, though, beyond the chill in the air and his lack of any equipment. He paused for a moment, both because he was pretty sure that this was the boundary to level 31, and because the smart move here would probably be to go back and pick through the corpses of the dead to look for useful supplies. For whatever reason, Helids loved to put the entrances and exits close to the goal. Sometimes confusingly so, and cave mouths and doorways seemed to be her favorites. He wasn't going to go back, though, only forward. So if he got caught at a snowstorm or whatever and died, it was what it was. So, after a few minutes, he started down the slope, and careful to mind the poor footing, he slowly made his way down to the road. When he was far enough away, he looked back up and decided that this was definitely the next level. There's no way that Giant Ogre was crawling in and out of this tiny-ass entrance every time he got hungry, he said to himself as he worked through the thought. When he reached the trail, he examined the signs of foot traffic. It was clear to Simon that despite being deserted now, this road saw a lot of use, or at least it had recently. It was a sandy thing that didn't hold Prince well, but he could see that most of the traffic had gone uphill and sighed at that. He'd been hoping for a walk downhill. After an hour, he missed his water skin more than anything, and his scratchy throat began to eat at him. After 2, he was forced to deviate from his path just to devour the thin trickle that was a mountain stream coming from somewhere high above him on the slope. It wasn't much, and he had to use a word of lesser cure afterward, just to make sure he hadn't just poisoned himself with Guardia, or worse. 2 hours later, though, there was nothing to slake his thirst, and until he smelled the faint hint of wood smoke, he'd given real thought to casting the word of ice just to have something to drink as it melted. Simon spent the day regretting his thought that the portals were always so close together. Clearly, Helids had heard that and decided to punish him for that little irony. Even if that was true, though, he still couldn't be mad at her. He was still too grateful for the closure she'd given him after all this time. Despite being reduced to his boots, the clothes on his back, and only a few remaining coins in his pouch, he felt freer than he had in a long time. But it was tenuous thread, and he was very conscious that some orcs or beastmen suddenly rampaging down the slope would be more than enough to put a quick end to him. He didn't find the village until nightfall, and it was the lights and sounds of the town's inn that lead him there down the dark mountain road. The whole thing was nestled in a valley that he couldn't see much of. But given everything else he'd seen that day, he was sure that was nice. Simon had been expecting to get stares when he showed up looking like a vagrant, or when he paid for a drink with gold, but he didn't even make it that far. The inn was fact, it was overflowing. Men were drinking in the courtyard. People were sitting on the porch, the horse railing, and even sleeping in the hayloft of the stables. "What in the hell is going on here?" Simon asked a couple of decent enough-looking guys who looked halfway to plastered after he'd taken it all in. "Oh, you're not here for the hunt?" The mustached one grinned, leaning forward. "Course he ain't," the dark-haired man sitting next to him said, burping loudly. "You think by this point you don't recognize every single member of Ananias's entourage, even the bloody whores. Sorry about that. Don't worry. This is just one last celebration before we're off. We'll be heading out in the morning, and you can have your sleepy little village all to yourself again." "What hunt?" Simon asked. If they thought he was from wherever this was, then so much the better. He had no intention of correcting him. "What hunt, he says?" the first man laughed. "Ananias? Sir Ananias? The Red. How can you not know what it is we're hunting when you hear a name as storied as that?" "I've never heard of him," Simon answered truthfully with a shrug. "Bah, country bumpkins, the lot of you," the second man said, gesturing so wildly that some of his beer escaped his glass, sloshing on the ground and reminding Simon how thirsty he was. How could anyone not have heard the story of the Red Knight? They spent the next hour regaling him with stories of the man and his bold tactics that had seen him kill any number of monsters, including an honest-to-God dragon. That was interesting, and Simon would love to meet the man to determine just what sort of magic it was he was wielding to make that possible. Even more than the dragon, or the knight, or even what it was they were doing here. He was interested in getting a drink, so when the waitress came around and handed him off a tankard, he was basically a captive audience. He let them talk and talk about how their patron was here to slay the verdigris-scaled worm at the top of the Scrinver's Peak. But when Simon asked the men why they needed so many people to face a single dragon, they laughed again. "Oh, not many of us are crazy enough to take on Icefang. A few of the guys will actually go into her lair with Sir Aenys, of course. Khedive, Brannon, a couple of the others." As he spoke, the mustached man said pointed a few of the others out. "But you can't just slay a dragon?" "You can't?" Simon asked, confused. "No." The dark-haired man answered loudly enough for people to give them a look. "You've got to hand butchers to slaughter it, skinners and tanners to cure the hide properly, and then, of course, it's hoard. All of that is going to need porters and teamsters, too. Dragon slaying is a whole enterprise, not a one-man show." To Simon, it kind of sounded like they were describing whaling without a ship, but he didn't comment on it. He just nodded along and kept agreeing where it seemed right to as he enjoyed the free beer. The party continued until almost midnight, and it was only after it finally wound down that Simon found a bit of the floor in the common room and crashed out. As promised, the caravan mobilized and left in the morning. He stole a bit of porridge from the large kettle and watched the men slowly boil out of the inn. In the end, he stopped counting at 50 as the long train of wagons and mules began to decamp and worm their way past the village to the higher foothills that lay beyond them. The villages wished them well, but as soon as the dragon hunters were gone and they realized Simon wasn't part of their crazy enterprise, the innkeeper and his family immediately talked about how crazy the whole thing was. "Crazy's okay," the gray-beard proprietor said. "You know, as long as they pay well." That's all that really matters. That's all that really matters unless they wake that monster up and fail to strike it down, his wife said shrilly. But neither of them said any more after that. It was obviously an old argument. What mattered more than anything was that they were more than happy to take Simon's coin and rent him a room for a few nights. Meals are going to be a little sparse on the account of, well, you know, the innkeeper said, waving his hand. But I can promise you lamb and beer tonight at the very least. That and a warm bath is all I really need, Simon said pleasantly. He spent that evening soaking in the small wooden tub until the water was filthy and cold. After that, he enjoyed a warm meal in the common room, then spent the wee hours sewing the holes in his clothes with a needle and thread he'd borrowed, while he muttered into a mirror about everything he'd seen in the last few levels. The mirror was able to answer some of the questions he'd answered about the level with the black swarm where he'd first met Eric. The mirror couldn't say if the boy's story had been true because it didn't know how magic worked. It wasn't too frustrating, though, and it felt good to get all that off of his chest. He passed the next 2 days in a similar way, and on the 4th day, he finally started to consider following after the Dragon Slayers. It was obvious. That was what he was here for, after all. Most levels involved a monster, and nothing was more monstrous than a dragon. Partway through, a story that the innkeeper was telling him about the beast, though. The world erupted in flames. Simon was indoors, so he wasn't able to see a wider view of things. Instead, the north wall of the inn caved in, and the roof collapsed on them as a wall of flame literally mowed down the building and made himself the innkeeper, and anyone else unlucky enough to find themselves ignite like a candle. Gervul Hayak! Simon managed to croak, instantly regenerating all of his crisping and melting skin. That didn't save him, though. Even as his skin healed, it began to burn again, and as soon as he inhaled to speak again, he burned his lungs badly enough to make further speech impossible. As a result, he died in agony less than a minute later. Chapter 108. I mean, I was never getting out of here without fighting a dragon, Simon thought to himself as he looked up at the ceiling of his little cabin. After all the other weird levels, that was pretty much impossible, was it, Helades? Still, despite his cynicism, he couldn't help but smile. He hadn't gotten to see it, of course, but he would, and despite the agonizing death he'd endured, that made part of him indescribably happy. On one level, just the idea that something like that could exist was freaking cool. But the other part was even more important to him. He was going to face a dragon, and he wasn't the least bit afraid of it. That was better than any level up in the world. After all, why should he be afraid of the dragon? The worst thing it could do was kill him instantly. He doubted he would have even had the thought to heal himself if the inn's walls hadn't shielded him from the worst of its fiery breath. Instant kills weren't so bad. Not that it mattered right now. He didn't expect that he'd be going that deep for a while. There were more important things to do than running from level to level now that he had his answer. He wouldn't get that chance again until level 40, and that was a long ways from here. Mirror, show me a list of levels, Simon said, as he sat up and rotated toward the thing. As he watched the screen begin to populate the list, he sighed and shook his head. It was literally just a list of levels, which was not helpful in any way. Level 1, Level 2, Level 3, Level 4. No, stop, pause. Not like that, Simon called out. I want them listed by their hazard or place. Something. I do not understand, the mirror told him. Like, level 1 is rats in the root cellar, and level 2 is bats in a dungeon, you know? Simon answered, trying to be patient as he reached for the bottle of wine. I want to put together a plan, and for that I need more information. The mirror paused for a few seconds, and when it tried again, it seemed to be going well, but some gaps quickly developed. Level 1, rats in the root cellar level 2. Bats in a dungeon level 3, level 4, level 5, level 6, zombies in an inn level 7. It took Simon a second to realize why it had only populated a few of the levels, and left most of them blank, but he quickly figured it out. Most of those levels have no reflective surfaces of any kind, so it hasn't actually seen them, or me in them even. All right, mirror, let's try this again, Simon said. I'm going to tell you what's in each level and you're going to remember, and then print it all out for me, all right? Does that sound fair? Simon spent the next 10 minutes trying to figure out what was on each level and repeating it back to the mirror. When he was finally done, the list was much more comprehensible. Level 1, rats in the root cellar level 2, bats in a dungeon level 3, goblins in a cave level 4, skeletons in a crypt level 5, slime in a sinkhole level 6, zombies in an inn level 7, carrion crawler in a sewer level 8, carnivorous plants in the ruins level 9, wyvern on a mountaintop level 10, fire elementals in Ionar level 11, an owlbear in a forest level 12, a troll in a village level 13, a demon in a church level 14, ghosts in a manor level 15, golem in a cave level 16, orcs raiding a village level 17, ice orb in a village level 18, plague in Harag level 19, lizardman in a swamp level 20, basilisk among the ruins level 21, ghosts in a cemetery level 22, rebels at a party level 23, the sea seraph level 24, giant spider in a level 25, black swarmer on a farm level 26, werewolf in the mountains level 27, centaurs near Crovar level 28, poisoned oasis level 29, cultists in a village level 30, ogre's den level 31, dragon in the mountains. When it was all said and done, it was quite the list, and Simon couldn't quite read the whole thing without the mirror scrolling a little. He tried to get the mirror to put them all on a map, but he quickly found out that the mirror had no map. I'm going to have to draw one, aren't I? He sighed. Oh, well, it will be a fun project. He added that to his to-do list. Fortunately, he found one little feature that was more than a little helpful. The mirror wasn't very smart or even very knowledgeable, but it was more than capable of telling him which levels had been solved. Well, it didn't use the word solved. It was capable of telling him which levels were currently inaccessible, though which in Simon's mind amounted to pretty much the same thing. When he asked it to display only accessible levels, the situation became much clearer. Level 1, rats in the root cellar level 2, bats in a dungeon level 4, skeletons in a crypt level 6, zombies in an inn level 7, carrion crawler in a sewer level 8, carnivorous plants in the ruins level 10, fire elementals in Ionar level 13, a demon in a church level 21, ghosts in a cemetery level 22, rebels at a party level 23, the sea seraph level 24, giant spider in a level 25, black swarmer on a farm level 27, centaurs near Crovar level 28, poisoned oasis level 29, cultists in a village level 31, dragon in the mountains. So I've completed 14 levels, huh? He said, nodding at the much more manageable list. Well, currently anyway. It was impossible for him not to notice one entry on that list, of course. The inn, Freya's level. Not my Freya, though, he corrected himself before he started to spiral. It was something he had to handle eventually, of course. And though he wanted to do it immediately, he didn't have to. He could choose to tackle other levels first. So, since he wasn't in a hurry, he reviewed each level and thought about it carefully. Was this level going to be easy to complete? Did he have an idea about what needed to be done? Was there any risk he could have another awful experience and get turned into a zombie or worse? Was there any chance to see his friends? These were the criteria by which he ranked the levels, and after he thought about it for a good long time, he went outside, grabbing the pole, and went fishing again while he thought about it. He didn't feel like bread or cheese after all. But some pan-fried fish in a wine reduction sauce sounded pretty good. By that evening, Simon had decided that he was definitely going to dig a little deeper into the rat level, and that after that, he was going to check out what that shiny thing was in the sewers. Even if it was disgusting, but he still couldn't decide if he should dig deeper into the new Schwarzenbruck, or if he wanted to take a pass on that for now. If future levels are changing, it is almost certainly because I'm changing the past, Simon reminded himself as he gutted his first fish. So I should definitely focus on those first, right? After all, anything I do in a later level could easily be undone with a new victory. He wasn't entirely sure that was the case, though. Was Schwarzenbruck back because he saved the village, or because he saved the king? Though Helade seemed to think that the former was more important based on the location of her portal, he was certain that preventing a war and the countless lives he'd saved in the process would have a bigger impact on history. It was a fascinating idea, and he would have loved to explore it more, but he still didn't have enough context. If this was Earth, he could watch different things play out thanks to all the history classes he'd been forced to attend over the years. But here and now? Not so much. He only had the roughest idea of geography. History was far beyond him at this point. Maybe I should fix that, he thought before deciding against it. He could spend a lifetime studying the history of each level, but that would get him no closer to dragon slaying, or whatever lay past it. Part of him wanted to try to take out the volcano beast again. He was fairly certain that the frost sword from the crypt tied into that somehow. But there was no way that he was doing that until he lost some weight, though Simon tried to keep his eyes on the bigger picture and his goals as he caught 2 more fish that afternoon and went home to cook them. What he eventually focused on was his body. He hadn't even slimmed down completely in his last life because it had been too short, but the difference between then and now was palpable. Just sitting in the shade was enough to make him sweat, and the walk home winded him, even though it was over level ground. Honestly, this is worse than death, he sighed as he relit the small stove. Starting from 0. He wasn't, of course. He knew that. His character sheet was filling out nicely, and when he checked it once the fish was done cooking, he saw that he'd lost a negative karma. He was making progress in every conceivable way, but waking up in this body. In his body, it was a reminder of how far he'd let himself go in his last life, and that pained him. Simon didn't think much about life in his basement room anymore because it was simply too depressing. He still remembered his games fondly, of course, but the person he sometimes caught in the reflection of his monitor, well, he didn't like to think about it. Even with how he'd sometimes been unfairly treated by the people in his life, he still should never have gotten so lazy. Lazy? There. He said it. He'd been lazy, and it had cost him. Looking through his life since he'd come to the pit, though, he was satisfied to note that there was almost no laziness in evidence. It was just him working hard and learning new things, and honestly, that felt good. Simon nodded as he finished his meal and got ready for bed. Tomorrow he would descend and start taking care of things on his to-do list. He didn't know if he was going to spend any time in Schwarzenbruck yet, but he knew that he was going to get some shit done. Regardless, right now he had 87 levels to go, and maybe by the time he died next, that would be down to 85, or even 80. Chapter 109. Simon woke up once during the night, dreaming that the goblins had tried the shutters. But when he went outside, there were no fresh tracks, so he lay back down until sleep took him. He didn't fear goblins anymore, but bravery wouldn't be enough to stop them from driving a spear through his guts or ripping out his throat. They were like raccoons, but more murdery. Both creatures could open doors and latches, of course, but one of them only wanted to knock over your garbage cans and feast on your trash. The other wanted to feast on you. Well, goblins probably would be perfectly happy to feast on whatever was in my trash can if I had one, Simon mused as he lay there, falling back to sleep. In the morning, he took his time getting ready and prepared as well as he'd ever done. He didn't even forget the axe, though he did desperately regret that he would have to carry a sack of junk around, rather than a real backpack. He'd have to get one of those made at the first opportunity. In the root cellar, Simon killed every last rat without difficulty, and it was only when that was done that he slammed the trapdoor shut and then started to hack it to pieces with the axe. It was awkward work because he was swinging a hatchet against thick wood above his head, and it took several minutes to make real progress as wood chips rained down on him from above. Part of him worried that someone would investigate because he was being so loud, but the rest of him kinda hoped that they did. Chopping away at the boards from such an awkward position was a pain. Finally, after a couple of minutes of creating a slowly deepening series of overlapping cuts, he threw the axe down and picked up his mace, shattering the weakened board. Simon reached up and tried to move the bar that was holding it closed, but he found no such object. Instead, there was something heavy resting on it. He fished around a little and was gradually able to push whatever it was out of the way. But the whole time he did so, he worried something would chop his arm clean off. They didn't, though, and when he finally freed up the trapdoor and pushed it open, he found a dark room. When he finally figured out where he was, though he had trouble believing it, the furniture had been knocked over and smashed, and everything was covered in a thick layer of dust and grime. But he would have bet his life that this was his cabin. Just dirtier, and maybe older. Simon crawled up out of his hole and with a word, he ignited a torch so he could get a better look. It didn't answer any questions, though. He could see signs of goblin damage, but there were human tracks in the dirt, too. There wasn't even enough left of the mirror to ask it a question. He tried, but its words were scattered across the slivers and shards of glass so thinly that they were little more than a blue shimmer. Simon went outside next and looked around. But the nighttime view didn't look too much different than what he was used to. He walked to the temple and found it slightly more overgrown than before, but otherwise unchanged, and he saw a bonfire in the woods that hinted at goblins, but opted not to investigate that further because he didn't want to be distracted from the question at hand with a pitched battle. Why would a portal take me forward in time but nowhere in space? He wondered. He didn't have an answer, though he was sure that there was one he was missing. Simon eventually strolled over to the river, using that as his mirror, and asked, "Mirror, can you tell me how far I've traveled into the future?" "The future?" the mirror asked. "I don't understand." "This is the present." "Yes," Simon agreed. "It's my present, but it is the future of the last level. Can you tell me how much time has passed between where I was and where I am?" "I cannot," the mirror answered. "Time has passed, but it does not flow for me the same as it does for you." "What does that even mean?" Simon asked in frustration. "I cannot say." The mirror typed in glowing blue letters that wavered on the ever-moving surface of the water. Simon sighed and snuffed his torch before he walked back toward the bonfire he'd spotted earlier. He hadn't planned to fight, but after the mirror pissed him off, he was looking for something to take it out on. He would have too, except that when he got there, he didn't find the few goblins he expected. He saw dozens cavorting in the flickering firelight and froze. How'd there get to be so many? He wondered. Is this what I'm supposed to be doing here? Honestly, he doubted it. He wasn't really feeling up to fighting so many. Even with magic, it would be damn hard to keep from getting stabbed. But when he heard the sound of a branch snapping nearby, Simon didn't hesitate. "Gervul unbetit," he declared, sending an invisible guillotine of force, expanding out in front of him like a ripple on a pond. At head level, it took out whatever it was that had attempted to sneak up on him, along with more than a few on this side of the fire. But it also sliced cleanly through several trees, which crashed down on the gathering, sending screaming goblins scattering in every direction. Simon had hoped to snuff the flames of violence with a clean strike, but instead, he'd sent the scurrying every which way, spreading embers in all directions. He took that as his cue to leave, and he ran for his life back to the cabin. Realistically, he could probably take out 4 or 5 at once, but once they found him, it would get ugly, and he'd probably be swarmed by double that. He had no interest in losing a life so quickly, so he just left. It was a side quest anyway, he reasoned as he shot back down the stairs and headed for the dungeon. There, he took a break to calm himself before he did anything stupid as far as the traps were concerned. Maybe this level is about taking all the cash out of here, he wondered aloud as he began to ease his way forward. Maybe someday some adventurers will find it, and it will cause problems down the line. It was the best thesis he had so far, and he dug into it as he slaughtered the bats that attacked him. He couldn't take the treasure with him, but he could very easily use a word of earth to seal that passage shut so no one else could get it either. But then he'd no longer have a comfortable place to stock up on gold with each trip. That made the question a dissier one. He had a theoretical solution, but should he use it? Simon debated that long and hard once he'd finished off the bats, and made his way to the secret passage that opened to reveal the treasure vault. There, he reluctantly sealed the gold into a wall after he'd taken a pouch of gold and silver for his own use. From now on, shit gets harder, he sighed before saying. Vosden, and sealing the treasure away behind a thin wall of stone, he'd imagined it to look as close as possible to the rest of the wall, but it came out a little discolored. He wasn't sure that was going to matter. After that came the skeleton crypt, but they were as easy to defeat as ever. There, Simon did a little experiment and used the minor word of earth to turn a silver piece into a palm-sized mirror, rather than pour his water out on the floor. That worked pretty well, though he had to use the word twice to beat it fully down to the size he wanted. Even that wasn't a waste, though. He learned that a word of earth could affect metal, and that it didn't work as well as it did for stone. He didn't need to ask the mirror any questions this time, though. He just wanted to record the sigils on the sword because This time, he wasn't planning to take it with him. Simon briefly considered destroying it to see if that would complete the level. But he didn't for a couple of reasons. The first was that he was pretty sure he was going to need the thing the next time he decided to try taking out the fire level. And the other reason was that the idea of fucking with the runes without completely understanding them gave him serious flashbacks to the frost orb. Don't try to disarm a bomb until you know whether you need to cut the red wire, he muttered to himself as he finished with the sword. After that, he made some notes about some of the other heraldry, just in case he wanted to try to figure out why this place mattered one day. Once that was done, he sorted out his bag, and it was only when he was halfway through with that he realized he was dragging his feet about the next level. The tavern had become a scarier place to him than a dragon's lair, and he would have laughed if it wasn't so sad. I won't stay, he told himself as he gripped the skeleton knight's key a little tighter. Whether she's there or not, I'll skip it and just keep going. Simon waited until he believed the words he'd just spoken. Only then did he get up and walk toward the gate. He opened it cautiously in case the next level revealed itself to zombies, but it hadn't. Instead, it was the same bustling inn he'd seen the last few times. Simon shut the door behind him and walked into the common room. He saw Freya sitting there with the same adventurers he'd seen the time before last. But that just made him walk faster. True to his word, he left without a backward glance. And when he slammed the door in the sewer, he finally slumped against it and allowed himself a moment for the regret to wash over him before he pushed on. Hopefully, he'd solved one level already, but he had a lot more to do between now and whenever it was that he died, and he wasn't going to let her distract him. Chapter 110. The sewer stank, as it always did. But this time, Simon didn't even wait until he was close enough to catch the attention of the carrion crawler. Instead, he used only a very small light spell to guide his feet on the familiar path. And as soon as he turned the corner and saw the bodies at the end of the channel moving slightly while the thing feasted on it, he muttered the word of lightning and sent electricity arsing along the sewage toward the thing. The flicker of arcing electricity that followed was brief, and the smell of ozone lasted a little longer, for which he was grateful. It certainly smelled better than the shit and decay, but both were gone by the time he reached the end of the tunnel and found the still quivering pile of corpses. This was the first time that the slimy bastard didn't climb up to the top of the tunnel to attack him. It was also the first time that he waded into the filthy water to see what it was he'd glimpsed last time. Simon flinched as he stepped into the churning slime as it rose first to his ankle, and then to his knee as he waded over to the small mountain of bodies and began to pull them off the stack one at a time. I'm going to burn these clothes when I'm done with them, he muttered to himself. Maybe my hands too. The corpses themselves were in a fairly advanced form of decomposition, and when he yanked on an arm or a leg to pull a body out of the way, as often as not, the rest of the body didn't follow, which was somehow more disgusting than all the other disgusting things he was doing right now, like wading in sewage or touching dead bodies. Each time it happened, he gagged, but it wasn't until the third time that he actually threw up. What could possibly be worth this? He wondered aloud. Simon wanted to quit, but not as much as he wanted to never do this again. So instead, he plowed ahead, slowly clearing away the bodies, widening the stack as its height shrank. Part of him wanted to use force to make this easier and faster, but he hesitated. He'd seen this whole place collapse before. He knew how fragile this arrangement was, and even as he moved the corpses around, he could hear the rusted grating creaking and screeching as the load against it shifted. It would be very easy for the whole thing to give away and send him tumbling into the darkness that lay beyond. After 2 new minor light spells, several more minutes of messy digging, and 1 more round of vomiting, Simon finally saw what he was looking for. A glint of gold. It was wedged deep, but it was there, and he threw caution to the side as he went for it. Instead of moving bodies carefully aside a piece at a time, he leaned forward as far as he could to dig it out. It was a fine plan, but it was no surprise when he slipped in the muck and gore almost immediately, his added weight to the pile that suddenly destabilized the rest of the mound. And just like that, he could hear the sound of rusted metal tearing as the whole thing slid toward the abyss. Even as the darkness opened up around him, his hand closed around the golden cylinder and he gripped it tight. If he fell into the darkness, he could easily blast his own head from his shoulders with a spell, but he wasn't going to let that happen. Dying now would mean doing this again in some future life, and he was done digging through corpses. So, instead, he yelled, "Onbatit!" as he felt the whole mound starting to go, pushing himself bodily back toward the sewer. There was no subtlety to this spell. It felt like a mule kicking him in the chest as he was lifted bodily out of the water, along with a spray of body parts, and thrown away from the corpseberg as it started to fall away into the dark. What followed was a feverish struggle as his fingers sought to find purchase on the slimy walls and the far ledge. But each time he found something to grab hold of, he fell away. In the end, it was neither his resources that saved him or his strength. It was the lack of water. With the blockage removed, the water had flowed very quickly for the first few seconds. But once that was over, he was left at the bottom of the sewer channel with barely a trickle of water surrounding him, which was much too little to move his bulk. Simon peeled himself off the ground, desperately wishing he knew the power word for water. He didn't, though, so he would have to live for this. As he made his way to the ladder and began to climb toward the light, he'd lost his bow and probably other things in all of that. But he still had his sword, and more importantly, whatever this golden cylinder was, and after he'd bathed for like an hour, he was going to open it and investigate it. Still, not even the magnetic pull of the languid jungle river that he'd enjoyed more than once before was enough to make him stop and investigate the thing. It looked like a scroll case of some sort, but was sealed with what appeared to be molten lead. There might be writing, but he wasn't sure. The thing was caked in grime. It was almost certainly cursed or worse. Simon wasn't sure what that meant mechanically, but he suspected that whoever had thrown it away in a sewer wanted to make sure that it never saw the light of day again. Simon knew something was wrong even before his head popped above the street level. He could hear screams, which weren't a thing before. He'd never encountered a single living soul in the jungle level, and that anomaly made him stop his studying of the cylinder and rush up the ladder even faster. What he found was not the jungle, the river, or even the ruins. The level had disappeared, though he didn't know why. Instead, he was back in Ionar, and it was burning the same as it ever was. That was interesting, concerning even, but not as concerning as the fact that his planned bath was going to need to be delayed. Simon looked to the erupting volcano in annoyance, and then cast his gaze around the street as he watched people flee by looking for some place to bathe. He found his answer in a fountain a little ways up the street, and he started walking toward it with a purpose. Even though he was going against the screaming masses, he had no trouble reaching it. Because of the awful smell, all of them gave him a truly wide berth. So, as the world ended for the residents of this beautiful cliffside city, he began to strip down, throwing each piece of his armor in the lukewarm fountain water as he went. By the time he was almost naked, the place was mostly a ghost town as they fled down the road toward the distant harbor. That left him plenty of time to soak while he tried to figure out what the hell was going on. Did I do anything on my last trip that might have cleared the ruins? He asked himself as he sat beneath the spray in the waist-deep pool. The water was cool, but the night air was very warm, and it balanced out well enough. No, I definitely didn't, he said after he thought about it for a moment. The last time he'd gone up those temple stairs, he hadn't done a single thing. He'd just been passing through because he didn't want to try to fight his way through those horrid flowers again. So what did it do? He wondered. He thought back through his last run. He'd done a lot of stuff in levels after the temple, but they shouldn't be able to affect it. Not unless there was some weird reverse causality at play. So what did he do before that? He'd finally found out where the rat level was, which was the most minor change he could have imagined. That was it, though. He'd fought the skeleton knights the same as always, and breezed right through the inn without talking to anyone. Was that the first time I left the sword there? He wondered aloud. No, because I couldn't figure out how to pick it up safely for ages. So, that couldn't have been it either. Finally, his eyes fell upon the scroll case. That was really the only change he'd made, actually before the missing level in time. That might have been major enough to affect it. Simon carefully washed the debris clean off the outside and looked at it. The whole thing was beaten gold that had been decorated with death imagery and delicate bas reliefs that had already been damaged by how soft and ductile the gold was. If you want to seal something away forever, then why would you build it out of gold? Simon asked dismissively, stamped into the lead seal that oozed out of the two halves like they were some kind of thermos that overflowed. He found the words, "Do not think to open, even to destroy this. Better men than you have failed." What an oddly specific warning, Simon said quietly as he tried and failed to twist the thing open. He shook it and heard only one thing rattling around in there. He wasn't quite sure what it was, but it definitely wasn't a scroll. He weighed his options for a moment. He could keep it sealed and find somewhere to hide it, or he could open it up, and if he didn't like what he found, he could always melt it closed again. He chose the latter option. He didn't see the harm. "Vostin," he said as the volcano rumbled ominously in the background. The lava hadn't reached this spot yet, but it was coming down the street. He would probably have to start getting dressed in his wet clothes in a little while. As he spoke the word, the top melted off, letting Simon look inside for the first time. What he saw was an orb. No, a crystal, maybe. It was oblong and bulbous, but it was hard to make it out in the darkness of the container. He studied it for a moment, then appended the case like a Pringles can and dropped the thing into his hand. It was definitely a stone of some kind. It was heavy, too, and reminded him somewhat of a chestnut made out of malachite. He shrugged and was about to put the thing back in the case, since he couldn't figure out what it was for, when suddenly it bit him. Bite might have been the wrong word, but whether it was a stab or a sting, he felt a painful jolt into his flesh, and he dropped the thing immediately. He tried to, at least. The stone stayed stuck to his hand, and it was only when he grabbed it in his right hand and pulled hard that it came loose. He couldn't see what had happened, but what he could see was blood and lots of it, along with a series of small, fresh wounds in his palm. Chapter 111. Simon dropped the stone immediately lest it attach to his other hand too, and he scrambled away to the other side of the fountain. For a moment, it was lost in the murky water, but as soon as the cloud of his blood dissipated, he finally understood what it was. It wasn't a stone, he thought plaintively. It was a seed. Suddenly, a variety of questions were answered. He now knew where the sewers were and why the level with the ruins had been missing. It was because those carnivorous plants weren't there anymore. They were here with him, and they were growing. Already, it had latched the bottom off the fountain, and its roots had begun to fan out, digging into the stone just as easily as they had dug into his hand. As he watched, transfixed, a stalk began to grow out of the top of the thing, and as soon as it was free from the water surface, leaves began to unfurl. Simon flailed back in a panic as that stalk shot upward and began to branch out. It wasn't that he was concerned that it might hurt him. It was too small for that. The rate that it was growing at was shocking, though, and in another few minutes, it might be able to grow flowers or sprout teeth. He wasn't sure. Simon staggered out of the fountain completely naked and ran across the hot stones to where he'd left his sword propped up, and drew it immediately. Once he had it in hand, he immediately slashed off the top of the creeping vine, and then reversed his grip and brought it down hard on the nodule of the seed, splitting it in two. For a moment, that seemed like it would be enough. The thing's insane level of growth stopped, and the debris just floated there. After a few seconds, though, two new shoots started to spring up, one from each side of the seed. "Motherfucker," Simon cursed. Fire was the obvious answer, but that was unlikely to be very effective underwater as it was. So, instead, he tried cold. He didn't know if being frozen solid would be enough to kill something like this, but it should at least give him some breathing room to think. "Gilthic!" he yelled, instantly turning the fountain's water to solid ice. It happened so quickly that the arcs of water froze midair, and the stone pool cracked from the force of the expanding ice. He didn't care about that. Instead, Simon looked down to tend to his own wound and saw a few tiny leaves sprouting from the wound that had since stopped bleeding. "What in the actual fuck?" he hissed as he dropped the sword. He could see the roots starting to radiate out under the skin. Simon reacted immediately, grabbing the small sprout and pulling it out along with several of the roots before tossing them on the ice. It hurt, but he'd gotten some of them out. Some wasn't good enough, not with this thing, though. He could see that. Even a speck would be enough to devour him whole eventually. So, forcing himself to calm down, he studied the wound. He imagined each one of those tiny little roots as they probed and grew. and when he had all of it fixed in his mind, he whispered, Avarum Marin, sending liquid fire coursing through a small part of his flesh. Visually, it wasn't very impressive. He'd expected something like that scene in an action movie where the hero uses gunpowder to cauterize a wound. In this case, it had been the opposite. There had been no flash. Instead, 1 second, he had a root-shaped tumor, and the next, he had a terrible burn. Simon followed up on that with a word of cure and a word of healing before he coughed and had to clear his throat from the strain. After all that, though, all that was left to show what had happened was a lichen-shaped scar spreading out from his left palm. He watched it for a moment, suspicious that it would sprout again, and he'd have to cut his whole hand off to stop it, but instead, it just sat there. That was when he heard the ice crack. Simon looked up just in time to see a tendril force its way out of the ice, and a thick bulb began opening to reveal a familiar orange blossom. Before it could completely, though, he cut it off. It wasn't the only one, and Simon spent the next several minutes hacking away at each stalk while the lava closed in. The version he'd fought amongst the ruins had taken days to regenerate, while this one was happening in seconds. What makes it different? He wondered to himself, because that's what happens when you open Pandora's box, he grumbled. Simon put down his sword when he noticed the things were beginning to sprout from the ashen cobblestones where the sliced-off stalks were scattered. He didn't have time for this. The lava was going to reach them in less than 5 minutes, and he was still running around naked. That devil guy was already a prick, and the last thing Simon wanted to do was let the thing see him in such disarray. So, he used a word of greater fire to burn away all the small bits and sprouts. And then he used another word of ice to stop the big one from growing for a couple minutes so he could put his clothes back on. It was a miserable experience, from the soaking clothes and waterlogged armor to the choking air, and the sense that, at any moment, more leaves were going to burst out of his skin. Everything was just as awful as it could be. It also made everything take twice as long as it should have. By the time the thing was growing again, Simon still didn't have his armor or his boots on, so he shoved them in his sack and slowly backed away. The lava was almost here anyway, and it would finish this. Simon used a word of force to bound to a nearby rooftop, where he watched the mutant plant grow and flourish over the next 10 minutes, becoming even taller than Simon as it grew. It climbed all the way to the top of the fountain and had extended tendrils toward the nearby buildings. But none of those was going to be fast enough to escape the tide of lava. He sat there on the roof for several minutes, even after he'd gotten fully dressed, watching the whole thing burn, and he didn't leave until the water and ice of the fountain had been buried under a slow tide of lava and stopped steaming entirely. That was enough for him to believe that this was finally put to bed. So, with one last look at the scar on his palm to make sure it wasn't sprouting, he started to make his way uphill toward the palace. The way there was trickier than usual because he had lingered so long, but he made it work. He walked on rooftops where he could, and used words of lesser force and force where he had to. There was only one spot where he needed to freeze the lava to have a place to land. But that was enough to get him on the stairs and head up to the rise the palace was seated on. By the end of all that, he was so hoarse that he could barely talk. Both the words of power and the worsening air quality had done a number on his throat. By the time Simon entered the throne room, he could see the portal to the demon-infested church floating there. But part of him was afraid to enter it. What if I wake up in the morning and that fucking thing is growing out of my hand again? He thought to himself. It didn't seem likely, but it did seem possible. He'd gotten really lucky that he'd opened that container right next to a volcano where his mistake could be incinerated. But if he was already contaminated like the victim of a zombie movie, then couldn't he start the whole thing all over again? Simon imagined one of the cities that he actually liked gripped in those awful vines. It was a terrible thought that kept him paralyzed as the eruption continued to worsen. It was only when he'd waited the better part of an hour and a serious earthquake sheared part of the roof off that he finally went through. It had been hours. That was enough time to be sure, right? He reassured himself. The beautiful stone church hadn't changed at all. This time, the demon was sitting at a desk writing away, as if he didn't notice his guest. Simon was happy to play along with that, of course, and he sat down on one of the pews at the back of the church to center himself. He looked like shit. He felt like shit. And unless something changed, The next level was that damn cemetery that had almost killed him last time. He wouldn't survive that in his current state. He needed a plan. So, still wary that the devil's slackening bonds might let him free at any point, he crossed his arms on the pew in front of him and lay his head down at least until he caught his breath. That moment of rest became something much longer as his exhaustion caught up with him, and he took an accidental nap. Simon slept peacefully, and it was only after he realized he slipped off that he bolted upright in the pew he sat on. "You're a bold man," the demon chuckled. "Not many dare sleep while a rift to hell churns only a few feet away." Simon shrugged as he got up and approached the thing. "What are you going to do to me when you're trapped in there and I'm out here?" The demon smiled, but said nothing. So Simon looked past him, to the portal and the broken floor. It didn't seem any bigger than any of the other times, and he was fairly certain that the monster was bluffing. That's what they did in the stories anyway. "Have you tired of the eternal torment yet?" the demon asked finally. "There is a way out if you would like to make a pass," Simon said. He considered examining the runes again, but he already had a copy, and he was in no state to try to finish this level. "Anything that you're going to offer me is on the other side of that line, which is exactly the opposite of where any sane person should be, right?" "Well, sanity only lasts so long here," the demon agreed. "You'll change your mind eventually. They all do." Simon rolled his eyes and pulled out his small silver mirror. Then he spent the next few minutes going through the fracturing circle of protection line by line and symbol by symbol. It was only when he was satisfied that nothing had changed since his last visit that he turned to the demon and said, "My sanity probably won't last forever, but sooner or later, I'm going to figure out how to close this rift, and then you'll have to go find someone else to tempt." "We shall see," the red-skinned devil said, as he sat back down at his desk, opened his book, and started writing again. Simon thought it was interesting that the demon left tiny scorch marks on the page instead of ink, but wasn't so interested that he stuck around for very long before he looked around to see what he could do to prepare for the next level. Chapter 112. Simon had seen a number of different levels on the other side of this portal, but the graveyard concerned him more than the golem or the ghosts. "Well, they're both ghosts," he said to himself, clarifying. "Who are?" the devil asked, looking up from his writing to study Simon. Simon ignored that, though, and continued to think about the whole thing. They were both ghosts, but they behaved very differently. Did that mean that they were the same kind of ghost? Were there even different kinds of ghosts? He'd heard of poltergeists, of course. He'd even seen one of the movies a long time ago, but he wasn't much of a horror fan. Right now, though, he kind of wished he was. He was certain that would have been helpful for some of the weirder levels like this one. He didn't know what the mist creature was or if it had weaknesses beyond light and fire. He just knew that if he used magic to create those, it would backfire. But how am I going to create light or fire without? Oh, as Simon thought that through, he realized he was being an idiot. There were lots of ways to create fire that didn't involve having to use a spell, and he grew annoyed at his ever-increasing dependency on a handful of magic words. There's at least one level where that's not happening, and probably more beyond that, so I need to learn to do without, he thought to himself as he looked at the wooden furniture in the room. Sadly, he'd lost his axe somewhere along the way. He realized as he went to retrieve it. That had almost certainly been the sewer. But there was nothing he could do about it now, so he unsheathed his sword instead. "Oh, are you finally ready to fight?" the devil asked, unsheathing a scintillating rapier. "Name your stakes, and we'll go a round or two." Simon looked at the preening fob and rolled his eyes before he started hacking up the nearest pew with his swords. He didn't need magic fireballs. He just needed a source of firewood, and sacrilegious or not, this would do just fine. He spent the next 20 minutes breaking chairs and benches, and then very carefully carrying them over to the edge of the portal and dumping them through the other side. On his second trip, he even heard it sound midnight, which seemed strange because it had done so right after he'd entered last time. Still, even though he waited for it, the mist did not appear. "Huh," he said to himself as he stepped over the shattered floor to get another load of broken furniture. "I guess there's more to it than that." "You're not the first person to say that," the devil agreed. "Not that your dreary little graveyard is a place I've seen often, mind you." "Oh," Simon asked, finally responding to the thing. I suppose this is where you offer to tell me how to defeat this level for a price? The devil laughed at that for several seconds before finally sheathing his sword. Why would I think you need any help with this one? The few of you that have gotten so far tend to make short work of it. Is that so? Simon asked as he picked up more wood and started walking back to the portal. Sure, this thing was trying to make him overconfident or distract him. It wouldn't work, though, and he focused on his feet as he went. What? It's true, the devil insisted. I've talked to other heroes in other pits about some of the levels that frustrated them to no end, and ghosts made the list. Of course, along with castles, dragons, armies, and mazes. But these spirits, well, I've said enough already. Simon looked at the devil, trying to figure out what his game was. It was there he made an almost fatal mistake. As he turned, a broken chair leg fell from the pile he was carrying and clattered to the stone floor. That by itself wouldn't have been a problem, but when it bounced off of one of the chalk outlines, the thing snapped like it was a physical thing under tension. Oh, look what you've done now, the devil said with a smile, as the circle began to uncoil and unravel like a spring under tension. I think we'd best agree to terms in the next few seconds before. Simon ignored the voice and charged toward the portal, even as the demon paced at the edge of his collapsing cell like a hungry tiger. He'd meant to grab a lantern to light the fire he was planning, but he was out of time now. He'd much rather use a word of fire instead of getting sucked into hell, which was what he imagined was about to happen to everyone. As soon as his feet touched the grave earth, he dumped his wood and drew his sword as he whirled around. Even as he did so, he could see the mist starting to seep up from the ground around him. As concerning as that was, though, he ignored it for a moment as he focused all of his attention of the portal he'd just left behind. The thing was set into the doorway of a mausoleum, and part of him desperately wanted to slam the door shut. But another part was almost hypnotized by the way the runes caught fire and unwound, sending up showers of sparks as they failed and burst into flames. It was like the whole thing was a fuse leading to a pile of dynamite. But even as he feared the explosion, it would let loose. He couldn't help but watch as the floor fell away and the gateway to hell grew wider and wider. I'll see you next time, the devil yelled across the widening gap. Simon had half a second to wonder about that, and then the portal flicked and vanished. The doorway it was sitting in must have collapsed, Simon mumbled to himself as his heart raced, and he tried to piece together what had happened. He'd never thought of the portals as being a sort of physical object, but then he'd never tried to destroy one, either. Thank fucking. As he tried to parse everything that was happening, his left leg suddenly went cold, and when he looked down, he could see why. 3 different foggy hands were wrapped around it, and more were reaching him. It was clear that last time he'd been wrong, that time was the key factor. Clearly it was time and fresh meat, and these things were hungry for him. Barome, he yelled, instantly sheathing himself in white light as he fell to one knee. The mist dissipated instantly, but it began to gather more quickly around him at the edge of his aura, a few feet away. The light wasn't waning yet, but he knew from experience that it would be soon, and with a numb leg, running through the graveyard would be impossible. So instead, he turned to his scattered pile of firewood and started staking it back up before he whispered, Avara Marin, and lit one of the smaller pieces of kindling with a minor word of fire. Even as his own light waned over the next few minutes, the light of the fire grew, and that seemed to be enough to keep it at bay. That was good, because he still only had a little feeling in his left leg, and he knew he wasn't getting out of there soon. The longer it persisted, and the thicker it got, the more the fog began to take characteristics that would be impossible for normal weather. Dozens of faces and hundreds of hands boiled up out of the mist before melting back away to make room for another tide of disjointed limbs and tortured expressions. It might have been beautiful if it wasn't so terrifying. Every single one of those things wanted to suck the life out of him, and if his fire went out, he was probably screwed. As time wore on, he noticed that it seemed to be able to affect even the fire he'd built. With the 3 armfuls of wood he had stacked there, it should have burned like a bonfire. Instead, it was a guttering campfire that seemed ready to go out at almost any moment. Somehow, this thing craved light and life and drank it in. It wasn't the magic he'd used before at all. It was just an endless tide of darkness that seemed to be annihilating the light. What am I supposed to do about that? Simon wondered aloud, but he didn't have any answers. This was definitely a level he needed to be careful of, though, no matter what the demon on the last floor had said. He could very easily see things ending badly for him if he let this thing devour his life and suck out his soul. Would he definitely end up as another tortured spirit left behind in the mist with the rest of these poor bastards? No, but the very idea that he might terrified him. What could he do if his fire went out? He could run for it again now that his leg felt like it was reattached to the rest of him, but that wouldn't solve the level, and even as he ran through his options, the light continued to shrink as the angry wraith circled him, like the storm wall of a powerful hurricane. The mass of hungry spirits was a wall that towered above him in the dark, and each of them drank a moat, and there were hundreds now, or thousands, maybe, just waiting to devour him. Part of him wondered how the rest of the city that obviously surrounded him dealt with this, or really, why they weren't noticing it right now. But he couldn't give that too much thought because his fire was guttering now, and the swirling darkness was closing in. Simon drew his sword and shouted, "Barome," again, making his sword glow bright enough that one might confuse it with a sci-fi laser sword. But a wall of darkness drank it in greedily, even before he thrust the thing in. Still, it bought a little time, and the fire sprang to life once more for a few more minutes. The wood was ready to burn. It was only the dread magic that these things were using to leech it away that soaked it in and prevented it. The one thing that his spell didn't do, though, was open a path through. Before, he'd managed to stay just ahead of the worst of it. But now, he felt like he was surrounded. No, he didn't feel like it. He was surrounded. He tried a word of light one more time when the flames started to get low again, but it worked no better than the first. So after that, he switched to a word of greater light. "Gervol Barome!" he yelled, sending out the illumination in a beam that cleared the path for a long way. The greater word of power flared to life, burning its way out of his throat, leaving him with the taste of ashes in his mouth. The wound in the darkness started to stitch shut immediately, but Simon didn't care. He was already running with a slight limp. By the time the way closed, he was already on the other side and jogging awkwardly toward the gate. He wasn't going to make it, though. Not this time. He was slower than last time. He was out of shape, and he was exhausted. Even after his ill-advised nap in the demon's chapel, he had nothing left. So he stopped and decided to try his last trump card. The safe thing to do would be to use a word of greater fire on himself right now and start over. But he didn't do that. Why would he? He was tired of giving up. Instead, he shouted, "Jervul, Jervumarin." Chapter 113. When he'd heard Vestuvian try and fail to set off the magical equivalent of a fuel air bomb, Simon had thought that it was dumb. But deep down, he knew he'd have to use it someday. He just didn't expect it to be so soon. He knew that it would be hard on him, even at full strength. But truthfully, he'd been entirely unprepared. Using greater twice in a row had filled him with such tension that he was barely able to get the familiar word of fire out of his mouth. It was a force of will to do so, and he felt like every syllable cost him. He wouldn't know how much for a while yet, though. Not until the spell ran his course. Instead, he collapsed there as he imagined a fiery nova rippling outward away from him to burn away the dark. That's exactly what happened. Fire tore through the darkness, turning night into day, and burning away the massed wall of spirits that had been chasing him like the vengeful hand of God. They evaporated in an instant, with no more than silent screams to mark their passing. For a moment, the world was awash in heat and light, and to Simon, it felt like the end of the world. To him, it might be, he realized, even as he watched the magic he'd unleashed echo outwards, igniting grass of fire and knocking over tombstones. His consciousness began to fade. Simon tried to force himself to stay awake, but he couldn't even make himself stand, and slipped off into the blissful embrace of unconsciousness. Simon had expected to never wake up at all, or perhaps to wake up back in his cabin. Instead, he woke sometime later, laying there at the center of a crater that he'd made while the stars still twinkled in the sky above him. The graveyard was a mess, but he couldn't do much more than turn his head. Even reaching for his sword was exhausting, and for several long minutes, he lay there simply gauging his pain and exhaustion. It took much longer than it should to wonder where the fog had gone. "That can't be it," he croaked, regretting it instantly. Simon spent the next half-minute coughing up a lung, and when he moved his hand from his mouth, he saw fresh blood. It wasn't a good sign. While he lay there, he wondered just how many years he'd used in that little blast. If a greater word uses a year, it's unlikely that two greater words use just two, though, he thought to himself. It might even be 10. Blowing a decade on a spell seemed kind of insane to him, but he wouldn't put it past Helades, not when he felt this bad. With some effort, Simon rolled onto his back and looked up at the stars in the sky as they began to fade. The idea that he'd solved the level with a single explosion seemed unlikely, but the fact that he wasn't being torn apart made it seem possible. If it had been so easy, though, then why hadn't the townspeople done it ages ago? A few bonfires would have been more than enough to erode them to nothing, wouldn't it? There were too many questions, and eventually he got tired of asking them. Eventually, he pulled himself to his feet, sheathed his sword, and walked toward the door to the next level. It was only when he got there that he stopped. "I'm in no shape to fight off a..." He rasped before a rasping cough stole the rest of his words. His exhausted brain had been leading him on autopilot to the next destination, but there was no way that was going to happen. So, instead, he staggered past it and toward the cemetery gate, where he left himself out into the unfamiliar city. It was a large place, though perhaps not quite so large as Leapson. There was an empty market square, a large temple, and most of the buildings in the area seemed to be 2 stories. All told, it was quite nice. Most of the streets were even cobblestone instead of mud, and there were even gutters along the main thoroughfares. Slowly, Simon made his way to the inn, but the door was locked for the night. He should have pounded on the door, but he was too weak to yell, so instead, he just sat there on the stoop and waited for dawn. He was only woken up once during the night, when a vagrant seemed like he was about to roll Simon's unconscious body for whatever he could steal. But the moment Simon started to draw his blade, the other man apologized and ran for his life. That was just as well, because there was no way that Simon had the energy to actually fight someone right now. He was as weak as he'd ever been, probably since he had to spend a week sleeping off his head injury from the orc raid. It wasn't until morning that he understood why, though. Eventually, the innkeeper opened up for breakfast, and traveling guests left to get on the road. Simon skipped meals and gossip. Instead, he had a couple tankards of beer to take the edge off, and then he paid for a room so he could sleep the day away. It was only when he was stripping and setting his things aside that he noticed how differently he looked in his tiny mirror. Though not quite wrinkled, his face was certainly etched by years he hadn't lived. And there was a sprinkling of gray amidst his normally dark hair. His weakness persisted even after he woke up. His voice was still shot too. He tried to use a word of lesser healing to fix that, at least, but just the idea of starting to speak words of power gave him vertigo, and he decided against it. He had definitely screwed himself up pretty well with what he'd done, and both his body and his soul were unhappy with him. Fortunately, the proprietor was happy to take his silver and keep Simon in food and beer for as long as he felt the urge to lie around and recover. Honestly, for the next few weeks, it wasn't a bad life. All he did was sleep and self-medicate with alcohol for the first few days, but after that, when his voice had recovered to some degree, he started to be social with the other guests who came and went in the evenings. He learned that he was in a city called Darndell. It wasn't a place he'd been to before, but he was fairly sure that it was somewhere near the Black Swarmer level, though he wasn't exactly sure where that was either. Talking to people, he heard the names of lots of familiar places, but he didn't pick up a lot. Not right away, at least. All the details just swam together. Over time, he learned that Darndell was the capital of the Kingdom of Monten, and that it was just to the south of the Kingdom of Bryn. Things fell together a little better after that. He could imagine Schwarzenbruck somewhere far to the northwest, Leipzig to the north, and Krovar somewhere between the two. Einar was probably to his south, or maybe his southwest. He wasn't sure, and he vowed to find a map to better understand the layout of the world as soon as he was feeling better. Getting better didn't come quickly, though. It was 2 more weeks before he felt well enough to even heal his voice. Once that was done, He waited a few days before he chanced a word of healing on his body, but even that left him feeling weak and considering more drastic steps. He took some walks among the old-share brick buildings that dominated the city when the weather was nice. But even that felt like an exertion for far too long. At least I'm finally losing weight, he thought one day when he saw his reflection in the mirror. Sadly, unlike the last few times, he'd shed the pounds. He wasn't gaining a lot of muscles to go with it. This left him looking somewhat melted and sallow-looking, and he couldn't decide how much of that was the magical damage he'd inflicted on himself, and how much was just lying around for weeks and weeks. Simon stayed at the Blind Owl long enough to eat all of their dishes, and to grow tired of most of them before he looked for work. He'd burned years of his life, but laying in bed indefinitely and getting drunk every other night at the bar wouldn't fix that, especially not after he heard the rumor that the fog in the graveyard had returned. 2 weeks after his stay, he'd heard about the curse being lifted, but it had taken him some time to put the facts together. Apparently, the graveyard was cursed and had been unsafe to enter by night for decades. Simon had solved that problem, but only for a month or so. Then they'd found a widow stone cold not far from the grave of her husband. She'd stayed there after dark and apparently paid the price for it. That was what finally got his ass into gear as he started to move among the people of the city and learn what the hell was going on. He tried and failed to gain employment as a caravan guard, and even a mercenary for the city watch. He couldn't fault them, he supposed. He did have a bit of an evil look about him right now. It wasn't until he was returning to the inn one night after attempting to gather clues about the cemetery's history that all that changed. 2 muggers suddenly flanked him on a narrow side street and gave him an offer he couldn't refuse at knife point. What's it going to be, man? Your coin purse or your life? Simon considered drawing his blade, but he didn't like his odds against both of them. He was probably good for a normal word of power, but he didn't really want to cause a commotion that would force him to leave this city. Not when he was making progress in understanding the nature of the mist and the curse of Darndell. So instead, he moved to hand the first man a heavy purse with a shaking hand. But as the rogue reached for it and grinned, Simon dropped it and whispered, "Gervul Zyvon." As he grabbed the man's hand, a greater word was a bad idea. He knew that. Still, there was no resistance or hesitation, and it flowed effortlessly from his lips, even as the face of the other man went pale. For a moment, Simon could feel pieces of the other man's life flowing into his own. He could feel his hunger and his desperation. More than that, though, he could feel the mugger's youth and vitality flowing into him. In that moment, Simon felt strong for the first time in over a month, and even as the other man fell backward and scrambled to get away, Simon turned to face his friend. The man lunged at Simon with his dagger, but now that he no longer felt like he was in the body of a geriatric old man, Simon had no trouble gripping his wrist and twisting it hard enough to break the thief's arm before using the leverage to swing the man face first into the brick wall. The would-be mugger went limp from the force of the blow and left a bloody smear on the bricks. Simon wasn't sure if he was dead, but he didn't really care. He just gloried in being able to move again before he stooped to pick up the dagger that the man had dropped. As he turned to face the first man again, he was already staggering away from Simon, of course, and normally Simon would have been willing to let him go. But he couldn't help but notice that the man had scooped up Simon's coin purse before making himself scarce. That was enough for him to throw the dagger, making it spin end over end into the other man's thigh, sending him tumbling to the ground. "Please, Mercy," the man said, rolling over and tossing Simon the purse. He looked down at it, hefted it for weight, and then stepped over the man and continued on his way. By the time he reached the main street, a tune had sprung to his lips, and he was whistling merrily away. He didn't need to take the thief's life. Sepsis would do that fine all on its own. Chapter 114. The following day, Simon felt like shit. This wasn't just because the life energy he'd stolen from the would-be thief had faded to some degree. It was also because he'd done it at all. He was definitely looking and feeling better than before he'd dropped a nuke on the graveyard, but he was still pretty far from 100%. Draining the life of a man had felt worlds better than draining the life of a swarm of insects. It was dangerously good, and though, in this instance, he could certainly say what he'd done was self-defense, it was a small fig leaf for such a terrible thing. Would it have been any better if I'd beheaded him with a word of force, or stopped his heart with a bolt of lightning instead? He wondered. At least this way, the asshole lived. Whether he lived or died wasn't the problem, though. The worst part, though, was that Simon craved to do it again. That craving was enough to make him decide that Sivan was the most dangerous word he knew, and yet it haunted him as he lay there with a headache, trying to ignore the clatter of crockery from the first floor and the sound of wagons from the street beyond. Some small part of him whispered that he could easily steal a little strength from any one of them, just to silence the throbbing in his head. No one would know. Well, no one but his experience score, for whatever that was worth. He still hadn't gotten a straight answer out of the mirror, bearing a better question. That was probably what he was going to ask Helades about someday on level 40. That was a long way off, though. For now, he forced himself to get out of bed and move. He might lose weight if he lay there and wasted away, but he was never going to get stronger like that. Instead, he explored the back streets looking for someone to fight. When that didn't happen, he went beyond the walls of the city, looking for monsters to slay instead. Sadly, this wasn't a video game, and there were no areas to grind. So, at sunset, he returned to the inn. There, at least, he made a conscious effort not to get drunk again. Though it was understandable when he'd been hurting, he was past that now. He'd been heading down a dark road with that sort of behavior. He had no wish to add alcoholism to his list of achievements. Instead, he listened as people talked, and he tried to learn more about the city he found himself in. He could leave at any time, of course, but even if he was ready for the fight on the next level, he was close enough to solving this one that he was loath to leave it. He'd beaten the mist once. He just needed to figure out what he was missing so he could strike the final blow. It took a lot of random conversations and buying a lot of drinks for talkative old men before he finally found someone who claimed to know the story of why the mist had started in the first place. Folks talk about the mist like it's been there in that graveyard forever. But it ain't, a retired merchant told him. It wasn't here the first time I passed through Darndell, nor even the second or third time, but one day after a trip up north, it had just sort of settled in. Well, that should have made the cause easy enough to figure out then, Simon said. Do you have any idea what caused it? Of course, they buried the wrong body in it. It was some warlock that was said to be cursed and all that. Turns out the rumors had been right. The graybeard laughed. Poisoned the whole place, and only the light of day is enough to keep his angry shade at bay. Well, why didn't they just dig him back up and dispose of the body some other way? Simon asked. Toss him in the sea or burn him to ash? They did just that, so the story says. The trader nodded. They dug him up a week after they buried him, burned his corpse to dust, and then scattered those remains in the river so he could never again be reconstituted. So then, why is the graveyard still cursed? Simon asked. I wish I knew, the man laughed. The church has offered a tidy sum for anyone who can purge the problem once and for all, but no matter who shows up to do the deed, the mist fades for a week or a month, and then it returns with a vengeance. I tell you, the land is poisoned. Simon's knowledge of magic didn't cover curses and whether or not they were real, but then that didn't mean anything. He knew how to cast a few spells, but he only had a basic knowledge of the way that magical items worked. Both the diagrams he'd made about the runes that powered the golem or held back hell were still beyond him. So, realistically, he had no idea if or how something would be cursed, since he was definitely dealing with an evil spirit of some kind, and he'd killed plenty of skeletons in the past. He was inclined to agree that something like that was possible, though he doubted it was as simple as a word or two he didn't have. Simon asked more questions of the man, but he had no answers. It was unreasonable for Simon to expect that he would, of course. Who could say where a body was buried 20 years ago? He'd be hard-pressed to draw a map to a place he visited frequently, but hadn't been for 20 years. That applied to pretty much everywhere he'd ever been, since he'd been gone from Earth for like a century now. His whole life was slowly fading beneath the tidal forces of the pit's continual grind. There was nothing that said he had to keep going, of course. Darendelle was a nice enough city. He could stop living off his gold, get a real job killing things, and enjoy a nice, quiet life here. The king didn't seem so bad, and because of the city's nature as an inland trade hub, they were friendly enough to outsiders. That felt too much like giving up to him, though. Simon would be happy to spend a lifetime in a level so long as he got to clear it. But to just decide it was home meant that he'd stop looking and striving. That was intolerable to him. If he did that, then all he would do was prove Hilliard's right and make all the suffering he'd endured to get to the point so far pointless. Mirror, how many floors have I completed so far? Simon asked when he was back in the room, studying his wash basin. 18 floors are currently completed. It responded in wavering, glowing blue text. 18, he told himself. Well, then let's make it 19, shall we? The next morning, he visited the temple next to the graveyard, making sure not to go through the door that led to the next level. It was a lovely old building with fancy mosaics, and even a large stained glass window. Simon had yet to see any evidence that the gods of this world were real at this point. But he took a better safe than sorry approach with them. Just because magic was real here didn't mean that the religions had to worship real gods and goddesses. After all, that hadn't stopped any number of religions on Earth, so he didn't see why that should matter one way or the other. Still, with his twin worries about the shadows that some people saw in his soul and the gnawing hunger to find another excuse to use Ezivon, he went inside and offered a tithe for a benediction. Would the priests or the acolytes be able to see him? Simon wondered. Will they brand him a warlock and try to burn him at the stake or something? It wasn't impossible, but part of him certainly hoped that they would try. Instead, they took his silver, gave him a blessing, and then answered his questions about the history of the cemetery. It turned out that they did indeed have records going back that far, but the name of the man interred had been lost to time, making it impossible to cross-reference them. How can you expect someone to purge this blight if you don't even know the guy's name? Simon asked in frustration. You see, our records contain only names of those who are buried here, the priest corrected. And since this man was dug up shortly after he was buried, he's not in our records anymore. But he was buried. Sue, Simon said, a little exasperated. If he tried to scourge every last inch of the graveyard with fire or something again, they'd probably arrest him. He needed a target more specific than the graveyard. Well, if you discover his name and preferably the date, then we could probably go back through the records and tell you where he was buried, the priest said, trying to be helpful. And where am I supposed to get that information? Simon sighed. The county seat where he was tried and executed might know, the priest said helpfully. That turned out to be a lie, though a subtle one. It turned out that the county seat would, but that there were dozens of counties in the kingdom. Even if he just visited the nearby ones, that meant he had to travel to 8 different towns, which was going to be at least 100 miles of walking or riding. Simon sighed and got started. Thinking of it as a weight loss pilgrimage as much as anything else, he bought a few supplies, like a new bow, a better backpack, a warm bedroll, and some comfortable boots. But a shoe to horse. He wasn't in a hurry. Maybe I can find some goblins to suck dry, he thought, hopefully as he left the city gates behind him. Over the next few weeks, he visited 5 different towns before he found at least some answers in the form of a particularly knowledgeable records keeper in Linden Hills. The keeper didn't know precisely what the name of the warlock was, but he did recall the Blackheart incident, as he referred to it. He was happy to tell Simon all the lurid details, though the only thing that was really useful to him was the town where all of this had started, a little town a few days' ride to the north called Cosborough. It was standard fare, as most of these warlock stories went. A stranger arrived in Cosborough a decade before things had come to a head. He'd kept to himself. He'd been nice enough, but then people had started dying, and there were strange lights sometimes at night. The trouble had really only started when an angry mob showed up on the stranger's doorstep to demand answers. Almost everyone in that mob died that night, the clerk told him, and in the end, it took trained witch hunters to find the monster and bring him to justice. It turned out that the whole thing got its name from dead heart inside the man when they finally cut him open after killing him the 4th time. The warlock simply wouldn't stay dead. The thing that bothered Simon, though, was how he said it like it was just a horror story. Like the man was retelling the events of Sleepy Hollow or something. Simon couldn't help but imagine himself in the role of the villain as the man described the fire and lightning that the evil mage was supposed to have summoned. He suddenly had a much better idea of why people disliked magic in this world. He'd heard stories like this at the bar, of course. but he'd never really felt like they were about him. After he drained the life out of that mugger, though, and been disappointed that no bandits gave him an opportunity to do it again, he couldn't help but feel like maybe he was the bad guy. Well, not the bad guy. He was a hero. But lately, he'd been a little less than heroic. He'd have to work on that. Chapter 115. Simon stayed in Linden Hills for only one night before he headed north to Cosborough. He probably could have gone right back to the city of Darndale after that. But he continued, because the story resonated so much with him. The hills part of Linden Hills was no joke either. That town sat at the edge of the bottomlands and the edge of proper roads. So from that point on, Simon was reduced to game trails and doubling back to avoid washouts. It was tough going, but honestly, it wasn't so bad. The weather was nice, and the game was plentiful. So he took his time with it. As a mountain range slowly rose above him to the north, he wished he had a camera to capture the rugged beauty of the vista. But sadly, he had no way to capture it. I guess I'm just going to have to learn to paint, he sighed after another attempt to get his mirror to take a picture for him. The thing would faithfully render what it saw, of course, when asked. But it had all the soul of an architect's elevation or an engineer's technical drawing. On his third night out of Linden Hills, he was ambushed by a small nest of goblins. Fortunately, he woke up before the first blow was struck and had time to smash the head of the first one to come at him. After that, he used a word of lesser force to leap to the top of a large boulder and used his bow to take them out one at a time while they searched for him. Many times, he missed the shot and had to fire twice, which led to him chastising himself. "You can't use magic to solve everything," he grumbled. "That's how you're going to die horribly one day." That was his mantra these days, both because he thought he was using it too much and because he needed to resist the urge to drain these little guys dry, like some kind of energy vampire. The very fact that he still felt the urge to after weeks, without uttering the words Ivan, was worrying to him. It was like quitting smoking or something. The rest of the trip beyond that was fine, and after a few more days of walking and a day spent waiting out the rain, he finally found the town he was looking for. Village was probably the better word, though. It had seen better days. Simon had seen several places in his trip that had fallen on hard times, though the version of Slaney that existed after Gregor lost his arm was the clearest example. This place had obviously been important. Once upon a time, but no more. Someone had worked hard to raise real city walls and create the 2 stone bridges that crossed the raging river that it sat astride. Even the homes looked like they'd been created by wealthy people, but no longer. Many of them were in various states of disrepair now, and less than half of the homes looked lived in. Other than a tin mine and a tannery, the place seemed to have little in the way of industry, either. No one was particularly welcoming to Simon, though when he lied and told them he'd been sent by the temple to gather vital clues necessary to finally cleanse the world of the Blackheart incident, people were a little more cooperative. "Ain't a lot of strangers in these parts," the gate guard told him. "You can never be too careful." One of the town watchmen was assigned to show him where it had all started so long ago. The man didn't know much about the actual incident, which was less than helpful, but he was able to show him the plaque in the town cemetery that memorialized the event and the lonely burned-out ruins of a cottage on a large hill at the edge of the cemetery. The cottage ruins and the plaques weren't much, but the grandeur of the mausoleums in the oldest parts of the cemetery again hinted at former greatness. Simon tried to ask the man why he thought all of this had happened, but his escort seemed carefully coached not to have an opinion. Questions like, "Where do you think this warlock came from?" or "Why do you think he chose to stay in Cosborough?" were met with a studied disinterest. "The gods work as they will," the man shrugged. "But I hope that this little trip helps you get some insight to end the blight this monster caused just the same." Those were empty words, though. There was nothing new here, and Simon had to fight the urge to leave on the spot in frustration. The only reason he didn't was because one detail nagged the back of his mind. It wasn't that there weren't so much as weeds clinging to the low walls of stone that had once been a cottage. That was easily explainable as the result of magic. He was quite sure that he could drain a spot so dead with a spell like Sivan that nothing would ever grow there again. It was that the ruins had a stone floor. That bothered him even after he went to bed in the inn that night. Every cottage he'd ever stayed in this world had a floor of earth, or in rare cases like inns would. The Baron's mansion in Slaney had a stone floor. The castles and temples he'd been in did too. A cottage, though, that seemed unlikely. Simon left at the crack of dawn to give that another look. And after a few minutes of examination, he figured out what game was being played here. The stone of the floor was laid in after the walls and stuck up slightly above the doorway. Someone had laid this down to hide evidence instead of making it look like it had always been here. He thumped on each stone with the hilt of his blade until he found a cluster that sounded hollow. He tried to pry one of them up with his dagger, but the mortar was too tight to make fast progress. "Fuck it," he growled, looking around to make sure no one was nearby to call him a witch before he whispered, "Avarum Vostin," and used lesser earth to make the mortar flow aside like muddy water. Once that was done, he started lifting paving stones out of the way, and he quickly found what he'd expected to, a dry, rotted old trapdoor. For a second, he got the feeling of Dorshanvu, but he quickly realized that this couldn't possibly be his cabin. Despite the commonality, they were in totally different locations. The second wave of Dutuanvu hit him harder when he finally opened the door and saw the stairs beneath. Those he'd definitely seen before. He knew that even before he felt the cold air wash over him. "Son of a bitch," he swore as he drew his sword and started down into the cottage. It wasn't built on a hill. It had been built on a burial mound, like the one he'd been crushed to death in not so long ago. Suddenly, he was on edge, and he moved down each step with caution as he retraced a path he'd taken at least 36 times by now. This was the Skeleton Knight level. He was sure of it, and somehow he'd made his way back to it. It looked a little worse for the wear since he'd seen it last, but he wasn't too concerned about that. His first concern was why it was here, and what this could possibly have to do with what he was looking for. But his second was even bigger. If those stairs are in a burial mound, then what's normally behind the door in the goblin cave? He wondered. In his mind, everything had fit together in a certain way. They were in order. First, there was one level, and then there was another. It was predictable pattern. Goblins came before skeletons, and they came before orcs. Now, suddenly, the whole thing was lining up more with the real world than with the levels in the pit in his mind. Suddenly, he was thinking about where each of those well-ordered levels was on a map, and the idea made him dizzy. When he reached the bottom, he found nothing unexpected. The room was scattered with the wreckage of bodies and looked about like he remembered. The knight itself was dead on the floor, too, but Simon looked at it only briefly before he produced some light and moved to the gate at the far end of the sepulchre. If that didn't actually lead to the next level, then where did it lead to? The answer turned out to be an antechamber and another set of stairs. He changed his mind. This was nothing like the burial mounds he'd been in before near Schwarzenbruck. This was more like one of the Egyptian tombs he'd seen while watching one too many documentaries on the Valley of Kings. There were no hieroglyphics, though. Whatever had been painted on the walls had long since flaked away. Simon continued down into the darkness, and it was there he found another room full of the dead. He raised his sword to shatter the first one as soon as it started to move, but it didn't. Instead, it just lay there on its dais, confusing him even more. Why aren't these ones coming to life? Simon wondered aloud as he explored the room, but he had no answer, unless... For a moment, he stood stock still in that cold room as inspiration struck him. What if the same thing that animated the dead here caused the ghosts to rise in Darndell? That wasn't so far-fetched, was it? Here they had bodies to move around in, and there? Well, no bodies meant they had to use the souls themselves or something. It wasn't a complete theory, but it was a working hypothesis, and for now, he clung to it as he turned and ran back up the stone stairs, taking them 2 at a time. Something that was here when he left wasn't here now. The warlock in question had taken it, and it was very probably still buried in the graveyard. The question was, what? Upstairs. The first thing he did was look for the sword. He found it laying just about where he'd probably left it, but was slightly disappointed by its discovery. I mean, if that was the answer, I would have solved this place ages ago by accident, he thought to himself with a sigh. Next, he looked for the key, since that was the other prominent item he had experience with. However, when he turned the skeleton knight's body over, he found something completely unexpected. There was a giant hole in its breastplate. To him, it looked like something had just punched right through it or grabbed the metal and ripped it open like wrapping paper. Does that mean there's a strength word of power? He thought. as he studied the hole left behind by whatever had done this. Simon had searched the room a couple of times, but he'd never thought to take the armor off the skeleton knight. And now that was biting him in the ass. As he looked at the hole in the chest and wondered what might have been there, it suddenly occurred to him. Don't tell me that Darkheart is actually literal and not, like, a cool name for the damn warlock, he sighed. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry at that revelation, but he was fairly sure it was the correct one. Whoever had dug up the rotten corpse had left the cursed artifact behind, and that was what was stirring up all the dead. Now, it was up to him to find it and destroy it. The only question was it the right thing to destroy it in this level? Or back in the Skeleton Knight level instead? Chapter 116. Simon did some further exploring on the deeper level of the tomb. He found a few inscriptions that talked about holding back the tide, and one said they would rise again to once more protect their homeland if it was ever threatened again. Unfortunately, there was no indication as to what they'd actually fought or what conditions would make them rise again. It was clear to him that whoever had buried these men had thought they were heroes, not villains. But if they were heroes, then why would they reek of unclean magics? Simon wondered. Was it that everyone thought that they were the hero in these sorts of situations, or was there another purpose? In desperation to find out more, he used the lesser word of earth a few times to try to make the rusted-out shields give up more secrets. He found a few coats of arms that way, and some inscriptions to specific knights, but there were no clues as to what terrible magic animated these corpses. He sealed up the tomb just the way he'd found it when he left, and he walked back to the half-abandoned city of Cosborough. They were no more helpful than before, and by the time he'd finished his second round of investigation that afternoon, he decided it was best to leave. Normally, he would have stayed one more night at the inn. A few coppers for a bed and a hot meal beat the hell out of shivering beneath the open sky. There was something here that made him think it was time to leave, though. It was like the opposite of the times he'd stayed in the first inn and the old woman had seen some darkness about him. Though he couldn't actually see any sort of miasma, he could feel it. The locals had a secret to keep or an axe to grind. And since he didn't want this run to end prematurely, he left before someone decided he shouldn't be allowed to. That night, he made camp well off the game trail he was following. And a little past midnight, he heard riders and saw torches. They didn't see him, either on the ride down or back, but only because he'd expected this. Simon considered stopping them and questioning them forcefully as to what they were up to, but decided against it. That wasn't because he was concerned about the morality of killing people who were obviously trying to kill him. It was because the temptation to drain their strength and make it his own was much too great. He'd largely recovered from his earlier weakness, but the urge to do something terrible remained even after his lassitude had faded. Maybe if it had been goblins or a terrifying wild beast like a wyvern or a griffin, he could have justified it, but people. It was a bridge too far for him in his current state of mind. So, he let them pass. Instead of dealing with them, he decided that the mystery of this particular place would last at least one more life while he focused on ending the cursed graveyard. Now that he knew where the tomb was located in the real world, he supposed that he could come back any time to investigate further, any time he wanted, with a little effort. The earlier level had to be decades in the past. Maybe time wouldn't have done as much damage by that point, and he could learn more. For now, he focused on more immediate issues. He decided to skip Linden Hills and walk straight back to Darndell to save time and throw off any further attempts at pursuit. It took him almost 2 days to decide that where or when to destroy whatever had been taken from the tomb was the wrong question. If he destroyed it here, it would almost certainly solve this level. But then on a later run, if he destroyed it back on the Skeleton Knight level, it would almost certainly reset this one to some new state, like Freya's Tavern had. He'd have to defeat something else after that, because the fog itself would never have existed. But did he want to do that? Right now? Definitely not, he said, answering his own questions out loud. I'm sure I need that fucking sword for Ionar, so I can't undo this level until I've undone that one. It was all getting hopelessly confusing, and he spent most nights by the fire talking to the mirror as he added names and traced designs. As he did so, he started to link the levels to each other in different ways. Once upon a time, it had all been so simple and straightforward in his head. But now, Every level seemed to loop backward and forward and link together in strange ways, either because of the people or the locations involved. Even though he could check the mirror, it was still confusing. Without it, he was sure he would have been hopelessly lost. I used to think that the pit just got hard enough that no one could beat it, he said to himself as he walked further south. Now, I think that most of them just got lost on the way there. He found Darndell as he'd left it weeks before. It was unchanged. But on his first night back, he investigated the graveyard and saw that the fog was stronger than it had been the last time. And as soon as he took a step over the line, mist began to pour from the graves. Simon didn't try to fight it that first night back, though. Instead, he waited until morning and began to look through the records once more. He didn't have the name of the warlock that had started all of this, but he had the place he'd come from, the year it had happened, and general outline of events. He hoped that would be enough. Even with those facts in mind and a generous bribe to the archivist, it still took him half a week to find the right scroll. When he did, Simon laughed out loud. He couldn't help himself. He'd spent weeks traveling and asking questions after he'd been told that a name was what he needed to solve this mystery. And when he found what he was sure was the correct entry, he found only a blacked-out portion of the scroll. Fortunately, the location of the gravesite wasn't blacked out. And with a little more research, they finally figured out where it had been. What had been one large plot decades before was now 3 smaller ones, all of which were now occupied. Simon wasn't going to let a little thing like a dead body stop him from reaching the conclusion, though. Even though the sun was low in the sky, he still marched straight to the graveyard with the tiny map he'd made on a piece of scratch paper. Even a little light was enough to keep the ghosts, or whatever they were, at bay, though, and he still had the orange glow of the sunset when he reached the right spot. Are they going to try to kill me if I use a little magic here? He asked himself as he looked around. There was no one here, but that didn't necessarily mean anything. It wasn't like he had a choice, though. He could hardly dig up this whole section in the next few minutes before the last limb of the sun descended below the horizon. So, he didn't worry about it. Instead, he took a moment to center himself. And then he imagined the earth in this whole section flowing out and receding like the tide, leaving everything that wasn't the earth behind. He wasn't 100% sure that was going to work, of course, but if it didn't, he could always come back with a shovel tomorrow. Gervulvasten, he intoned solemnly, feeling the word resonate both within him and the ground he was standing on. Simon had just enough time to reflect on how much less the greater words hurt when he really focused before the earth started to recede, as if a sinkhole was opening up. The gravestones eased down as the earthen tide flowed out, and a 6-foot-deep hole opened that was probably 20 yards on each side. It was a lot of earth, and he vaguely wondered where it all went, but in the fading light, he didn't worry about that too much. He was more concerned that anything he was looking for might have been swept away with it. He needn't have been, though. Even as the earth retreated, there were enough puffs of the dark mist that had been hiding just beneath it to reveal the source. So, Simon uttered a minor word of light to shoo them away and hopped down into the pit as he searched for whatever the source of the black magic at the center of his little crater was. Along the way, he found all the tombstones that had been there already, a coffin, and 2 bodies buried in sacks that had almost completely rotted away. There was also a broken sword, a few bottles, and the remains of a shovel. None of those were what he was looking for. When he finally found the thing, he was most surprised that it was literally a dark heart. Someone had carved a heart out of obsidian or something like it. As he studied it, he saw that it was anatomically correct, though he wasn't sure how important that was. Whoever made it had obviously taken great care in both the large details and the small ones. There were very delicate runes carved into it. He bent and picked it up, and it was there he made his mistake. He saw the way it smoked at his touch and assumed that it was just more mist. But when he stood and brought the thing into the direct path of sunlight, it immediately started to crumble to ash. "Shit!" he yelled, lowering it immediately again into the shadow of the grave. But it was too late. Even as he watched, all the interesting information he'd wanted to study was going up in smoke. He might have won the level, but he lost a terrible opportunity. Still, he did what he could, poring over each mark as they vanished, and when it was done, and there was no more to be gleaned, he sat down right in the hole and started to drawing the symbol combinations he was sure he'd seen. He hadn't learned any new words and all that, but the way that it had used some of the ones he did know seemed very novel, and he wanted to explore that more. Once all that was done, he decided not to fill in his hole, even if it was disrespectful to the dead. Instead, he waited another half hour to see if the mist would reappear, and when it didn't, he walked back to his inn. I could just leave, Simon thought absently, eyeing the exit. There was no need to rush it, though. Instead, he'd tell everyone the good news, make sure it was really done, and then get ready to kill those bloodthirsty servants before they could cause any harm. Chapter 1:17. Though they didn't believe him at first, and only pretended to after he bought everyone around. After a few guys went out to check the graveyard and confirmed that the mist was finally gone, a real celebration broke out. There had been a few tentative celebrations last time, when the unexplained fireball had burned away whatever it was that haunted the graveyard for a few weeks. But since no one had claimed credit, it had never been more than hope. This news, though, spread like wildfire. Simon had just been hoping to brighten the night of the few regulars he recognized in the common room, but as word spread, the place filled up to standing room only, and he was forced to tell the story again and again. People were feeding him free drinks for hours, and by the time he'd drunk enough to take some liberties with the truth, adding Blackheart's wraith to the story, along with a part where he thrust his sword into its obsidian heart, when the city watch's marshal showed up. For a moment, Simon thought that he was in trouble. But the man instantly joined in the celebrations, congratulating Simon for lifting the curse, and telling him, "The king himself will probably want to hear the story himself tomorrow when news gets around. So I hope you're ready to be drowned in gold." Simon toasted to that. But truthfully, he didn't need any more riches than he already had, and if he was offered a fortune, he'd gladly give it away to a worthy cause. It wasn't like he was going to start carting a backpack full of gold around with him. Truthfully, the backpack would be the most important part of that arrangement, and he'd only just purchased one he liked. He expected the one he had to last the rest of his life. That thought was enough to make him smirk as he listened to another man tell him about all the heroes who had died in the night trying to claim the reward. It was morbid humor and hardly a joke he could share. But his lives didn't tend to be that long these days, especially not when he was coming up on the dragon level again. Simon doubted he'd survive that one, but he hoped that this time he could at least get a better lay of the land. He didn't brood on that too much, though, or the premature loss of the artifact he'd destroyed. What really mattered was that he'd defeated this level cleanly, and he knew how to do it again pretty easily in case it reset on him. Simon enjoyed the rest of his drunken evening, though not so much that he let one of the beautiful barmaids join him in his room and congratulate him personally. Maybe if the caravan guard or one of the other ladies had hit on him, he would have gone for it. But a barmaid hit a bit too close to home. He did spare himself a lesser word of cure to remove the alcohol from his system. Only when he sobered up that he realized that this was one of the first times anyone had treated him like a real hero. Various villagers had thanked him for his help, of course, but this was the very first time he'd slain a monster, and there had been a true outpouring of gratitude. It was probably the best quest reward he could have asked for. His minor miracle was enough to spare him a hangover in the morning and let him get an early start on the day. Simon didn't have much in the way of clothes in this life. Nice was out of the question, but he brushed up his armor as best he could and paid a copper or two for a bath and a shave, and by the time his face was smooth and he felt clean, a herald was sent to collect him. Darndale wasn't as nice as Leipzig, which was the large city he was most familiar with to the north. That said, it looked a lot nicer from the back of a gilded and upholstered carriage, and Simon was happy for the attention as a growing parade made its way to the castle. There, he was met by a number of functionaries. The priests confirmed he'd been to the temple on more than one occasion. The archivist confirmed that he was the man to find the grave's location the other day, and a couple quiet men with white beards that he was fairly certain were some kind of court wizard glared at him hard enough that he was fairly sure they could see whatever darkness was in his soul. They said nothing, though, and after his identity was confirmed and he was made to swear on a holy symbol that he wasn't a warlock, he was escorted into court. There, he found dozens of nobles, and of course, the king and queen. Simon didn't quite know what the protocol for this sort of thing, but as they read of his name as Sir Simon of the Northern Lands, He stepped forward and knelt deeply. Most problems like this could be solved with a quick display of humility in his experience. "Rise," the king commanded before following up with, "He does speak our language, doesn't he?" "I do, your majesty." Simon smiled as he stepped forward. The king gestured, and a different herald stepped forward to read another proclamation. Today was declared a holiday, and all subjects were to thank the gods for their deliverance. Simon stood there stiffly, noting the fine print that no reward would be given until the mist had been gone for a year and a day, but that didn't bother him. He'd be gone long before that. Afterward, a banquet was held in his honor. He was given a seat at the high table next to the king's own heir, and he was asked to regale everyone with the story of his victory. Simon had only had a single glass of watered wine by that point, so he stuck to a version that was mostly the truth. He told everyone that after finding the true name of the black-hearted one, which he dared not repeat, he went to the graveyard and summoned the creature before destroying it utterly in the light of the setting sun. When he was asked for proof, he offered to draw a sketch of the heart, but said that as soon as the wraith was defeated, it crumbled to dust. One of the young men asked if he'd used magic to defeat the thing, but Simon merely laughed. He undid his sword belt and passed the man the scabbard as he said, "If I had magic, I assure you, I'd be able to afford a nicer sword." Everyone laughed at that, but Simon continued, "The only magic I possessed was research. There's a great power in words, especially in learning the names of evil." Everyone agreed with that, though only one of the gray beard from earlier seemed to understand his joke about the power of words. The man chuckled dryly, which moved him right to the top of Simon's list of people that he wanted to get to know better. Unfortunately, by the time the feasting was done, the king's advisor, Archiman, as he was apparently called, had retreated to his own rooms and made it clear that he didn't wish to be disturbed. So instead of seeing if someone could finally explain the nature of magic to him, Simon spent more time with the king's family. And at the end of the evening, he announced that he was going to renounce the reward in its entirety. "But Sir Simon," one man gasped, "a chest of gold is a fortune." "Aye," Simon agreed. "A heavy fortune, and I travel light. Use it for a good cause instead. A hospital or an orphanage. Do something to better the lives of those that dwelt in the shadow of that curse." For far too long, there was more drinking and more cheering after that. And when a couple of the ladies of the court snuck into the room he'd been given for the night, he was far too drunk to think that was a bad idea, and far too smart to make himself sober. Thankfully, that night was a blur, and he woke up in the morning to an empty bed. He probably should have been surprised he wasn't assassinated during the night. But really, he was too busy basking in the half-remembered afterglow to bother. It really was the best of both worlds. All of the pleasure, and only a little of the guilt to go with it. He wasn't sure he'd ever gotten either of their names, but he hoped they'd had as good a time as he had. Simon lingered for another few days, enjoying the town's enthusiasm and basking in the adulation of the common people while he got his gear in order. Once he had everything he thought he'd need, including a paper Muncha masquerade mask that he'd gotten because it looked somewhat like the devil on the upper floors, he made his way into the temple and forced the door open. Beyond the door, he could hear the sounds of music rather than screaming, which told him that he wasn't too late. Simon quickly donned his mask and then moved inside. He didn't remember exactly how to get where he was going, but as soon as he found the servant that stopped him last time, he said, "Can you direct me to the wine cellar? I'm running a little late for a private party there." "But guests are in the man said. But he talked as soon as Simon slipped him a couple silver pieces. Then he just nodded and said, "Right this way, sir." Simon reached the cellar just after Kaylee had opened the door to the side passage that let the men in, and all of them turned toward him. He didn't draw his sword yet. Instead, he looked down at everyone and said, "Why would you ever think that a bloodbath would help your cause? Who are you?" A couple of the men shouted, but Simon ignored them, walking slowly toward the knot of men, trying to figure out who the mage was. He was ready with the words of fire protection on his lips, but he wanted to wait until the last possible moment. When no one cast or attacked, he finally said, "I'm here for your confession. Tell me what's happening here, and maybe this can be ended without bloodshed." Most of the men here didn't have weapons. That made sense, because they were all dressed as servants, and they'd stolen weapons previously upstairs. As he spoke, they produced knives, broke bottles, and picked up planks. It was clear to him this wasn't going to end peacefully. Chapter 118. Nothing ends without bloodshed, one man said, older than the rest. Well, bloodshed or fire. The guy probably thought that he was being clever. But even as he shouted, Marin, and used the word of fire to launch a barrage of flames at Simon, he was already whispering the words, Kareshu velum Marin, as he imagined a wall of solid glass reaching from wall to wall of the space he was in between two large wine racks. He could have struck back, of course, but he wanted to talk to Kaylee, and she could have easily been hurt in the crossfire. So for now, he played defense. Lets the waves crash against his invisible fortification. They raged hot enough to light the wood on either side of him on fire, but thanks to his magic, he didn't even feel the heat. Instead, he simply stood there, and when the tide of fire receded, he said, There, now can we talk about this? The only answer of his opponent was to shout the word twice more. The second time, he bolstered his shield, but only a little. This man clearly lacked any real power or imagination. When his voice cracked on the second attempt and he started coughing up blood, he also showed he had very little in the way of stamina either. How long has it been since 3 basic words would have done that to me? Simon said, reflecting, even as the basement was on fire on both sides of him. There had been a time, so long ago that he barely remembered it, that 2 greater words would always reduce him to a painful hoarseness. That was in the past, though. Today, he suspected that the pain came at least as much from failing to pronounce or understand the word correctly as from actually channeling more power than you could handle. That was a lesson he was only slowly learning with time. Say the word, the coughing man said to his companions. Say it! He's weakening. If we all say it together, as he tried to convince his allies to attack him. Simon chuckled at the idea that he was the one weakening and whispered, Offerum Gelthic, to smother the flames with the lesser word of ice before they could burn out of control and cause serious damage to the place. That shocked the assembled group visibly. Listen, Simon said again. The words of power are cursed, and you damn your soul to use them. Surrender, and I will ensure that you're treated fairly by the law. Simon stopped talking as soon as he saw everyone's temperament change. When he'd been talking about damnation, he was clearly winning them over. They obviously believed that much. It was the notion that there was any justice to be waiting for them at the hands of their betters that they found to be ridiculous. He didn't have time to formulate another argument, let alone time to figure out where they'd learned such a destructive word. He couldn't even contemplate the fact that fire seemed to be far and away the most common word out there. Instead, he raised his defenses. As one, almost everyone in the group assaulted him with a new wave of fire. Gervul Koresh Uvela Marin, he said very clearly, bringing an even stronger wall to deal with such an assault. He'd never faced a group of spellcasters before, so he erred on the side of caution and used a greater word to hold back the inferno. It was certainly enough to make him regret his earlier overconfidence, though he'd never cast a spell as long as that one, and almost always used one word or two, and he felt the burn immediately. He wasn't sure it was drawing more of his life than a normal greater word, but the complexity pulled at his mind and his throat in ways that were more painful than usual. He'd thought that he could keep this up all day, but that was turning out not to be the case. Still, nothing they were doing was showing any signs of weakening his spell. The concert of flames roared like a typhoon against him, but no amount of power could cross a line that had been defined so boldly. The only way to make it more powerful would have been to carve the thing into the stone in a sort of reverse summoning circle. For a moment, he allowed his mind to wander and wonder if that would actually drain less or more from him than saying the words. However, as soon as the flames started to slacken, he drew his sword and focused on whatever was going next. As it turned out, though, he probably wouldn't need it. Most of the would-be mages were already wounded or dead. Some lay on the ground, coughing up blood, and others were horribly burned. They clearly hadn't given much thought to what would happen if they released so much heat in such a contained area. Simon muttered a few words to smother the flames before the smoke became a problem. And then he moved toward Kaylee. She was on the ground, and obviously wounded, so he was done trying to play nice. A couple of the men still had the strength to menace him with weapons, and Simon didn't hesitate to cut them down. While he still wasn't at full strength, they were no match for him. After that, everyone who was capable ran for their lives, and he let them go. Those who weren't visibly burned were already scared by this experience in other ways. And once the guards came for them, he doubted that any of them would survive. Kaylee, who was already on the ground, she was burned pretty badly on her left side. To him, it looked like whoever had been standing next to her practically exploded, rather than trying to use his will to direct the fire. Just looking at her suffering was enough to make him feel bad for her. So, after he carried her some distance from the others to a darkened corner, and despite the strain he'd already put on himself, he whispered, "Gervul hiak," and practically erased her wood with a greater word of healing. It wasn't perfect, and he could do nothing about her burned hair or dress with any of the words that he knew. But she wasn't going to spend the rest of her days being disfigured, at least. "Why did you do this?" he asked, taking off his mask as she finally looked up at him with clear eyes. "You didn't just plan a massacre, but you worked with warlocks. Don't you understand how insanely dangerous that is?" "Simon?" she asked, confused. "How? Why? You can't be here." "And yet I am," he nodded. His throat was still sore, but he ignored it. After this, he was going to be on a nice, relaxing boat cruise for the better part of the week, so he'd have plenty of time to recover. "So talk, but you haven't aged," she said. "Well, maybe a little, but it's been more than 2 decades. Good genes," he lied. "I get that from my mother's people. But why didn't you help us?" she asked, tears welling in her eyes. "If you have all this power, then you must know. You must. They were so cruel to us, to Edic and I. For what they did to him, there can be no answer but violence." "I don't," he answered, "but I wish I did. Tell me, and maybe I can fix it." "I just know that violence isn't the answer." "It isn't the answer?" she asked in confusion before she looked around and laughed. "How can you, of all people?" "Say that, Simon. Violence was the answer against the owlbear and the troll you said you were off to fight." "It was certainly the answer you used in this basement today. If you killed everyone up there today, I promise you that worse people would replace them," he explained to her. "You think that these men would have created a better ruling class. We wanted to create a country without rulers. We wanted to be free," she said with a look of wide-eyed passion. "And you've ruined it." "Trust me," he sighed. "If I'm here, nothing good was about to happen. That's the way this works." This was the first time he'd run across something like democracy in the pit. Even conceptually, he didn't remember a whole lot from his history classes, but Simon was pretty sure that early attempts were usually bloody affairs that didn't end well. Right now, he didn't care about any of that. He just wanted information. "Oh?" she asked. "I always thought of you as a hero of yore. Are you just a harbinger of terrible things to come? An albatross?" she asked plaintively, getting more aggressive with each moment. But he really wasn't sure what to tell her, or even what he could tell her. "I see what you are now. You're no different than the rest of them. You were just going to hold us down like they did." "Kaylee," Simon said. "Please calm down." He could hear that they were running out of time. The door to the basement hadn't opened yet, but people were definitely stomping around upstairs, and any second now, the guards would come for them. They wouldn't be looking for innocents either. "Calm. I am calm. I know what you are," she said, leaning forward to whisper something in his ear. "You're May." Simon sensed the betrayal coming, but he waited until she actually said the first syllable before he seized her by the throat. He held her there so tightly that she couldn't breathe, let alone speak. Even then, he would have tried to reason with her, though. Was that because this was all somehow his fault? Because he'd had a hand in bringing her to this fork in the road? He wasn't sure, but before he could figure out what to say next, the guards burst through the door. Simon dumped her off his lap then and bolted toward the door on the far wall before she could blast him. She didn't disappoint either. The flames licked at him in his wake, and though he heard her cry out that terrible word twice, only the first time was aimed at him. The second time, it was followed by the guards coming down the stairs, who screamed instead. "It's not my problem anymore." That's what he tried to tell himself as he sheathed his sword, opened the door to the sea seraph, and then quickly closed it behind him. Somehow, Those words did nothing to make him feel better. Had he done everything he could to save her? Number, had he let her down in any major way? Not that he could think of. He'd given her every chance to turn from the darkness. He would have gladly brought Kaylee with him and away from whatever terrible situation it was that she found herself in. If only her presence wouldn't have been a constant knife, waiting to betray him. Chapter 119. Simon contemplated his culpability a lot of the first few days of the trip. Oh, he still played dice with the crew some, even though he knew enough about the ship to blend in without it. He also spent a little time every day trying to find the source of the plague that was bound to happen. Mostly, though, he wondered what he could have done differently. Based on the timing of the levels, he was already fairly certain that the purpose wasn't to stop every tragedy. Sometimes it was, but most of the time it seemed to be to mitigate them. He couldn't say why Hyliades had chosen the places and the times she did, and he wasn't going to waste a question asking. That was because he already knew the answer. The answer was that this was the answer. This was the way it had to be to get to whatever destiny she'd promised that hero from her story. Beyond that, it didn't have to make sense. That was only frustrating to him, of course. She could presumably see everything, so it made total sense to her, no matter how convoluted things got. For any normal person, though, it was hard to figure out how rescuing a couple of kids on their way to a festival so they could be chewed up and spit out by the world would lead to the correct outcome. He had no idea, but that didn't stop him from feeling like he'd let them down. Hell, Kaylee never should have been there. She wasn't the first time. Before, it had been a different girl accompanying Eddic on that long, dark road. Would this level have turned out better if she'd been the one to survive? These were the sorts of questions that could drive men mad. After all, for all he knew, those men had gotten the word of fire from her, and she'd gotten it from him. He had no way to know. Had he used it to fight the owlbear when he went through the level last time? He couldn't recall. That was why he gambled and drank as much as anything, because trading raunchy jokes with a bunch of strangers blocked out the questions that resonated in his soul. He spent some time filling the mirror in on the last level. Even though he doubted he'd ever forget Kaylee's betrayal, he was just trying to build the habit of telling it everything since he was already sure that there was much that he'd forgotten. When he felt better, he used a word of greater cure in an attempt to purge the whole ship of disease. He doubted that would be enough to unravel the mystery, but he could spare the year. Really, I'm unlikely to figure it out this go-around, he decided. But at least I can stay with the ship this whole time, see what happens, and then help with the plague when we reach our destination. The very last thing that Simon planned to do was to disembark the boat for Ionar. So, one day, he was very surprised to see that they were sailing right by it without any intention to stop. He looked closely and thought it looked different, but it wasn't until he asked one of the sailors about it that he discovered the horrible truth. Ionar. What would we go to that twice-cursed hellhole? He said with a laugh. Twice cursed? He asked. You mean something happened there besides the volcano erupting? You don't know? The man asked, studying Simon to decide if he was stupid or merely foreign. That volcanic eruption dragged some monstrosity straight from the lowest pit of hell, and it consumed the whole city. Every place where the lava isn't, it is. Simon's body went cold. He'd spent half the voyages learning about unintended consequences, and now he discovered that he'd inadvertently unleashed a new evil on an old level. It was shocking. But as he looked at the silhouette of the palace high on the cliff top, it was impossible not to see the truth. Simon sighed. I guess I'm not going to figure out the plague on this trip either. What plague? The sailor asked, but Simon ignored the man. He was already moving away from the prow where they'd been chatting, the port side of the ship, where they kept one of the long boats. With a word of force, he cut the ropes on both hoists that raised and lowered it into the sea before anyone had any idea what he was up to. There were looks of shock and dismay, but he ignored them. This run was toast anyway. He'd already fucked it up as far as he was concerned. He could do one thing right, though, and that was to fix this fucking mess. He'd spend decades here if he had to undo what he'd done. There was no other choice. After the boat splashed into the water, he vaulted over the rail like some guy in a pirate movie and used a word of lesser force to cushion his landing. Then he picked up a pair of oars and did his best to start rowing to shore. It only took a few minutes for the news of what he'd done to spread on the sea seraph. Though they didn't have cannons, they had plenty of crossbows, and he was well inside their range. So, once he saw the first one take a shot at him, he used a word of lesser force with every pull of the oars. That little bit of magic pushed him along 10 times faster than rowing alone, and he quickly outpaced the ship. Simon had no idea what rumors would spread about this moment, but he was sure that they would. He beached the boat and then drug it slightly higher, even though he never really intended to use it again. This was a desolate place, but he wasn't leaving until he'd purged every last trace of his stupid mistake. I should never have opened that damn thing, he told himself as he started looking around for evidence that the plants had infested this far. Fortunately, it seemed that they hadn't. Looking, he thought he could see some evidence that there were a few on the trail near the top, but the infestation seemed to be almost completely contained in the area around the main square and the palace. Because that's where I buried that fucking thing, he growled, kicking a rock. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. I fucking boiled it in lava, he yelled, screaming so loudly that it echoed off the cliff face back at him. What the hell else was I supposed to do? Leave it in its fucking container, his mind volunteered instantly. Yeah, that would have been the best choice. It wasn't like the golden cylinder he'd found it in had any magical runes on it, though. He thought it was just a superstition, but it clearly wasn't. Simon spent the rest of the day building a shelter and doing a little spearfishing off the now-abandoned jetty. Honestly, it wasn't bad. He'd never been a seafood guy. But flame-roasted fish and crab that had been buried in the hot ashes of his fire turned out pretty great. There wasn't much variety here, of course. He didn't seem to see much in the way of seabirds, so he was sure he'd get tired of it eventually. But for now, he ate like a king. The well still had drinkable water in it, even if the place was abandoned and the tavern he'd gotten drunk at last time had never been built. If he was going to be here for a while, then he wanted to get the rhythm of life down pat. That meant making a gorget, so this thing wouldn't kill him twice the same way. It also meant being methodical and thorough so the damn thing didn't sneak up on him. After only 2 days of that, he was ready to start making his way up the path. He went a little at a time, and he used fire so things wouldn't grow back. It wasn't bad, especially early on. That low? There was really only the occasional creeper vine or orange blossom to mark this thing's slow, creeping path of destruction. It didn't get bad until he could actually see where the lava had dripped down from the highest level and ruined the few buildings that had been built along the windy road. There, he found that the real infestation had started. The vines actually didn't seem to like something besides his fire. So he spent several days experimenting as he slowly burned them away to nothing. In the process, he ruled out wind and sun, as well as poor soil, and was forced to conclude it was seawater. The first time he poured salt water on a cluster of them, they wilted and died in minutes. And when he checked on that spot 2 days later, they still hadn't started to regrow. That was the good news. The bad news was that he didn't have so much as a bucket to his name. Thankfully, the well was shallow, but up until now, he's used a rope made from spliced together rope ends he'd cut off the ship's tackle to lower his helmet in the well, a couple times at the end of every day to stay hydrated. That might work fine for drinking, but there was no way that he was going to stop this infestation with a helmet full of seawater a day, and the odds that he would make the 1.5 miles, walk up and down the cliffside road more than once or twice each day were equally small. So, he did the next best thing and set to work making a large pot for himself. Finding enough clay for that took a week of digging, and he cracked the first one from the heat when he tried to fire it. Still, his second try was a success after he let it bake in the sun for a few days before he baked it over a flame. It was an ugly thing, and though he didn't think he'd ever be able to balance it on his head, he used leather thongs and a bit of the canvas from his shelter to make a backpack of sorts. Now each day, he could go up, burn away the parts that were likely to attack him, and then drench the soil of a couple dozen weed beds with seawater and watch them die in almost real time. That was when he started to make real progress, relying on just the words of minor fire. It was liable to take him literally forever to clear this infestation, but with enough seawater, things were finally starting to look up. When Simon started this task, he'd thought of it as Sisyphean. He was going to push this boulder up the hill, not because it was possible, but because it was the only fair punishment in a just world since it was his fuck-up. Now that he was making actual progress, though, He was starting to think it might be possible. Chapter 120. Simon spent the next 6 months the same way. Every morning, he drank 3 helmets of water and caught something with a crude spear from the jetty while he still had the energy to do so. Then, he would fill his clay pot with 5 or 6 gallons of seawater and begin to climb up the slope. There, he would use fire and salt to methodically make it further up the street toward the main square, destroying every tendril of greenery in any building along the way. Nothing behind me. That was his motto. He'd already been through the wood chipper once, and he had no intention of doing this half-assed and being forced to try again. After all, the plant couldn't do shit to him. Not if he was careful. He'd been hit by spines a few times so far, but none of them had penetrated his armor, which he wore no matter how hot he got. His leathers fit him loosely now, even cinched all the way up, since he could count his ribs when his shirt was off. That wasn't a surprise. He was tanned in a way he'd never been before, too. And in all the time it took to get that tan, he'd counted 108 shooting stars, 9 ships, and no people. The only thing he hadn't counted in all that time was the number of fish he'd eaten. He might never eat fish after this. He was so sick of them that he'd taken to freediving for clams, oysters, and even shrimp sometimes, though he had very few ways to cook any of them properly. I'm never going anywhere without a pan again, he told himself as he hiked up the cliff with a jug of water that day. No, not that day. He corrected himself mentally. Today was the day he was going after the central blossom. He'd already killed every trace of plant life between the road and the main square. It wouldn't be the end of it. He'd still have the rest of Ionar proper, plus the palace grounds to purge. But as far as Simon was concerned, what he was doing today was half the battle. If he succeeded here, everything else was just clean up. He'd avoided it for weeks as he laid the groundwork, but that had given him all the time in the world to study the terrible plant. It had been growing for many years, which for a flower was an eternity. So at this point, it was the size of a gnarled old oak tree. Instead of foliage, though, was a giant leathery flower that was very nearly blood red compared to the marbled orange and red of most of the other large blossoms. He'd already destroyed many that were more than large enough to swallow him whole. Even the largest of those was only half the size of the main plant, though. And today, after what was probably decades of unending growth, he was going to end it. Simon started the battle with the words of distant fire. It made the thing scream, but did little to affect it. It simply closed its giant flower until the flames had passed. That was something that was largely true for the other large blossoms he'd defeated up until now. But it was still a vital step, because that sudden burst of flame was enough to destroy or cripple most of the smaller needle-spitting blossoms. Once that was done, he advanced with his freshly sharpened sword. The tendrils attacked him before he was even halfway across the square. The smaller ones moved so slowly that they were only effective against prey that had already been immobilized. But these larger ones were as thick as his thigh and could be wielded like clubs. They were the next hazard that needed to go. Simon wove between them, hacking as he went, and over the space of a few minutes, he covered the square in the sticky green sap of his enemy. That was all he needed to do to reach the trunk. At least, that had been all he'd had to do in the past. This time, though, when he got close, the thing launched a cloud of evil-looking, red pollen at him. Simon staggered back, with his eyes and his mouth closed, and it was only when he was far enough away that he felt like the strong sea breeze had cleansed the air that he allowed himself to breathe again. "Got yourself a new trick, huh?" he said, studying the residue in his hair as much as the strange creature that had released it. He felt normal, but he had no idea what that shit did. So he used a word of lesser cure, just in case. Then he went back to retrieve his jug of water. This thing was full of surprises. Fortunately, he was too. Simon ran at it again, but this time from a slightly different direction, and he was able to dump half of the jug on the thing's roots before it could turn enough to try to dose him again. Before it succeeded in spraying him, though, the thorny mouth at the center of the monstrous blossom started to scream. This wasn't the first time that one of the flowers had made noises at him. He'd heard them growl on several occasions when they thought they were about to get an easy meal. This was the first time that he'd heard such a keening wail, though, and he backed away, fearing another strange sonic attack almost as much as the pollen. Simon backed away once more until his vision cleared, but the third time he advanced, he vowed he wouldn't stop hacking at it until the thing was finally dead. That's exactly what he did, and it was messy work. He chopped at it until the tip of his sword broke off, but there was nothing it could do to defend itself anymore. No other part of it was in range to strike at him. Thanks to all his hard work, it was isolated and defenseless. Even after he felled it, though, and the thing's keening screech ceased, the battle still wasn't done. He still had to dig up the seed itself. If he didn't, in a day or a week, it would start sprouting all over again. That was just its nature, and by now, he had learned not to underestimate it. No matter how hot the lava or how thick the crust of stone it left behind, this awful thing would reach the surface and blossom once more. Even if he drowned it in seawater, he was sure that once it had dried off, it would spring to life all over again. In that sense, it was the most terrible creature he'd ever faced. It was more tenacious than all the zombies he'd ever killed, put together, and if he'd left it lying anywhere besides this desolate place, he was sure it would have eaten half a continent by now. That was the only silver lining to this. Simon decided as he poked around in its stump, with his sword looking for a dark, fist-sized object. No matter how deep he prodded, though, he saw nothing promising. Yeah, it's like a dandelion. He nodded. You gotta pull those out by the roots, or they always come back. Gervuel on petit, he yelled, starting to feel a little hoarse. He'd used a lot of minor words today, but didn't use a lot of major words during his time on Ionar. There was no point. The enemy he faced wasn't powerful. At this point, it wasn't even dangerous if you were prepared. It was, however, so numerous as to be nearly endless. The stump came out of the ground and was pulled a few feet in the sky by a titanic force that shattered the nearby cobblestones. It came out roots and all, and it was there, at the very bottom of the longest taproot, that he finally found it. Simon noted that it was already starting to sprout new life, even as he'd killed its old form. He immediately chopped it off of the now dead body of its former host with a single quick stroke of his blade before he sheathed it. Then he dumped what water he had left on it to stymie any further growth. Then he pulled his coin purse full of gold coins from under his breastplate and said, Marin, heating them so much and so quickly that they became molten almost instantly and burned right through the thin leather, drizzling down on the cursed thing. Simon had to use a word of fire a second time, along with the word of earth, to make sure the thing was fully enclosed and sealed in a metal shell that it could not escape from. It was only when that was done that he retreated to his safe area to rest in the shade for a little bit and decide what to do next. He figured it would still take months more to kill everything else, even with the heart cut out of this monster. But over the next hour, every vine stopped twitching, and every bit of foliage began to change colors. First, it faded to yellows and browns, and then even before the sun started to dip below the horizon, almost all of them were black. He was overjoyed, but unwilling to be fooled. He wasted no daylight looking for evidence that somewhere, some part of this plant continued to thrive. Simon finally made his way down from the ruins well after nightfall. After he'd checked to make sure every single vine and tendril really was wilting, he was exhausted after what he'd accomplished, but not so exhausted that he hadn't used a few words of distant fire to create a fireworks display to celebrate the event. Even if no one else had seen it, he decided that wasting 6 months of his life to mark his triumph was more than worth it. Once he reached the beach, he looked at the golden orb he held in his hand. Then, he started walking out to the jetty to finish this. There were a lot of places he could put this gleaming evil seed. He could take it with him. He could leave it on the cliff. But in the end, given its weakness for salt water, he decided the safest place for this thing to end up was the sea. After all, no matter where he buried it, once this thing's container got damaged, it would grow again. He was pretty sure that's what had happened in the sewers. Someone had died trying to steal it or possess it or something, and eventually, it had grown up and consumed the city. If he had tools, he would have built a salt-filled time capsule and buried it in the deepest part of the ocean. He didn't, though. Instead, he used the word of earth 3 times, twice to turn 2 large rocks into hemispherical shells to contain his golden artifact. And then, one more time, to meld them into a stone egg that he hoped would protect its precious cargo for thousands of years. Then, once that was done, he stood on the farthest point of the ancient stone jetty and launched it with a word of force, hundreds of yards out into the water where no one would ever find it again. Even after that victory, though, he sat on the beach for several days wondering how much this one thing had already changed history. How many ships didn't stop here that would have? How many people that were supposed to never meet never did, other than curing the zombie outbreak? This was probably the biggest single thing he'd done to alter the flow of the world events since he started, and it had been on accident. There was no way to fix it now, of course. He would have to get on with his adventure eventually. Still, for a couple nights, he basked in that wonderful feeling of completion and wondered if there was any way to truly fix what it was he'd done. Chapter 121. With only his mirror, half a sword, a particularly ragged bedroll, some salt-encrusted armor, a small piece of flint, 8 silver coins in a canvas pouch, his trusty fishing spear, and a pair of boots that weren't going to last much longer left to his name. Simon finally left that familiar beach and started walking east along the coast. These lands were not completely wild, and he was sure he would find villages along the way. It only took 4 days to find his first fishing village, and 2 more to find his second. It even took less than a week to find his first bandits, though he seemed to have little enough worth stealing, and they left him alone as he walked past, looking more than a little like a crazy old hermit. It was a pity, too. A couple of those toughs had nice swords, and Simon would have had no compunction stealing one of them from their corpses. He continued his journey in near silence, breaking it only to hail travelers going the other direction and ask them for news from up ahead. Well, that and hunting. Thanks to the deprivations of the weather, Simon no longer had a bow, but he was also completely sick of fish. So, when he saw a plump hare feasting on grasses not so far from him, Simon used the lesser word of force to turn a pebble into a sling bullet and gave it the force his arm never could. It was the easiest choice in the world. After all, he'd much rather give up a week of his life for something to eat that wasn't from the sea at this point. That would have been true even if he wasn't going to get it back when he died. That night, he feasted on charred, greasy meat for the first time in months, and he lay there in the scraps of his bedroll feeling blessed. How can I be this happy with this little? He asked himself. He didn't try to answer his own question. He just appreciated it. It wasn't until he reached the first town of any size in Effia, almost 100 miles away from where he'd started at Ionar. It was there he learned that he had over 150 miles to go to reach Abress. But he wasn't in a hurry? Why wasn't he? Because the portal he needed was almost certainly gone by now. And even if he managed to track down the sea seraph to whatever port she was currently in, he doubted that the portal would still work after all this time. No, I'm probably trapped here for a long time, he decided, for better or worse. Still, that certainty was no reason to mope about it. He was sure he could get up to some fine adventures here on the coast. Maybe he'd even take up sailing for fun. He was a strong swimmer now, and other than a bit malnourished, he was in excellent shape. He could do about anything he wanted, and tonight, what he wanted more than anything was a hot bath. So, he traded away one of his precious silver coins for a handful of coppers, a soft bed, a warm meal, and a hot bath. He even vowed to get a shave tomorrow when the barber was finally open. Once he was clean and fed, he started to spend those coppers one at a time for another delicacy he dearly missed, warm beer. After 2 large tankards, he settled into a warm haze of contentment and listened more than he talked to the other travelers that were there that night. He heard that the plague in Abress was largely resolved, but he'd already expected that to be the case. These things didn't last forever. More interestingly, though, was the news about Ionar. I heard someone finally slew that wretched, evil plant monstrosity. An older trader who'd come from the west said, "Of course, I ain't seen it with my own eyes yet, but I want to believe it's so." "It will never happen," another said dismissively. Mount Ionis could rain fire across the whole area day and night all over again, and those cursed orange blossoms would still reappear. If you ask me, it's only a matter of time before they start heading this way. The two bickered about it, and Simon was tempted to tell them the truth, but he decided against it. Not only did he not need the fame, but they wouldn't have believed him anyway. At this moment, he looked more like a crackpot than a hero. Instead, he just listened and only chimed in when topics like goblins or centaurs came up, because it wasn't so far-fetched that he'd actually know something about them. That night, after winning enough coppers at dice to pay for his drinks and his meal, Simon went to bed feeling blessed. He'd made the world a better place. And even though he'd fucked up big time by opening that golden container, it had all turned out for the best. After the shave, he felt like a new man. It took another week to find a larger town further inland, and from there, he traded his services as a veteran warrior guarding the caravan for steady meals and a new bow. It wasn't the best quality, but it shot straight enough for him to take out a bandit without magic when they were finally attacked a few nights later, and that was all he could ask for. The rest of the nights, he stood quiet watches and played dice around the campfire while he traded stories with men he doubted he'd ever meet again. Despite the poor quality of the food, though, it wasn't so bad. After all, he thought to himself, at least it's not fish. That night was the only danger he faced before he arrived, and even though he was invited to stay on for the next leg of their trip with a better share, he decided against it, and thanked his comrades for watching his back before heading deeper into Abrez. There, he didn't work as a guard, but as a healer. The plague still lingered here, and many of them bore the ugly scars of a survivor. Somehow, though, despite that, life was returning to normal. Most citizens still wore masks and veils, as if that would somehow ward away the foul vapors that caused the disease a second time. But he wasn't about to explain the idea of acquired immunity to them. For his part, Simon wasn't sure exactly what was causing the sickness. It didn't look like flea bites like last time, but he wasn't exactly an expert. He'd never gone to medical school or anything. Still, he cured enough difficult cases with reasonable advice about nutrition and sunlight, along with a few whispered words of power that people started to treat him as if he were a real healer. He only used that attention to study the symptoms, and he spent a few days looking over the worst cases. Those he didn't really try to save, but it did help him to understand the course that it took. Over the next several months, he did what he could to save lives and bring this suffering to an end. He was in the process of working with a few of the other doctors to try to locate the source. By documenting the cases on a map of the city, when he found out that many of the ships were still sunk in the harbor. What if that is where the disease is coming from? The learned Dr. Falster asked when they were reviewing a cluster of cases near the waterfront. What if it still leaks from the hold of a submerged ship like poison? How will we cure that? Simon might have explained to them that such a thing was extremely unlikely, but instead, he wondered if Thesa Seraph might be down there, and if it was, the portal to the next level might be functional. Until that moment, he'd thought that opportunity was lost to him, but now it ate at him, even when he lay in bed at night. These people needed him, but really, how much did he owe them? In his next run, he would prevent this evil and save all their lives. As it was, he would run out of years in his own life before he ran out of people to save. He stayed conflicted about that for several days, and he had a particularly terrible idea when he realized it was time to leave. Somewhere in the back of his mind, that thirst for the sweet life force still lingered. Even after all these months, it was there, even when he healed the sick in his makeshift hospital. The stray thought that he could steal the life of the criminals, or the dying, and use it to heal those that were worth saving followed him everywhere. That was too much power in his hands, and he knew that as noble as his aims might be, he'd end up as a junkie, or worse. So, with only a little gray in his hair, he resolved to leave before it was too late. So, he stripped down to nothing but his underclothes and his knife, and took to diving in the harbor every day looking for the answer to that burning question. At first, his search was slow. It took several days of diving in those murky waters before he found the right ship. Apparently, the city had endured at least as much chaos as it had disease because, ultimately, the pier he sought had been burned to the waterline. As a result, he dived the wrecks of a dozen ships that weren't even close to where he needed to be before he found Thesa Seraph. When he finally located her, she was lying on her side, half drowned in silt. Simon had no word for air, though he dearly wished he did. So instead, he rested for half an hour before he dove as deep as he could to see if the portal in the captain's quarters might still be in place. Somehow, against all the odds, then refreshing his word of minor light. He took a deep breath and dove deep, kicking as hard as he could to get 20 yards beneath the waves before he felt the nagging need to breathe force him to return to the surface. This time, well, rested as he was, it was almost easy, and he quickly reached the captain's cabin in the stern castle. The door was shut, and he couldn't open it, so he swam around to the back and came in through the broken window. He was starting to run low on air, but he wasn't worried yet, and his light was still bright enough. So he looked around for any clues about what might have happened in all this. All he found, though, was the captain's skeleton, pinned to the wall by the same desk that Simon had seen the man slumped over the last time he was here. The skeleton had been picked nearly clean, but Simon saw a coin pouch on the ground that was not so far away, so he scooped it up. He was free diving with nothing but his small clothes and a knife, after all. If he got through this portal, he'd need funds to buy new gear in Crovar or somewhere similar. With Simon's air starting to run low, he hurried to the door and tried it from this side. It was still stuck, which was something he could have fixed in an instant with a word of force. He didn't have one of those right now, though. So instead, he braced himself against one of the roof beams and pushed with all his might. I'm not fucking drowning again, Simon thought to himself as he stretched and forced the strong muscles of his legs to give everything they had against the stubborn, waterlogged wood. For a second, he feared it wouldn't be enough, but then he felt it budge just the smallest bit, and a second later, it gave way entirely. Simon worried the portal wouldn't open after all this time, but it did, and suddenly, he was riding a waterfall out of the ocean and into the darkness of the cavern beyond. It was a vaguely terrifying experience, and he landed on the stone floor gasping for breath and more than a little banged up. Still, he'd survived somehow. Chapter 122. As Simon crouched there on his hands and knees, taking in huge lungfuls of air, it took him almost a minute to remember where he was. The spiders, he whispered to himself. No, the spider, he corrected himself, remembering the giant that loomed in the darkness somewhere above him in the darkness. Suddenly, it all came back to him. The webs on fire, the spiders surrounding him, and the giant spider towering over it all were each a terrifying memory all on their own. But together, for a second, he wondered if he should set the place ablaze again. But then he realized he had precious little choice. Last time, no one had noticed him until he'd sliced through his first web on his quest to get to the next doorway. This time, though, he could hear skittering and chittering around him on all sides in the darkness, and worse, he was glowing. Between the exceptionally loud way he'd entered this level and the light, it was like he'd painted a bullseye on himself. So aiming toward the closest sound, he uttered, Marin, and sent a long streamer of fire out into the dark. That single blast wouldn't be enough to kill even one of the dog-sized spiders he saw moving toward him, but it was enough to catch all of their very flammable webs on fire. As the monstrous creatures fled the flames, he ran toward them, seeking the relative safety of the known clear area as the fire started to spread throughout the cavern. For now, he wasn't heading to the exit or to anywhere else. He was just staying a moving target, just in case, as chaos unfolded all around him. It was literally insane, he decided, but he couldn't help but smile to fight the madness. He was running through the center of a firestorm, and that firestorm was illuminating a spider stampede of dozens of 8-legged critters, several of which certainly outweighed him. That was just the warm-up act, though. As soon as the fire spread far enough, it finally illuminated the 2 nearest legs of the spider god that towered over everything else that was going on. Simon's light had dimmed enough to be invisible, and the light of the next level was lost in the thousands of tiny temporary flames that raced along the spiderwebs in every direction. The world was on fire now, and that afforded him just enough light to make out some of the larger details. He could see that this was a city, or at least it had been one long ago. Beyond that, he could see the bottom of the giant spider's abdomen and thorax, lording over everything. It had to be 30 or 40 feet tall at least, and though it was possible he might have been able to cut through one of the thing's massive legs with a battle axe, there was no way that the dagger he currently had was going to do more than scratch it. That was okay, though, because he had other weapons. He quickly ruled out fire because this didn't seem to be bothering the thing. Next, he considered force. but he knew that it would take a lot of words to chop up something with 8 legs. So, eventually, he settled on Earth. Why not? It had worked for the ogre, so it should work for the spider too, right? Gervul Vosten, he shouted, aiming past the creature to the ceiling that loomed above it as he tried to cause a cave-in. Earth, it turned out, was the wrong word. As a result of his magic, there was a terrific crack, and half of the cavern came down on top of the thing, crushing it like a bug. That much, at least, was appropriate. He thought as he ran to the nearest doorway he could, and wondered if he would survive long enough to celebrate his victory. At least this will clear the level, even if I die, he reassured himself as he stood there enduring the end of the world. The sound of falling rocks was deafening, and once the choking dust billowed throughout the cavern, it was enough to smother any lingering flames, plunging him into total darkness. He stood there for a long time, controlling his breathing, and waiting for the taste and smell of rock dust to decline before he did anything. He wasn't dead. That was what mattered. He'd survived, and none of his limbs had been crushed. But even if he lit himself up like a Christmas tree, he wouldn't see anything but dust. So he waited, breathing slowly and deeply in the darkness, ignoring the occasional skittering sound of shifting rubble. It was a terrifying hour or so, but it gave him plenty of time to think, and by the end of it, he had a plan. Gervulbarom, he shouted before coughing slightly at the strain of using 2 greater words in a row. After that, he stood perfectly still, listening to his voice echo at random through the partially collapsed cave. Greater light wasn't something he used very often, but in this case, it was the right choice. He didn't go for anything fancy. He just created an orb of white light hanging in the center of the cavern like a tiny sun. He wasn't sure how long it would last, but at least it wouldn't draw the 8-eyed survivors right to him. Before Simon moved, he simply took in the devastation. The place had been nothing but ruins before he'd done what he'd done. But now, it looked like the aftermath of a disaster movie. There was rubble everywhere, and though in places he could see spiders moving around, the cavern as a whole was dominated by the corpse of the giant spider. It was splattered across half the cavern and... Damn it, he whispered as he realized where it was that the crushed monster had landed. It was pretty much right on top of the gateway that he needed to go to the next level. That meant that this was the end of his run because, by some miracle, even if the magical doorway had survived the impact, he wasn't digging a mine shaft through spider guts to reach it. Well, it was a good run, he told himself as he reflected. He'd almost certainly solved this level, and though he still hadn't managed to figure out what was going on with the plague, the plant should be resolved too. That's what? 4 levels this run, he wondered. Not bad. Hell, it might even be 5, he realized. He had no idea if what he'd done at that terrible party was enough to count it as solved, but he supposed he'd find out next run. Against that backdrop, it was hard to beat himself up too much, but he still felt disappointed in himself. This was the first time he'd ever destroyed a portal, and though he didn't think that would fuck anything up long term, he still felt like an idiot. If he'd just been more precise with his spell, he could have. Precise with an avalanche. Huh, he chuckled to himself. Good luck with that. With that thought in mind, Simon climbed out of the little hole he found himself in and started exploring the place. Even the light he'd made wasn't enough to illuminate the whole cavern, and shadows were everywhere. The first thing that he did was go back to where he'd entered the level to find the pools of salt water he'd left behind from his dramatic entrance. Then, after he washed himself in one to remove the thick layer of dust he'd accrued, he froze water from one of the cleaner pools to his knife like a popsicle. He would have frozen more, but he had nothing to carry it in. And without a water skin, this was his only real chance to get a drink since frozen salt water was very low in salt. After that, as his light slowly faded in the distance, he started looking for a way out of there. His movements were slow and careful so as not to become spider bait, but the catastrophe he'd inflicted on them seemed to be enough to make the survivors slink off to their hidey holes and question their life choices. After that, time became harder to track. He was pretty sure that his light spell lasted for another 6 hours before he had to turn his dagger into a minor word of light so that he could see. And if each of those smaller lights lasted for about 2 hours, then it took him half a day to find an exit. In that time, he discovered a few human bodies. and a lot of goblin corpses that had long since been reduced to yellowed bones and desiccated flesh. Other than the fact that they died to spiders, and in turn been eaten by them, there wasn't a lot he could learn. Why did humans live underground? Where was this in comparison to the rest of the world? He had no clue, and that was frustrating, but not as frustrating as finding an iron gate partway down the corridor that he'd thought was an exit from Spider City. Not only did the thing look very sturdy, but it had long since rusted shut. Fortunately, that wasn't going to be a problem for him. Even though he spent the next few minutes coughing up blood, Simon used his third grader word of the day. This time, it was force, and with a terrible shrieking noise, both sides of the gate were hit by an invisible fist of forces that had to be at least as strong as the semi that had brought him here. He cringed at that memory. It didn't come up often, but when it did, he was embarrassed by it. How could he have ever been so selfish and stupid, he wondered. His embarrassment did nothing to protect the doors, though. Both of them caved in, and the right side of the gate was torn entirely off its hinges and sent tumbling end over end down the hall. Simon healed his throat with some effort, and then produced another small flashlight and started walking down the hall. This one was the dimmest one he'd made so far. That wasn't because he couldn't make them stronger. Instead, it was because he was trying to make them last longer, and there seemed to be a definitive relationship between the strength and longevity of the effect when it came to magic. At this point, he definitely used too much, and even the weakest words of minor light were a strain, but it wasn't like there was anything he could do. He was lost in apparently endless caverns, and the best he could manage was to not be completely terrified by the idea. Simon went to sleep that night in a crevice without any answers, and the day that followed was no better. On the third day, he continued without light because he worried his throat could no longer even take a minor word. That was until he heard the sound of running water. Simon stayed there for more than a day, drinking deeply until he couldn't and giving himself a chance to rest. At that time, he expected a goblin or a spider attack, but this place was a desert. In the end, his only enemies were silence and thirst, and all he could do was keep going and look for a way out. He went as far as he could and as long as he could, but after that, he didn't find water again. Somewhere, exhausted and hungry, Simon finally succumbed to deprivation and passed out in the dark. He didn't wake up again, at least not in that life. Chapter 123. What should I have done differently? That was Simon's first thought when he felt himself return to life on his lumpy bed in the cabin before he even opened his eyes. It had been a great run. In many ways, it had been his best run ever, but the ending left him feeling unsatisfied. Not to mention that he could feel that he'd become soft and weak all over again. During his most recent run, he'd spent the better part of a year in the pit that time. He'd become strong and capable. By turns, he'd been a hero, a hermit, and a healer. He'd almost become a serial killer. Now he was just Simon, which was simply disappointing. But before he got to the business of living, and even before he talked to the mirror to record everything before he forgot, and became just plain Simon once more, he reflected on whether or not he should have done anything differently. And eventually, even though he'd met such a tragic end, he decided that he'd done everything he could. Once that was done, he got up, rekindled the fire in the hearth, and immediately started cooking his sausages, while he had a long conversation with the mirror about everything he'd done. Once he'd eaten and told it every last detail about the plague, the shipwreck in Spider City, he finally asked, "Show me which levels are currently accessible." Level 1. Rats in the root cellar level 4. Skeletons in a crypto level 6. Zombies in an inno level 10. Fire elementals in INR level 13. A demon in a church level 23. The sea, Seraphleave. L25. Black Swarmer on a Pharma level 27. Centaurs near Crovar level 28. Poisoned Oasa level 29. Cultists in a village a level 31. Dragon in the mountains, so 20 levels down. Wait, I thought it was 19, he said to himself as he started counting the levels off on his fingers. Oh, he said finally. I forgot the trap level. I guess I'm broke now. He would miss that easy source of gold, but he would not miss the bats, not even a little bit. 6 levels out of 20. So, of all the levels I've completed, I did like a third of those on this run, he said, chatting with himself. The mirror started to answer the question, but Simon ignored it. That's fan-fucking-tastic. So, 20 down, 79 levels to go. He nodded at that as he looked down at himself. 79 levels to the bottom of the pit and 79 pounds to lose. We could make this a reality show. It would need a catchier title, though. Simon sighed with a hint of a smile still on his face. Okay, maybe not 79. That's a little much. After that, he got up and got moving. First, he decided to go get fresh water from the river to save the wine. Then, instead of going fishing because he was sick to death of eating fish, he went to chop wood so that he could start building up at least a little stamina while he tried to decide what to do next. The most obvious choices were dealing with level 4 and level 6. At this point, he was almost completely sure that if he took off the Skeleton Knight's breastplate, he'd find that strange obsidian heart. And while he'd study it, of course, he wasn't sure he wanted to destroy it just yet, because when it came time to try his hand at that fire elemental again, he was pretty sure he was going to want that icy sword. Even if it is bringing a sword to a bazooka fight, he grunted as he brought the axe down again. Hard. Of course, the question answered itself. If he wasn't going to take out the Skeleton Knight level just yet, then he was going to be headed to Schwarzenbruck again. Whether he liked it or not. I mean, I could try to finally figure out what the deal is with level 1 and the rats, or try to hike out of here again, he said to himself as he finally took a rest break in the shade of a nearby tree. Or maybe I could just wait around here and see who trashes the place before level 1 happens? Waiting around here forever wasn't really an option as far as he was concerned because, eventually, he was going to run out of food. He also didn't really like the idea of going on a hike for no reason and trying to find civilization from here because, even after he found it, he'd still have to hike all the way back. At least it would get me in shape, he said, trying to look on the bright side. In the end, his thoughts drifted back to level 1. What could the purpose of that be? To kill the rats. He'd done that. To take the food with him? He'd done that, too. A frequently occurring theme in the pit was disease, and rats were pretty tied into that, generally. Could they be diseased somehow? He was no expert, but he knew that they could have fleas that transmitted nasty stuff like the bubonic plague, and they could also bite and give you rabies. But weren't there a couple diseases that were spread by inhaling their shit? Or was that cats? He couldn't remember, but afterward, he decided that he should probably just burn the whole thing down, just to be safe. Not the cabin, though. He corrected himself. The goblins probably do that eventually, and they did it once with me in it, so that's not enough. I would have to fill the basement with fire without burning myself too badly in the process. That was doable, though, wasn't it? Especially if he tossed some firewood down there beforehand. Maybe it wasn't even their shit. He decided after he got up and started cutting wood again. Maybe it was their little rat babies in their little rat nest. He had no idea. He just knew that he wanted to complete it so that he could keep moving forward. At this point, as far as he was concerned, every level left uncompleted was one more chance for the goddess's plan. And, by extension, the goddess herself to fuck with him. Didn't kill the rats on level 1? Sorry, all the plague levels have changed. Do it again. Skeletons still alive? Well, then, I guess you have to fight the Peloponnesian War all over again. What the hell even is a Peloponnesian? He asked himself. He had no answers, though. It was just a funny word he'd learned in high school at this point. And high school was a distant memory after everything he'd been through. Simon spent the rest of his daylight sweating and working. Though even he knew he was mostly just looking for anything to do that didn't involve thinking about meeting with Freya again. In principle, he was okay with the idea, but in reality, he was more than a little concerned about what would happen to his mental state if he saw her hanging around with new friends or, worse, a new man. So, after all that was done, he took a mercifully quick dip in the cold stream, and then he went back to his cabin and barred the door for the night to avoid any unexpected guests. Once that was done, he sat down with his least favorite meal of bread, cheese, and wine, and looked to the mirror. All right, mirror, let's see my character sheet, he said with a mouthful of bread. Let's see what damage I did to myself this run. Name, Simon Jacobelevel, 31 deaths, 39 experience points. 912,358 skills, agriculture below average, archery average, armor, light great, armor, heavy below average, armor, meaty, average, athletics, average, baking poor, cook above average, craft average, deception average, escape poor fishing. Above average is healing above average, investigate good, mace is average, ride average, search average, sneak above average, spears average, spell casting good, steal poor, swimming above average, and swords great, words of power, Gervul, greater, Marin, fire offerum, minor, hiak, healing, Vrazig, lightning, Denarth, distant, Onbatit, force, Zyvon, transfer Jelthic, Karesh, protection, Uvelum, boundary, Baram, light Delzum cure. His character sheet appeared on the screen in small glowing blue letters like always, and he studied them for several minutes before he said anything else. He'd definitely taken a big bite out of his negative experience points last run. He couldn't recall the previous number, but it had to be at least 30 or 40,000, so he just needed like 30 more runs like that, and he'd be back in the positives. The thing was, he wasn't certain that he'd still be here in 30 more runs. Even if he just cleared 3 levels at a shot going forward, he'd be done before then. Wouldn't that be ironic? He said to himself. I beat the pit, but I don't have the experience to become a human again. So she makes me a damn koala anyway. He laughed at that, and made a note that he should probably take things a little slower and spend more time helping people so he could get his experience situation handled in the near future. Would that work? Probably. He probably could have solved the problem by just spending the rest of his life healing people in Abress. He wasn't sure if he would have enjoyed that or not, ultimately. But there was no denying it would have been a good deed and would have done wonders for his experience, or karma, or whatever it was. As he laid back on his bed and folded his arms under his head, he said quietly to himself, maybe I should just settle down somewhere for a while. You know, kill a king, rule a kingdom, marry a nice princess, whatever. He laughed at that, of course. But he probably could have found some noble's daughter to marry after he'd ended the ghosts plaguing Darndell. There was a good reason he didn't, though. Once he put down roots, it would be a lot harder to keep going. And what could be sadder than living the same life over and over again, trying to reclaim what he'd lost? No. He was going to have to find some way to spend some downtime between levels without proposing to the first girl who looked at him. He wasn't sure he could cope with the idea of running around the world on the lookout for his kids and grandkids. That could get weird pretty quick. And there was no telling how just that one detail could screw up future levels. Those were the thoughts that Simon fell asleep to. But he found no answers. Not even in his dreams. Chapter 124. The next morning, Simon started to get ready for his trip into the pit, but as he cinched up his armor, he changed his mind and decided that there was no way he could let Freya see him like this. It was exactly the same feeling he'd had when he decided not to go to his 10-year class reunion a couple of years. Well, a couple dozen lifetimes ago now. Then, it had been more about having nothing to show for himself, but now it was simply because he didn't like the look of himself in the mirror. This is exactly how she's always seen you, Simon, he told himself as he stood there, bulging out of his armor in unsightly places. That's not important. It's not like you're going to hook up with her or anything. The words were true. He was, in fact, not going to hook up with her or anything. Honestly, he wasn't even sure if he could, even if she'd been interested in him. Because she's not my Freya. He sighed, conflicted about what to do next. Some part of him wanted to hike into the woods, go climb a mountain and wrestle with a bear or something, while the rest of him just told himself to get over it and start this run already. He knew from very recent experience that living a meager life off the land for half a year would be enough to transform him from more than a little overweight to dangerously underweight. So if he just did that for 2 or 3 months, he'd probably reach peak Simon. At this point, he really didn't mind when he died and lost his gold or his weapons. Even his beloved backpack was replaceable. But being forced back into the physique, it was definitely the worst part of the experience, and ironically, the biggest motivator to avoid needless deaths. After a few weeks or months of saving people and killing monsters, he started to feel like a hero. But until then, when he was like this, it just felt like he was faking it again. The mood persisted. So, Simon went outside and hacked down enough tall grass to bundle together into something resembling an archery target so he could practice, because he was definitely slipping where arrows were concerned. It wasn't hard. It was like thatching a roof. They didn't need to hold back the rain. He just needed to weave thick sections together so that he could stop an arrow. He could have just shot them at a tree, of course. But there would be no way to get those arrows back. Since this would be his first run in a long time without a ready source of coin, he imagined he'd be hunting more than usual, which meant saving and reusing arrows where he could. He loosed arrow after arrow at the target for the next few hours, doing pretty good and only losing a couple to the tall grass while he contemplated everything. I can't complete the pit unless I finish the early levels, so that they don't screw the later levels up and reset them. But I can't get much in the way of supplies unless I keep the early levels right where they are. I guess I finally unlocked hard mode. He laughed at that. But truthfully, he still didn't understand why anyone hadn't completed the pit by now. It was awful and confusing, but not that hard. He'd been a complete idiot for the longest time and managed to complete the first couple of floors by accident. Now that he was methodically trying to understand and finish them, they were dropping like flies. What if there's something too complicated for me to figure out, though? It's not like she gives me any instructions. He asked himself as he let his last arrow fly and then went to retrieve them. That was true. Some levels were hard physically, like the volcano level. Being expected to beat a giant fire elemental on its own turf was a little challenging, as he already knew. Others, though, like the sea seraph, were harder in a different way. He simply didn't know what he was supposed to do to stop the plague. Did she just want him to sink the ship? Because that wasn't going to happen. He wandered in circles the rest of the day as he wrestled with those thoughts. And it was only when he was starting to get hungry in the evening that he finally decided to go to Schwarzenbruck to get a bite. Paying was another matter entirely, but he was sure he could find something with a little gold on it in the Skeleton Knight's crypt. Simon took the time to toss down a dozen pieces of firewood before he descended into the basement. That made the giant rats a little harder to fight, and one of the little bastards managed to bite him for the first time in who knew how long. But in the end, they were all still going to die, and he was going to burn their nest down to see if that did the trick. Once the fire was going good, and he had a few potatoes tucked in his sack in case he didn't find a way to get something better. He left the burning room behind and descended into the skeleton crypt. There, he beat the undead warriors effortlessly. Out of shape or not, nothing that moved this slowly could compete with him anymore, and he felt vaguely embarrassed that this knight had the highest kill count on him of any monster in the place. "I guess that makes you my nemesis," Simon grunted. "Not for long, though. Another level or two, and I'll crush that ugly black heart in your chest, and you and your friends will never come back to life again." With his final word, he beheaded the knight, sending its skull clattering away to the far side of the room. When that was done, Simon sat down on the stone sarcophagus for a break, and once he'd caught his breath, he moved to the knight's corpse and took off the breastplate one rotting leather strap at a time. There, glimmering darkly in its ribcage, was what he'd been looking for. It was the source of whatever magic powered the undead. He probably could have sat there for days and studied it, but he was hungry, and at the moment he didn't have a mirror. So instead, he put the chest plate back where he found it, and vowed to look again next time when he was feeling more focused. Once that mystery was solved, he started ransacking the room for precious metals. He found a few religious amulets that looked to be made of silver and one gold ring. He used a word of earth to transform them into something resembling coins, and then, hoping that would be enough, he filled his purse, grabbed the key, and opened the gate. Then, with a deep breath, he returned to the inn and shut the door behind him. Inside, there were once again no zombies. This time, he didn't see Freya either, which he counted as a good thing. So, he went up to the innkeeper and bought himself a meal and room for the night. The man looked at his coin-shaped silver skeptically and even bit it before he took it as payment. When he gave Simon his change, he could see that the man had shortchanged him by several coppers. But considering it was basically counterfeit, he didn't complain. He'd get some real cash soon enough, even if he had to go shake down bandits for their drinking money. Sitting in the common room long enough to loosen up, he eventually learned plenty. For starters, he learned that the situation was basically identical to last time, which was good news for him. The city was fine. There were no necromancers or zombies to speak of, but trade from across the Black Bridge had ground to a halt, and no one could say why. So the mercenaries he'd seen Freya in the company of last time were going to check it out. They apparently went by the name the Butcher's Bill, which struck him as more than a little ostentatious, but he didn't complain about it. Why would he? He was going to have to sign up with them. It took him a few hours and a few drinks to end up at a table with a couple of them. And though they seemed more than a little skeptical at his stories of goblin and centaur slaying, they laughed along with his jokes. No offense as Simon, an older man named Garth slurred, but ye seem a little soft to have done much killing. I'm hard enough to take any man here, he said with a smile. Maybe any too if I wasn't pullin' my punches enough to avoid hurting anyone. Simon was slurring his words a touch too, though he'd been playing up his drunkenness for just this moment, and could easily dismiss it with a whispered word if he needed to. Big words from a fat man, Hodge laughed. Well, it's only braggin' if ya can't back 'em up, Simon laughed, slapping Garth on the back. Everyone laughed, but he could see a couple of the men felt a little insulted at the boast. That was good. Simon just hoped they felt insulted enough. Sadly, they didn't. Garth, probably thinking he was looking out for Simon, tried to change the topic to their upcoming journey north, but Simon was determined not to let it go. Instead, he fished out his single thin, almost gold coin and said, I'd wager this against any man that thinks they can take me. That did it. Suddenly, there were bets and discussions, and Hodge decided that he was going to be the one to beat some humility into Simon. He wasn't a bad choice, since he was a head taller and a few inches broader, but Simon wasn't concerned. Garth again tried to intervene as they moved out into the stable yard and insisted they find wooden weapons or stick to fists, but neither man was interested in that. It's hard to test real strength without SS steel, Simon said, making the other men laugh. They thought he was a fool who was about to pay for the privilege of getting beaten down, and maybe once upon a time he would have been. But between Hodge's drunkenness and his overconfidence, Simon wasn't the least bit concerned. The fight that followed was furious and brief. Simon attacked wildly a few times after he cured his drunkenness to seem entirely off balance. And then, when his opponent pressed that advantage, he suddenly found that Simon was no longer there. He hadn't parried. He'd seen the well-telegraphed blow coming and sidestepped it. Suddenly, he wasn't in front of Hodge. He was beside him, and he was coming around hard with the flat of his blade at the back of the man's skull. Given that Hodge was already delivering a strong blow, the momentum was on Simon's side, and that was enough to send the other man tumbling to the ground. After that, all that was left to do was whirl around and place his boot on his fallen opponent's ass and deliver a mocking salute with his sword to the other assembled men that had been watching the fight. It was clear by their shocked expressions that they'd expected another outcome, but this and that was enough to make him smile. If you need one more for your trip up north, you know who to call, he said, stooping over and helping Hodge to his feet. The man looked annoyed, but not murderously so, and Simon didn't think he'd have to watch his back while he slept that night. Still, just to be on the safe side, he wedged his dagger into the door jamb as he always did after he got to his room and undressed, wondering whether or not his plan had worked. Chapter 125. That morning, he went down to breakfast early to make sure he didn't miss an opportunity, so he was still working his way through a mug of watered-down beer and a plate of biscuits and sausages half drowned in a peppered gravy when the other mercenaries came down. The gossip about last night started almost immediately, though Simon pretended to ignore it. It sounded like a couple of guys were working themselves up to challenging that Fatas to a rematch because the honor of the Butcher's Bill was at stake. That only came to a stop when a man sat down next to Simon and introduced himself as Kel. Simon recognized him. He should have, of course. He'd seen the man with Freya last time he was here. I heard you kicked Hodge's ass last night, Kel said, pretending to sound impressed. Quick fight, too. Not a lot of people can say that. What's your secret? The leader of the mercenary company was a tall, handsome sort, and Simon could see the blond man's natural charisma from the first moment. There was a sense that he'd seen him somewhere before, but at this point, Simon got that all the time, especially in Schwarzenbruck, so he ignored it. Goblins mostly, Simon nodded. I've cashed in plenty of ears over the years, and they're quick little bastards. They are, Kel agreed. Got any tips on beastmen? Near as we can figure, that's what we're up against for our next little stretch. I heard about that, Simon nodded. Why do you think it's beastmen and not something bigger, like an ogre? Nah, ain't been nothing that big in the northern lands in an age, Kel said with a smirk. It's just a few farmholds and a lonely road until the hills give way to the mountains. Nothing more scenic than the occasional swamp. And if we get as far as the Bahamut Pass and the fort up there, well, then it is a northern kingdom's problem, and we can let those desert dwellers deal with it. King Wilden's charter only covers to the edge of Bryn. So if we go that far and find out it is a civil war or something, well, we get paid just for showing up. Interested? Simon doubted very much that it was something as simple as a few beastmen sacking trade caravans. In fact, he was almost certain it was zombie playing out, just like before, but on a slightly different timeline and in a slightly different way. He didn't say any of that, though, because it would sound crazy. Instead, he just said, well, I've rooted out a couple dens of gnolls. Can't be much different than that. You just gotta pick your ground and bait 'em, and they fall easy enough. Good to hear, Kel said, shaking his hand. They chatted a while longer and agreed on a 3% stake, which was pretty good since the man had tried to talk him into a 1% cut on account of him being so new. Fortunately, for all his talk about how easy this was going to be, some part of Kel seemed to think they didn't have enough people for whatever it was they were up against. Still, Simon was pretty good about the whole thing until Freya came down and kissed the man on the cheek. He introduced her as Frey and described her as the most vicious shield maiden you ever did see. But Simon wasn't really listening. Instead, he was shaking her hand with wooden fingers, while he willed his expression into something approaching normalcy. He avoided her after that and fell into line somewhere near the rear with Hodges while they crossed the wide stone bridge and started heading north. Simon had gone this way before once, so he mostly knew the way. Still, it took several days to reach the place he thought they'd find trouble. There, at least, he wasn't disappointed. In their slow trip north, he chatted with the guys and did a little sparing. He even taught some of the guys a few things and started the long, slow process of making new friends. One joke at a time. All that came to an end when they found signs of a fight and damaged buildings. They all stopped to investigate the first burned-out farmstead. It showed plenty of damage and blood, but no sign of corpses, which fit Simon's zombie theory precisely. When tracks were pointing further north, they all agreed that it was the right move to follow them. These don't look like beastmen to me, Simon said, pointing out the flaw in their assumptions. Not unless they've learned to wear boots. Boots on a beastman was literally impossible, of course, and that gave everyone pause. Maybe it's bandits then, he ventured. They don't usually get this brave, but then this would hardly be the first time that we've had to take bandits down a peg, is it? The men largely agreed with that. And even though Simon pointed out that the beastmen might take the corpses, but the bandits would only take their valuables, he was largely ignored. Only Garth asked him what he thought it was after they started moving again. Well, a man wearing boots that doesn't leave corpses behind, Simon said like he was trying to think. Either we've got some deranged cannibals, or maybe something worse than that. Worse than deranged cannibals, Garth laughed. Like what? Will, there's lots of things worse than cannibals, Simon shrugged. I'd rather fight a dozen cannibalistic highwaymen than a single orc. Those things are insanely strong. In this case, though, I was thinking, what if it's like a warlock? What, however, is killing these people is taking the bodies for some other purpose. Garth shuddered at the thought and made the warding sign against evil with his hands as he said, well, if you think that, why aren't you telling the boss? Cal needs to know. He does, Simon agreed. But he probably doesn't need the new guy to try showing him up by telling him in front of everyone. The man got the hint and nodded sagely. They didn't speak of it again. But that night, Kel informed everyone that based on the signs he was seeing, they could be dealing with something more evil than man or beast, and that, somehow, the risen dead might be involved in all of this. He took complete credit for the idea, but Simon didn't mind as long as people were warned about what was coming. The stories that night around the campfire were told in hushed tones, and the guards were extra vigilant. That was good, because the first alarm rang out some time after midnight. Simon was on his feet immediately, with a sword in hand. His first thought was to use a word of light to illuminate the situation, but he knew that with everyone so on edge, being branded a warlock would make for a bad end. Instead, he ran to the fire, pulled out a burning brand, and tossed it in the direction of the guard who was calling for help, then used the words of minor fire to set the underbrush on fire so that he and everyone else could take in the situation. The result painted a grim picture. The group had left behind the flatlands and camped on top of a hill, almost a day's walk north of the trade road. It was a good defensible spot, with good sightlines in all directions. That wasn't enough to deter the mob of at least 2 or 3 dozen zombies advancing on them in a wide arc. Though there was plenty of room to retreat, theoretically, but Simon didn't think that they were too terribly outnumbered and thought it was probably worth the fight. "You take their heads off!" he yelled to the other men struggling to wake up and figure out what the hell was going on. Even as they did, though, he was charging the nearest zombies. He'd killed plenty of these bastards and was no longer afraid of them. Honestly, he was happy to put them down. His only regret was that with so many other people present, he couldn't use words of force to scythe them down like the pests they were. Still, he hadn't gotten to use his mace much in a long time, and the sickening crunch that each of the zombies made as they fell before him was very satisfying. Part of him had worried this was going to be a massacre for these men, but it would seem that aside from Riggs, who'd been the man on watch, everyone else was fine. It turned out that his call of warning had been his last, and moments later, his throat had been ripped out by an almost skeletonized ghoul. While the rest of the butcher's bill mourned him and discussed what they should do next, Simon went through the bodies. This was both to make sure that they were really and truly dead, but also to see what he could learn. He recognized a few ancient dead from the barrows, but there were what looked to be bandits, soldiers of Bryn, and more than a few farmers. There were even children among the bodies. Those were the ones that weighed on his heart the most. "How did you know there would be zombies?" he heard Freya ask behind him. "Why do you think I know anything about anything?" Simon played dumb, not turning around to look at her as he continued to study the corpses because he didn't trust his expressions where she was involved. "Don't play dumb with me." "I heard what Garth told Kel over lunch," she said, sounding more pointed and direct than he ever remembered her being in all their lives together. "He as much as said that you knew there was going to be a warlock and zombies coming up." "No is a strong word," Simon said, finally rising and turning to face her. "Let's say I had a feeling, and we're lucky someone listened to it. Otherwise, it could have been a real bad time." "It was a bad time for Riggs, at least," she said with a sad shake of her head like she was disappointed in him. "Wasn't there more you could have done?" "You put together companies like this, and people die," Simon shrugged, ignoring the fact that there was a lot more he could have done. "I had a feeling and shared what I knew. Thanks to that, almost everyone lived." "You're welcome." She opened her mouth again, thought better of it, and closed it. It wasn't until much later, after the sun had risen, that Kel got him alone and said, "Well, it looks like we lucked out bringing you along, Simon. Tell me, where do you think all this is going? Do you think there's an evil wizard somewhere up ahead?" Simon could see the suspicion in the man's eyes. He was looking for someone to blame, and Simon was determined not to be it. More than that, though, that phrase, evil wizard, rebounded through his mind, giving him a terrible sense of déjà vu. Then it hit him. Kel was the asshole that had tried to kill him during the run he'd solved this level, and he was the guy that had opened the gate the time that Simon had been stuck as a zombie. For a moment, he was filled with rage, not just because he had to help this loser, but also because Freya ended up with him. Whoever said life wasn't fair never met Hellades, he thought to himself. If they had, they would have said that life was the opposite of fair. Simon didn't say any of that. Instead, he gestured at the bodies and said, "There's plenty of clues here to a careful eye. We should study them before we burn them." "Burn them," Kel said. "That could take all day." It could, Simon nodded. But better than this spreading and having to deal with even more zombies, right? Fine, he agreed. Now tell me what you see. Chapter 126. The story is practically written there in the corpses of the fallen, Simon told Kel, gesturing widely to the beheaded bodies of the fallen. I mean, yeah, I see that, the younger warrior said, pretending like he had some clue about what it was Simon was talking about. But it's not like it is enough to tell us what's really going on, is it? I disagree, Simon answered with a shake of his head. You can see these trappers here are freshest. And then these farmers and traders are at least a couple weeks older. That tells me that it spread to the villages along the main road before circling back into the wilderness, which was a stroke of luck, if they'd kept going south. But what does that have to do with the warriors? Kel asked in frustration. They're practically skeletonized. Are you saying those came first? Logically, yes, Simon nodded. But how do ye know they weren't like dug up and reanimated by evil magics? Garth asked, joining their little conversation while everyone else got busy stacking bodies or stacking firewood. I kind of think they were, in a sense, Simon said, trying not to give away too much about his own magical insights. I mean, I have no idea how this stuff works. I've heard the same stories you have, but I know armor, and this stuff is ancient. Look at it. It's not just rusted through. The designs are all wrong. It's something that your grandfather's grandfather might have worn. Both men nodded at that. And finally, Kel said, so it started with them and then spread to the northern villages before going back into the forests. Are you saying this came from the north of the pass? Or, nah, not that far north, Garth said with a shake of his head. The style is all wrong. I'd wager someone dug this up from the old barrow mounds. Maybe it's not even a warlock. Maybe it's just treasure hunters who woke up some ancient curse or some such. I was thinking something like that too. Simon nodded, glad he hadn't been forced to lead the horse all the way to water before they'd put the pieces together. The less he seemed to know, the better. He could already feel the way people were looking at him after he predicted zombies instead of beastmen, and they appeared almost like magic. Kel quickly took the ball and ran with it. A few minutes after Kel started telling Simon and Garth what to do, he explained the whole situation to everyone else as if he were the one who had figured it out, which was practically ideal. Be sure to keep a careful count. He admonished the men as they started stacking pyres. I'm going to make sure we get paid for every bloated corpse we dispose of when all this is done. They spent the rest of the twilight hours until morning dawned, arguing about where they were going next and how far this might have spread. Garth argued, quite logically, that if this had started at the barrow mounds, that should have been their next stop. But there was no way of knowing if going to their source would get them all. Simon was pretty sure that getting all of them wasn't required as far as the goddess was concerned, but he said nothing. After all, the last time he'd cleared this level, he'd only saved Schwarzenbruck. He'd never even gone north. Helids didn't seem too concerned with saving everyone. She just wanted to save a few very specific people, so history went the way it should. Simon was a bit pickier in that regard, but even he acknowledged that there were going to have to be sacrifices. If trade stopped, then this has spread to at least Bahamd Pass, right? Hodge asked, interrupting his brooding after the final pyre was lit and dawn was shining through the oily black smoke the greenwood was giving off. Simon merely shrugged. That was somewhere he'd never been either. But maybe he'd fix that this run and add it to the minimap that he was slowly building in his head. The group watched the fires burn from upwind, but they didn't start traveling again until they'd had a little ceremony for Riggs. And Kel had talked to everyone as a group about what was going on. After that, they continued north. That first night, they camped at a farmstead after they cleared out 3 more zombies. 2 days later, they found a hunting camp devoid of life. But later that night, the village that they stumbled upon at the edge of the moors made up for it by swarming with zombies. Simon spent half the night trying to keep everyone in their motley little crew alive. At times, the fighting was desperate, but even so, he was fairly successful until Garth was bitten by a corpse that hadn't been completely dismembered. It was then Simon was faced with an ugly choice. He could go down the road of the old wives' tale and heal the man with salt and wood ash, but that would get someone killed one day when they tried it. And he wasn't around to use magic to make a fake cure real. The other option was just to let the man die, though, because his friends were certain to kill him when they learned the truth, as they should. Instead, Simon chose the third option and healed the man with a word cure and of lesser healing, making it so that it never even happened. Garth looked at him with shock, but Simon merely shook his head and insisted it wasn't as bad as the other man had thought. "I'm telling you, your armor stopped it," he said, acting confused. "Lucky thing, too. Or you'd be one of these poor bastards here in an hour or two." As it turned out, Simon was a lot more comfortable with the personal risk of being murdered for dealing with evil spirits, rather than the idea that the things he did might get someone else killed down the line. After all, for him, death was just a not-so-temporary inconvenience. And even the weight gain and the weakness it inflicted on him were easier to deal with than the weight of another death on his conscience. It was a good thing, too, because the way that Garth spent half his watch staring at a wound he no longer had, and half of it staring at Simon, he was fairly sure that he was going to be murdered before dawn. Simon still found it easier to ignore the man's accusing gaze than the way that Freya and Kel sat extra cozily next to each other, not so far from the campfire. Frey, not Freya, he reminded himself. "She's not my Freya." It didn't help, though, and by the time he could finally go to bed, part of him was praying for Garth to strike him down in his sleep. That didn't happen, though. Instead, in the morning, the butcher's bill continued on to the barrows. This part of their adventure didn't look any different than the last time he'd been here. Most of the mounds were still sealed, and it was only the largest one that had been opened. Now that Simon knew what he was looking for, he saw the obvious signs of earth magic there. The stones that had once sealed the door into the depths were partially melted as someone had effortlessly pulled them aside with a greater word. That was enough to make him extra cautious. "Be careful," he cautioned everyone as the first men started to descend into the darkness. "A place like this is likely full of traps. Don't touch anything." Kel looked at him strangely for a moment, but then echoed his comments. The new guy is right. Treasure hunting can wait until after we make sure everything looks right and there's nothing trying to eat us down there. Only half the band descended. The rest set up a cordon outside, just in case. It was unnecessary. Even 8 people were overkill as far as Simon was concerned. There was nothing down there but a sarcophagus that he was going to lack the privacy to truly explore. He didn't know how yet, but he knew this was the epicenter of the whole level, even if it wasn't the part that Helades cared about. It was the thing that he most wanted to understand. So, he let the various members wander off into the dank side rooms as he proceeded directly toward the heart of the mound. It was there he found exactly what he expected. There was the sarcophagus, and the mocking paper crown on the only wriggling zombie in the place, along with the evidence of what might have been a ritual circle of some kind. Before he could tease out any more details, though, Kel, Freya, and a couple other guys entered the room behind him. "This place gives me the creeps," Freya said, as Kel walked past him into the room. "Yeah, we should probably just burn it or collapse the entrance and be done with it," Simon agreed. Something dark and terrible happened here. Truthfully, he was hoping they went for burying this place. Then, he could circle back in a few weeks, dig back through it when everything else was done, and finish his research. Simon was fairly sure no one wanted to take the time to dump loads of firewood this deep into the tiny dungeon. All of that was ignored by Kel, though, who seemed hell-bent on looking for treasure of some kind to make the whole trip worthwhile. There was certainly enough gold left behind on the corpse in the center to justify the effort after the thing was killed permanently. For a moment, though, Kel ignored that as he got closer and said, "Why is this one still moving when none of the rest are? And what's this note here?" "I don't know. Someone was obviously here before us, but..." Simon started to say. When the man reached for the folded piece of paper on the zombie's head, he shouted, "Don't touch that." "What? Why?" Kel said, looking at Simon in annoyance. "There's magic all over this room. Can't you feel it?" Simon said, groping for some answer that might satisfy the man. "I say we cut this thing's head off and then get out of here before we..." "And that's why you aren't the boss of a mercenary company," Kel sneered. "Don't worry. I get paid extra to make the hard calls." As Kel's hand reached for the paper, Simon reacted without thinking. "Averum un petit," he whispered, pushing the man back with lesser force before he could do something to break the spell in place and bring down the ceiling on all of them. He knew it was a mistake as he did it, but he simply didn't have any other options. What in the name of, Kel blurted out as he was flung against the far wall. Witchcraft, Freya hissed, drawing her dagger as Simon slowly backed away toward the door. Chapter 127. After that, everything was a mess. He drew his sword, but only so that he could parry whatever was coming next. His Freya or not, he had no interest in striking her down, even though he was fairly certain he could without too much trouble. He didn't even want to hurt the other members of the Butcher's Bill, even though he couldn't even remember their names just now. He just wanted to get free. You touch that paper, and the whole roof is going to collapse, Simon yelled, ignoring the other accusation and the looks in the eyes of his comrades. He didn't think they were listening to him, but then he didn't think they'd listen to anything he had to say at this point. Instead, he pulled out his shield and started to retreat, using the broad kite shield to cover most of the corridor as he moved back with quick, certain steps into the gloom. "Somebody stop him!" one of the men yelled, but Freya was already closing in on him with her knife. "He's a warlock!" she yelled. "Simon is a warlock!" He fended off her attacks with a few casual swipes. They weren't nearly as much trouble as the other people starting to come out of the side corridors as he moved toward the surface, a step at a time. "It's the gas!" Simon yelled, seeking to muddy the waters further. "I told them not to go in there, but now they're seeing things." "What's this now?" Garth asked, coming out of the nearest side passage. "Gas? Warlocks? Maybe we should all put away our weapons and—" "Kill him," Freya yelled, "before he steals your soul, Garth." Despite the pain of hearing his one-time love baying for his death, Simon had to smile bitterly as he appreciated the irony of the moment. Garth was the man most likely to believe that Simon was a warlock, but also the guy in the Butcher's Bill most likely to take his side. Everyone held their breath for a moment as the man took it all in, and then Garth turned to Freya and said, "It seems to me you're the one that's acting crazy. So why don't we put down our weapons and talk this out beneath the open sky?" "We can," as the older man tried to talk some sense into the armed group that was stalking Simon through the corridor and get everyone to calm down. A tremendous thud shook the barrow, and a shockwave of sound, and dust traveled up the torchlit corridor to them. Simon knew what had happened immediately, but it only took Freya a few seconds longer before she turned and ran back down into the dark. "Kel!" she cried out, rushing toward the collapse. Part of Simon wanted to try to stop her, but he was pretty sure she would be safe. Kel was almost certainly dead, but the collapse seemed to be restricted to the main chamber rather than the entire burial mound. Besides, he thought sardonically, I'm probably not even going to be able to save myself in all this. "Screw it," he said finally, as he turned and ran toward the surface, hoping to use the confusion to outpace the danger. And, at least for the first minute, that gambit seemed to pay off. Simon reached the surface while everyone else was trying to figure out what had just happened, and when he got there, he started yelling. "There's been a collapse. Cal is trapped down there. Get the mules. We need shovels and timber. We've got to get him out." Everyone set to work immediately, and as soon as they were busy, Simon ran around the far side of the barrow and made himself scarce before rumors of his powers could spread any further. This had been a complete bust, and though he didn't know if they'd done enough to clear the level at this point, he desperately hoped that they hadn't, because he was going to need to come back here by himself and do all this again. Once Simon had enough distance, he used a second barrow mound, and then a third to hide his retreat before looping the long way back toward the tree line. He felt a little bad leaving everyone here, but not bad enough to try to salvage the situation. "They're probably better off without that asshole," Simon muttered to himself as he hiked as fast as he could from the image of Freya, trying to cut him to ribbons. Seriously, everything that guy touches turns to shit. Simon had run into Cal so many times and watched the man ruin so many levels at this point that part of him wanted to figure out where it was the asshole was born, so that he could kill Kel before the guy caused so many problems. He wasn't so myopic not to realize that his urge to strangle the man in his crib was motivated by the fact that he'd managed to end up with Freya in at least one of his miserable little lives. "I am so done with this level for a while," Simon sighed as he continued to make good on his escape attempt. If Kel wants to turn people into zombies with his short-sighted bullshit, that's on him. He made it back to Schwarzenbruck in less than a week and saw no zombies on the way there, which was enough to make him think that this level probably was done for. Even that wasn't enough to make him pause and wait around to see what had happened to Freya. She'd survived the collapse, and that was all that mattered. Simon immediately took the exit from the inn to the flaming ruins of Ionar. There were no plants there, which he took as a good sign, even though he was pretty sure there wouldn't be even if he hadn't defeated them. He wasn't 100% certain, but he was pretty sure that the levels didn't connect that way where failed attempts were involved. Still, he didn't stop to ask questions, at least not until he got to the abandoned throne room and saw the gate of the demonic church. There, he relaxed and took the time to check a few things with a mirror mounted on one wall. The mirror could offer no clarification about the plants, but it was able to confirm that level 6 was still accessible, which meant that he had not, in fact, completed his time with Freya yet. Simon was unsure how he felt about that, but resolved to ignore it the same way he planned to ignore the demon in the next level. Back so soon? The devil asked as he strode through the portal. You're making fine progress lately, aren't you? Simon ignored the man and paused only long enough to check a few runes to see if anything had changed before he left through the exit. All in all, he spent less than 2 minutes at that level, which had to be some kind of record. He simply didn't have time to deal with that forked tongue bullshit just now. Instead, he only calmed down when he finally reached the gently rolling decks of the Sea Seraph and walked out onto the darkened deck to enjoy the night sea air. Those other places were levels he could do nothing about. But here, he was certain he could save these people as long as he didn't let himself get distracted again. So, after giving himself enough time to calm down, Simon spent the rest of his days and nights on the ship doing just that, looking for the source of the plague. Sadly, he had no source of magical detection, which seemed like an obvious power that he would have to discover or create one day, but he saw no way to do so with his current words. As this happened for the next few days, he resisted the urge to heal anyone. It would have been a simple thing to do. The refugees on the boat were crawling with coughs and rashes, but eliminating them before they'd resolved into something substantial would do very little to help him on this or future runs. Not that I'll let anyone die, of course, he told himself, but I need to know who's the cause of all this suffering once and for all. This time, given his more limited funds, he was a little less free with his coins than he had been before, and stuck largely to telling stories and trading gossip instead of winning and losing coppers at the dice games that sprung up every night. He learned nothing new like that, but in a way, it was nice to see how little things changed. Sometimes, the parts of his journey that changed the least were the most reassuring, and he often found those moments among the soldiers or the sailors of the realm that were just trying to get by. Almost a week into their voyage, they reached Ionar as always and stopped to take on water. Even though Simon was fairly certain he wouldn't see those terrible plants again, it was still a relief to see those desolate cliffs when they arrived. Truthfully, he didn't know how it all worked. Some part of him felt like the plats would have been gone anyway, even if he hadn't so ruthlessly chopped them up. After all, the levels he didn't clear reset to some sort of default state. That didn't quite make sense to him either, though. If he took the seed from one level, it had to end up in another, didn't it? So, where is it now? He wondered to himself. He had no answers, though. This time, he didn't even try to leave the boat. It felt like he'd spent half a lifetime here, marching up and down the cliff face in an effort to purge every last tendril and flower, and he wasn't eager to repeat the experience. The next time I make that hike, he told himself as he watched those broken cliffs retreat into the distance, it will be because I've saved that cursed city, and there will be something worth seeing from up there. It was 3 days out from that city that he finally found the cause, or at least what he was almost certain was the cause of all this suffering. It turned out the reason that he'd never found it before was because it wasn't on the ship all along like he'd presumed. Instead, late one evening, as the sun was beginning to set, the lookout called out a ship in distress off the port beam. Simon didn't have to get particularly close to see that they were in rough shape. Their sails were ragged, and their people were gaunt. Some callous part of Simon told himself that he should just discreetly sink the ship from a distance. He was fairly certain he could do that with a word of force. It wouldn't take much to hole the ship and send it below. He wouldn't be able to live with himself if he did that, though. Instead, he watched as the small boat came alongside, and the survivors were ferried between the ships. He saw the sores immediately on a number of people, and while everyone else watched what was happening, he was using a word of cure on each boatload of people just before they came aboard. As a result, he was completely exhausted by the end of that desperate evening. He didn't know what the vector for this plague was, of course. If it was rats or fleas, he was probably still screwed. But thanks to his time with Dr. Falster, he was fairly sure that the spread was largely caused by touching infected fluids. So Simon was pretty sure he had it handled. He'd better. According to the sailors, they were less than 2 days from port, and he was too exhausted to do much else magically between now and then. Instead, he contemplated what this level wanted. Honestly, it probably wasn't even to save the Abress. After all, if that was the point, the portal would be there and not on board the ship here. So what was it she wants? Then he wondered, am I supposed to save this ship or the refugees on that one? What's the important element here? It annoyed him that saving the city they were heading to probably wasn't even the goal, but not so much that he didn't spend the rest of the voyage obsessing over it as he scrambled for some kind of insight. Chapter 128. By the time they docked in a breeze, it was clear that the plague had been strangled in its infancy. It was clear that the health of those they'd rescued on the ship was improving every day, and it was seen as a boon from the gods. It felt like a real win to Simon, and honestly, he needed one of those. At least until they reached the city, where he found cases in progress already. That made him sigh. So, this was all about the ship, huh, Helades? He thought to himself. It had to be at this point, because he knew for a fact that without intervention, the crew sickened, and the thing sank pierside right here. Simon had no idea what that meant, but he was once again annoyed that the boat, or even one person on it, mattered more than the whole city, and when the captain announced they were leaving as soon as possible, it gave Simon an interesting decision. When Thesa Seraph left, the gate to the next level would leave with it. That meant that his run was done unless he stayed on for the next leg of the voyage. Only, he didn't want to. Simon was sick of running from level to level with no clear purpose, and even if he'd solved this one, he wasn't feeling particularly inclined to give up on a city of tens of thousands just because she had no need of them. Still, he hesitated and spent a little time talking to the crew about the route they planned to take before he slammed the door on everything he knew. "We come back this way every year or two," the quartermaster said with a shrug. "It's hard to say exactly. It all depends on the price of wine in Vitaly and the price of ricin. Well, then there's the storm season around the Summer Isles to consider too. Certain sure we'll be back someday. But when is anyone's guess? Not even the captain can say for certain." It wasn't much of an answer, but it was enough. Simon left the boat with his meager possessions and made his way to the inner harbor. Abrisse was a town he'd already spent months in already, so he knew his way around. And instead of wandering around, he made his way to the lower temple courtyard that would eventually become a hospital of sorts and got started. Last time, he'd been here 6 months in the future, so most of the dying had already been done, and the city was pretty hollowed out. This time, it was only just getting started, though, and thanks to the reduced amount of spread, the healthy still outnumbered the sick. That wouldn't last forever, though. The weeping pox, as the locals came to call it, because of the pustulant yellow sores. And the way the dying cried out in pain wasn't as deadly as the Black Plague he'd seen in Harag. Not by a long shot, but left unchecked. He knew it would still kill half the city, sadly. Many of those deaths would be caused by some of the crazy treatments of the day rather than by the disease itself. The local healers believed that the best way to prevent the disease from spreading was to seal the sores with hot irons or molten tar. Predictably, this didn't end well for the patient, but that didn't seem to stop them from thinking that next time it would work, and Simon advocated against it almost from the moment he arrived. No one listened to him, though, not at first. Why should they? He was just another guy with a strange accent peddling cures to the desperate public. The only real difference was that he had magic. Simon was fairly sure that most of these cases could be solved by keeping them nourished and hydrated. In fact, that was the conclusion he reached over and over again in the circumstances. The disease was the killer, but only because the health of the average person was so bad in this world. It was plain to see when you looked at the rates that the nobles survived compared to the peasants. It certainly wasn't because they had access to better doctors, he thought with a laugh. Still, despite his belief that all most of these people needed was time to heal, he used words of lesser cure liberally in those first weeks to establish his reputation as a gifted healer, just as he'd done before. He even saved a few impossible cases with stronger words of healing and cure. These were just to show off, though. As a rule, he didn't try to save every life. There were simply too many. Instead, he used that early traction to end the practice of sealing wounds with fire and bleeding the feverish. Instead, he focused on nutrition and sterility. He taught the other healers that bandages had to be boiled and not just washed before they could be reused. And slowly, one day and patient at a time, he turned the disused little courtyard into a makeshift hospital of sorts. It was a change of pace for Simon. On most levels and in most lives, he lived by the sword and was always on the move. But this time, there were no weapons of violence. Instead, day after day, he did his best to ease the suffering of those who came to him with blankets, bandages, and broth. And he got so used to the sickly sweet smell of disease that, after a few months, he couldn't even smell it anymore. Still, despite the chaos and the death, he saved more than most, and perhaps 8 in 10 of his patients went on to make a full recovery, with nothing but the ugly, discolored scars that the weeping left behind to mark its passing. Many of these survivors went on to be nurses in his little field hospital, since they were largely immune to it after defeating it the first time. As the operation grew, Simon financed the salvation of the poor with donations from the rich. They were often desperate to survive, and eventually, he was the only one who would be sent for when someone important, like the wife of the eldest son of a noble, sickened. After 6 months, this happened with such frequency that he was forced to invent medicines and potions that did almost nothing, just to make them feel like they were getting their money's worth. It was ironic, of course. He'd spent so long trying to chase the quacks out of business with their tar and their razors, and now he was knowingly peddling snake oil himself. That was little more than herbs and alcohol to make the patient sleep and ease their pain. At least it didn't actively harm them, though, and it wasn't like he was going to get the funds to save the poor any other way. Even simple fare like bread and soup started to cost a lot when you were feeding dozens of people day after day. It was easy to take handfuls of silver for a few bottles of colored water, and a whispered word of lesser cure when he remembered what that fraud was paying for. Throughout all that, he wasn't tempted once to siphon the life force from any of the dying either. It was strange. He could remember craving it so badly in his previous run that it was like a drug addiction. But it was only now, when he was actively spending months and years of his life to help others, that he realized he hadn't been tempted to top it back up at any point. Simon wondered why that was, but could only assume that the affliction was physiological, and that he lost that dark urge between lives. It was good to know, in case he ever had to do it again. After 6 months, Simon was moving his whole operation into a mostly empty warehouse, not far from the ivy-strewn square he'd spent so much time in, thanks to the dying bequest of a merchant he'd saved earlier. That was good, because winter was on its way, and the storms that came in off the strait weren't doing any favors for the survival rate of the sick and the dying. Simon didn't complain about that, though. He'd known what he was getting into when he came here, and the worsening weather did mean there were fewer sick people. At least, thanks to people's tendency to leave their homes as little as possible. In many ways, he felt like the worst was over, and as the overwhelming crowds diminished, it gave him more time to spend with each patient instead of leaving such tasks to his growing following of acolytes. It was on one of those blustery days when even 4 walls and a stout roof couldn't quite keep out all the chill that Simon had a most interesting conversation with a dying sailor. "Simon, is it?" the man coughed. "I should have known it would be a Simon that got me killed after all this time." The man looked like he would have walked right out of Simon's little hospital if he had the strength to do so. Instead, he lay there looking miserable. "That's a strange thing to tell your doctor," Simon answered dismissively. He'd had lots of less than cooperative patients by this point. People could get strange when the fever took them, and he'd long since grown used to the accusations that he was trying to kill them instead of save them. What else should I tell someone named Simon? The man said with a scowl. Not only is your name a rare one, but it's well and truly cursed. That piqued his interest, and Simon tried to follow up further, but the man quickly became delirious, and all he could really find out about him was that his name was Lem, and he was from the north. It wasn't until days later, when he was past the worst of it and finally on the mend, that Simon learned the truth. The sailor was from Schwarzenbruck, and he had a strange story to tell. I'm sorry about before, Doc, but in my defense, I really did think you were poisoning me. Lem told him apologetically once the fever had died down, and it was clear he was going to be okay. You have to understand, where I come from, up near the Black River, that name is cursed. Oh? Simon asked, feigning disinterest. And why is that? I'm surprised you haven't heard the stories, even this far south, the sailor said, taking a drink of water before he continued. Simon the Cursed, Simon the Black, Simon the Barrow White. It is an ugly thing. He was a necromancer that summoned the dead and nearly destroyed the whole region. Warlocks do cause untold harm, Simon agreed blandly, though I find that most of them are just stories. His manner was almost disinterested as he pretended to check the patient's temperature and his bandages. But inside, he was seething as he wondered how the events with the butcher's bill had gotten twisted. Simon's anger only grew as Lem proceeded to tell him the story of the brave warrior Kell, who had died thwarting the arch-necromancer, Simon's evil plan to raise an army of the dead to conquer the region. There's still zombies that are found now and then to this day, the sailor said finally, but even if they weren't, I can't imagine a single woman that would dare give her child such an awful name. Well, in my land, it doesn't have such an evil reputation, Simon said with a shrug before moving on. He was definitely going to have to solve that level, because there was no way that he was going to let Kell end up as a storied hero after all the awful things he'd done. Chapter 129. Simon was forced to live with the information that everyone in the north, probably even as far south as Slaney, knew of him as the villain for months, and it ate at him all through the cold winter and into the spring. When there was a sudden uptick in the number of people afflicted with the weeping, it was there, waiting for him in the quiet moments, ready to make him rage all over again. It was so bad that he did everything he could to try to fill the quiet spaces of his life with more work. In the winter, that started off as an attempt to piece together a more accurate map from the knowledge of the sailors under his care. When those became too wildly divergent, he switched gears and spent the dark hours of the night studying the runes of the demon circle by candlelight instead. Eventually, that was the only task that was engrossing enough to keep his angry thoughts about Kell at bay. He traced and retraced the way the runes fit together from his mirror notes on clean sheets of paper until he finally understood the way they would have looked without all of the distortion from the magics of hell straining against the summoning circle. It was only once he'd done that he understood a number of things. The first was that the reason some of the symbols hadn't made sense to him was because they were twisted and mirrored. Once everything was in the proper scale and orientation, the whole thing felt a lot less dizzying. The second was that he'd been using Narth completely wrong. Until now, distance had meant simply hitting something far away from him. That was all he used it for. But the summoning circle used it almost like teleportation. No, he corrected himself. It was more complex than that. It was like translocation. Like that old show with the Stargate he'd only seen a few episodes of. Simon had no idea how it worked or targeted its location or whatever, but he desperately wanted to. The world was a big place, and being able to move between far-flung points at a pace somewhat faster than walking would be a huge deal. Even that idea, as big as it was, wasn't as important as his third revelation, though. After months of nighttime study, after everyone else finally went to bed and he was left alone with the sick and the dying, he finally figured out which part of the structure he needed to strike out to make the whole thing collapse in on itself. In a way, the last two revelations were linked because, at first, every attempt to defuse the circle would have led to the outer boundary collapsing first, letting hell into the world, which was exactly what he didn't want. However, if he attacked the third layer of runes first, and cancelled out the line that connected the flow of power to the distant rune, then the spell would collapse inward, as the circle suddenly found itself surrounding nothing, and hell faded away with the barrier still intact. Of course, he also realized he understood the whole thing well enough that he could summon demons on pretty much any floor now. He had no desire to do that, of course, and he still didn't understand exactly what all the connecting pieces and the parts that might have been numbers or designators did, but he was sure he could copy them well enough to reproduce them. He'd been very careful in his copies to leave gaps in the lines lest he do exactly that. Of course, Simon burned all of this research after he showed it to the mirror, the very last thing he wanted to do, besides accidentally opening up a portal to hell on something as fragile as paper, was to let anyone else see what he was doing. Not only would that stir all sorts of uncomfortable allegations, but it would release dangerous knowledge in the world that would have entirely unpredictable effects. Truthfully, Simon would have preferred to keep all of his research in the mirror at all times. That way, no one but him could access it. However, the interface was pretty jank, and the resolution wasn't so good. He felt like he was writing on an old drawing tablet or something, so he preferred to work on paper before saving it into the mirror. Life might have gone on like that for months or years longer, even after the patients had started to slacken, and his hospital sat half-empty most weeks, had someone not informed him that these Seraph was back in port. Just like that, Simon realized it had been more than a year as he lost himself in the depths of his various studies. All this time, he'd told himself he was just waiting for them to come back while he pursued experiments in medicine, geography, and his words of power. It had become more than that, though he couldn't point to exactly when it had changed. At some point, he'd given up on the idea of pursuing his current run any further, and he'd started a new life. Now, he was loath to give that up. Still, since it was here, he went down to the harbor and chatted with the quartermaster and some of the other crew, whom he still remembered. He told them about quelling the epidemic, and they told him stories of their most recent voyages. There wasn't anything about them that stood out to him, though. They'd taken the long way back to Targus on Kaloum in the lands across the sea, then gone north before coming back across, as they always did. This time, they had a close call with pirates, apparently instead of refugees, but the captain had been able to outrun the bastards in a harrowing chase before a storm had finally separated the ships. All told, it made for an interesting story, but there was no part of it that made him think, oh, that's why the ship needed to be saved. They hadn't even killed the pirates. In the end, he'd gone back to his mostly empty hospital in a daze. Unsure what to do next, he was in no hurry to be burned alive by dragonfire after all, and he was fairly sure that was the only thing awaiting him if he tried to speed-run things. The next morning, he told the few devotees who still clung to him despite the city returning to normal, "I'm going north in search of new challenges." "But why?" one of his apprentices asked. "Abrest still has many sick even without the plague. There's more to do here, and you will tend to them, I'm sure," Simon smiled. "I've taught you well, after all." "But will you do?" another asked. "I will heal the sick as I find them and work on my maps where I can," Simon smiled. He'd made no secret of the maps he was working on from the testimony of sailors. In fact, he'd often used that as cover for the research he was doing on the binding circle from level 13, so they were well aware of his obsession in that department. Simon had spent a year here and another 5 to 10 years of life on magic at least, so he was fairly sure that he was approaching middle age. This wasn't the first time he'd approached that threshold, but it was probably the first time he really felt like an adult, or worse, an elder, as he looked out on all these people who were so much younger than him. They held a feast to celebrate his decision once it was clear that it couldn't be changed, and more than a few nobles attended to praise him for all his good works. They should, he thought with a wry smile. I saved half of them from the weeping. There was some polite roasting, but on the whole, it was a celebration, and he ate better than he had in lifetimes. It was almost enough to make him miss the good life instead of the ascetic he'd become over the last year. He enjoyed the night of praise and considered it a more than adequate reward for all his hard work. Simon left most of the money he'd managed to earn in that time with the men he appointed to keep running the hospital in his absence. He told them he'd be back in 3 years. "Perhaps sooner," he said. "We shall see how long it takes to get to Darndell." and past that to Leapson perhaps. We shall see where the road takes me." That was a lie, though. He only said it to ensure they remained diligent longer than they otherwise might if they thought no one would ever check up on them. While he had no doubt that some of the men who had served under him did so to help people, he was sure that several of them saw his tutelage as a stepping stone to a position of prestige, serving the well-heeled citizens of the city, and that they would find a way to spend his hospital's capital reserves all too quickly if they thought there would be no one to explain themselves to. Once that was done, Simon left quietly one night out the western gate with no fanfare. The last thing he wanted was people begging to follow him to the ends of the earth, or whatever it was this world was called. Am I going to have to invent a name for that, too? Or do they already have one? Simon wondered. He wasn't sure. He supposed he was going to have to find a library or something and find out. Only he hadn't actually seen one of those yet. A few nobles had libraries, of course, but in terms of public learning institutions, they hadn't seemed to have been invented yet. Simon wondered if maybe he should add that to his to-do list as well, but decided that was probably too much. He resolved to focus on simple things first, like finishing his map as he put one foot in front of the other, but with only his mule for company as he circled north and the miles drifted by. It was hard not to let his mind wander. After all, a world with magic was full of limitless possibilities, and he could do anything if he wanted to. Simon spent almost 2 weeks plodding north before he reached Maeder. It was a city he'd heard of before, though he couldn't quite recall where, even if he'd never been there, and was little more than a farming hub and a county seat. Politically, it seemed to belong to Darndell and marked the furthest eastern point of that tiny kingdom. Geographically, that was one of the questions that puzzled him most. He had a pretty good idea of where most cities were in relation to each other at this point, but where they connected and how they aligned with each other, that was harder. Even what language they spoke was often mysterious to him. Sometimes it wasn't the big cities he was looking for, though. 2 days out of Mayatir, he found the town of Esmeron, which was where he'd almost been drowned in the well by that crazy cult. He lingered there for almost a week trying to learn about the men in white, but found nothing which meant that they either liked to keep a low profile or that they hadn't come into existence yet. He wasn't sure which was more ominous. A few days after he left that spot, he found the valley where he'd faced the Black Swarmers, and a week later, he finally reached Darndell. This level was several years past the one where he'd solved the issue with the Blackheart in the graveyard. As a result, he was able to spend several minutes looking at a fine statue of him that the people of the city had built, which was dedicated to Simon the Witch Hunter. It was a surreal experience, and once he got over the shock, he left before anyone could notice just how much he looked like it. Chapter 130. As interesting as it was to see himself in statue form, and read the only slightly tarnished plaque about how he defeated Blackheart's curse, Simon didn't linger in the city and was quickly on his way. It wasn't that he was afraid that people might catch him or something. His anonymity felt reasonably secure as long as he wasn't standing right next to that statue. Even if that wasn't the case, though, it had only been a few years. He could always say he decided to come back and visit or something. The worst he'd probably face was a series of feasts in his honor. Maybe he'd have to fend off a marriage proposal or two. He wasn't really interested in any of that, though. Instead, he briefly toured the hospital and orphanage that had been built with the reward money he'd refused. They weren't exactly the nicest looking places, but that was to be expected. They were functional, at least, and they seemed to be doing some good. Really, in this dark world, that was all he could ask for. He thought about joining up with a caravan, but he was enjoying the road too much to bother with company. So, instead, he restocked his meager supplies with things that did well on the road, like potatoes, coarse bread, and salt pork. The only luxury he spared some of his silver on was a thin folio, full of blank paper. He had paper for his maps, of course, but as he'd encountered different vistas on the road north, he'd felt the urge to sketch some of them, and he didn't want to mar his otherwise meticulous cartography with his childish drawings. The road north was in better condition than the one he'd used when he'd come in from the east, but Simon didn't use that to travel any faster. It would have screwed up the scale of his map. He had no idea how professional cartographers did this sort of thing in the days before GPS. But his way was simple. Every day, he tried to go about 10 miles at a nice leisurely pace, and every day He added another millimeter of line to the road on his map. It was tiny, but he had no idea how far apart any of these places were, so he was leaving himself extra room as he documented each village and lake he came across by land. No one seemed to know how far apart anything was. Traders that he talked to spoke in terms of weeks rather than miles. And though people expressed a bit more confidence about the sea routes, from what he'd seen, most of those maps varied wildly too. He wasn't sure. Hell, Simon wasn't even sure he was going to share these with anyone when he was done, but he needed it for his own sanity. He needed as much of the world that he knew to fit together as he could. It would give him the information he needed to make better choices. He couldn't keep treating every level like it existed in a vacuum. This point was driven home as he moved north and found the hills he'd been navigating slowly but surely turned into a desert. The Wantari, it was called. According to the traders he dined with one night, he wasn't exactly equipped for a desert, and he didn't have the word for water to fall back on, so he paid careful attention to them when they talked about distances and oases. It turned out he didn't have too much to worry about. 4 days into the desert, he found a suspiciously familiar oasis that was thankfully unpoisoned. There were some horsemen there that seemed more like nomadic tribesmen than raiders, but he left them alone, and they, thankfully, returned the favor. The starry nights there were beautiful, and he noted down some of the more prominent constellations, unsure of what they were actually supposed to be. 2 days later, the desert started to fade away in favor of grasslands, disappointing him. If the Basilisk City isn't here, then where the hell is it supposed to be? He grumbled as he searched the desert horizon behind him for any signs of the pillars he'd been hoping to find. Simon might not be able to explore the whole world, but he'd settle for at least finding most of the levels he'd been to before. The whole trip was starting to feel self-indulgent to Simon when he finally figured out where he was and what he needed to do, even though time was meaningless to him. Spending weeks slowly traveling to who knew where over the best part of 1,000 miles, sketching landscapes as he went, didn't seem like the best use of his time. Then he figured out how near he was to Crovar. That was all the information he needed to decide that it was time to pay Vartan a visit. As far as Simon was concerned, he was the Wraithwaite family curse, and he would gladly kill every single version of that monster that he found. He didn't care if it hurt his experience totals, or his karma, or however that worked. He didn't even care if it screwed with history. Vartan was, and always would be, a dead man. That wasn't the main reason he was going to go to Crovar, though. That would have simply been petulant. Simon had a much better reason for going. This was the perfect chance to kill the centaurs before they became a real problem in a few years. He was fairly certain that Hellades did not mean for him to solve levels like this. In fact, because of the way things worked now, he was pretty sure that the Horse Lords were supposed to win, at least for a while. Doing things like this might well screw things up as far as she was concerned, but he didn't care. All Hellades seemed to care about was that he saved that one family he'd found near the exit portal. That wasn't good enough for Simon, though. He was long past saving one person. At a time when the world was falling apart, if I go back in time and kill baby Genghis Khan before he grows up to conquer all the centaur tribes, then I can save thousands. Tens of thousands. Maybe, he told himself, and that was exactly what he aimed to do. The only problem was that he really only had one shot at this. It was actually refreshing to realize that as he slowly made his way to Crovar, normally, he had as many chances as he needed to solve a problem, but win or lose. He was pretty sure this level was complete, which meant that when he died and tried to come back, there would be nothing here. In fact, there would be nothing between the cathedral and the centaur levels, and those were probably a couple decades apart. Figuring out the dates for every level is probably something I should have done first thing. He sighed as he realized he needed a calendar, every bit as much as he needed a map. A second try at things like this would involve him whiling away a dozen years doing whatever before baby Genghis Khan was even born again. Obviously, that wasn't going to happen, and the last thing he wanted to do was solve this Hellades' way. So he was going to have to make this count. Simon spent the next couple of days trying to decide the best way to take over the town and its military resources in a coup, as well as thinking about how he should kill Vartan this time. But all that went out the window when he saw the black plume of a village burning in the distance. He didn't have time to play political games at the Wraithwaite's expense. There were people to save and hazards to fight. Simon had to leave the main road to reach the place and was much too late to do much good. At least, that's what he thought as he watched the fires already guttering in the distance. That changed when the centaur warband that had done the deed spotted him as they were leaving the scene. Apparently, they hadn't gotten enough murder in for the day and decided he was worth killing too. That was fine. If they'd run, he would have had to hunt them down. But this way, it made things easy enough for Simon to kill them all with a single blast of greater forces. He didn't bother to hold back. There was no one around, and they deserved no mercy. So he waited until they were within range, used a world of lesser force protection to keep the arrows that they rained down on him and his donkey from finding their mark, and waited until they got into range. Then he said, "Gervul on betit." After that, they never saw what was coming. 1 second. They were charging him with lances down in a tight group of almost 20 warriors as they jockeyed for position and raced each other to be the one to end Simon. And the next, they were only so much cooling meat. With a single swipe of his hand, an invisible sword dozens of feet, long sliced through the group in a single clean line that left each of the half-men cut in half. Sometimes, their human torsos were cut neatly from their equine bodies, and other times, the line was closer to mid-chest or head. Some of them had time to scream, but most of them simply looked at Simon with uncomprehending eyes as their hearts beat their last. It was an unsatisfying victory, and Simon spent more time calming his mule as he tried to walk past the bloody sight than he did actually defeating the group. He sighed. Normally, he wouldn't have acted with such brutality, but just because this evil wore a human face didn't mean it was remotely close to human, and he reminded himself of that as he made his way to the village. Simon's heart fell when he didn't immediately find any survivors, but once he started to shout that the centaurs were dead and it was safe to come out, a few women and children started to crawl out from beneath burned-out buildings. Many of them were wounded, but all of them were covered in ash and dirt. The men had died fighting. That much was obvious from the corpses, but they hadn't done much. For every 10 human corpses on the ground, there was only a centaur or two. It was a familiar sight for Simon. He'd seen this kind of carnage before, though, not in a long time. Are they going to come back? A little girl asked him as he was bandaging a split around an arm that might have been broken or simply sprained. "No," Simon said confidently. "These monsters will never trouble your village again. I won't let them." He wasn't sure how he would keep that promise yet, but he was sure that he would, and it would take an awful lot more than a few centaurs with bows to change that.